Section 24 of Cheating the Junk Pile, the Purchase and Maintenance of Household Equipments. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by BettyB. Cheating the Junk Pile by Ethel R. Pazer. The Great American Dish. To be 100% American, each one of us must eat at least 2¼ quarts of ice cream annually. This is the national American dish, despite Boston's claim for the baked bean and the South's for beaten biscuits. Rich and poor, the bebutlered and the maideless make their own ice cream. The more remote from civilization, the more each individual housekeeper makes her own ice cream. It is no longer a luxury. It is now recognized as a food. The government classifies it, and it is experimented with at most of the state agricultural colleges and state experimental stations. Its making has become an industry standardized by the government, and certain rules must be adhered to by every manufacturer. The introduction of ice cream as an industry not only stimulated purchasers of ice cream, but has stimulated machinery builders. Today, the making of large plants and small household freezers comprises a large industry. For these mechanisms, many problems of refrigeration, ice, brine, rock salt, and packing arise. Some of these problems are important to the housekeeper as a maker of ice cream, some as a buyer, and some not at all. Kinds of ice cream. In this sketch, we will of course only touch upon those parts of this problem that are of interest to the housekeeper, doing her own work or with assistance. Ice creams are classified under various heads and subheads. Nearly everyone interested classifies them differently. For the sake of convenience, we will give here one classification. 1. Plain uncooked ice cream, known as Philadelphia ice cream, which consists of sugar, flavoring cream with or without condensed milk. 1. Plain with flavoring. 2. Fruit with flavoring. 3. Nut with flavoring. 4. Bisque with marshmallow, macaroon cake, wafers, and other bread products well dried out. 2. Cooked. French ice cream, sometimes called Neapolitan, though Neapolitan is really the many-colored layer ice cream only, made of cream, sugar, eggs, and flavoring. 1. Parfaits. Highly flavored fruits, nuts, spices. Nestle Road pudding, Roman and English plum puddings. 2. Custards. Flavoring, cornstarch, vanilla. 3. Sherbets and ices. Water and milk, sugar, white of egg, fruit juices, etc. 1. Ices, granites frozen by oscillation, and frappés, semi-frozen like mush. 2. Water sherbets, ices and egg, sometimes called soufflé. 3. Punches, with liquor, passing out. 4. Milk sherbets. 5. Lacto, skimmed milk bases. 4. Mousse, rich cream sweetened and whipped, frozen in molds without oscillating or turning the freezer. 5. Fruit layers, stabilizers and fillers, stabilizers such as gelatine, ice cream powders, and gum tragacanth are used in commercial ice creams to give the product body, but manufacturers should, according to law, admit this addition if necessary. Housekeepers often use gelatine. It is quite wholesome and not dangerous in any way. Freezing. Apart from the recipes with which this chapter shall not deal, the most important part about ice cream is the freezing of the mixture. Its dangers are many. First of all, freezing incorporates air into the mixture and therefore increases its bulk. Ice cream can be frozen too slowly or too fast, and experience here is the best teacher. If frozen too rapidly, says the Omaha State Experiment Station, the ice cream doesn't expand very much. This is more important to the commercial maker of ice cream. Without the air incorporated, it is soggy and heavy. It will also be grainy and will fall apart. If frozen too slowly, it is buttery, greasy, non-expansive, and fat will rise. If frozen too long, it will be churned creamy. It loses expansion, it is greasy, soggy, and heavy. These are the reasons why cream is not a velvety, smooth, ungrained, stand without hitching quality. Here are some other defects and their causes. First, the cream must be clean and creamy, combined with flavoring material which blends with the cream to a full, delicious flavor. There may be defects in the flavor due to the cream used, such as sour, old, bitter, or metallic cream flavor. It may be due to the filler or stabilizer, such as a starch, gum, or gelatine. Defects may also be due to other ingredients. It may be too sweet, not sweet enough, coarse flavor due to flavor material, stale fruit, rancid nuts, moldy nuts. The cream must be firmly frozen to be smooth and velvety. If it is not, these conditions may prevail. Icy, due to improper packing. Coarse, too thin cream or packing while too soft. Sticky, due to fillers such as gelatine or a sweetened condensed milk. Buttery, use of cream partially churned before freezing, or to cream too cold when put into freezer, or because freezer was operated at too high speed. The cure. First, buy a good freezer, never less than a gallon, because you can always freeze a little in it and always be ready for a crowd. There are various types of freezers on the market. 1. Those that you turn by hand. 2. By motor. 3. Ones that aren't turned at all. 4. Ones that are oscillated only, and in which at home 2 flavors can be frozen at once. In this type it takes longer to freeze cream, but as the arm only works back and forth, it is not so tiring. The can in the tub is partitioned in 2 segments, and the paddles and dasher only turn halfway. The freezer that isn't turned at all needs no lyric from me. It tells its own story in making good ice cream of a smooth mousse-like consistency, but real ice cream. It is rapid and restful. The various motorized freezers are good for large families, and the small motors attachable to small freezers geared for motors are joys. There are some kitchen units that are clumsy, some that are convenient which turn the freezer, polish the silver, sharpen the knives, in fact do everything but shine one's boots. See Chapter 25. In buying these units, don't be pulled in by salesman talk. Watch for compactness, durability, cleanability, lack of danger in use, replaceable parts, and ease of manipulation. In the use of motors, the attachment must be so made that the connections will not be catching in gearing, etc. Above 4 quarts, hand work is heavy, and we would advise turning the freezer by a motor. In the non-turning freezer, the chamber for the ice and salt is separated from the can so that the freezing mixture cannot enter the ice cream. It is cheaper to buy ice cream. The homemade kind tastes far better. When you buy ice cream, it is wise to watch the containers in which it comes, and to know where it is made. The government is very particular, but slight slips in the ice cream organizations can breed the most dangerous of bacilli. At home you can watch everything, above all cleanliness of ingredients. Freezing mixture. The greatest of all the science of ice cream making is the mixture of ice and salt. Most cookbooks say 3 parts ice to 1 of salt for home use. For hardening after it is frozen, 8 parts of ice to 1 of salt, and the mixture must cover the can entirely, top and sides. Of course, the ratio of ice to salt regulates the freezing. The United States government bulletins are full of these ratios if you want to look up this matter. On this subject, Bowen of the United States Department of Agriculture in Bulletin 98 says, "When 2 solid bodies, as salt and ice, mix to form a layer, a certain amount of heat becomes latent, called the latent heat of solution. Since this latent heat is taken from the mixture itself, the temperature falls correspondingly. The temperature obtained by a salt and ice mixture depends on relative proportions of the mixture, and to less extent on the salt at which the heat is supplied from the outside, the size of the ice lump and salt particles, and the amount and density of the resulting brine. Hence it is impracticable to give other than approximate temperatures with fixed ratios of salt and ice. It usually takes 30 minutes at least to freeze a gallon of ice cream." Freezers. Electric freezers come from about $75 up and can be had for alternate AC or direct DC current. The advantage of the freezer with its own directly connected motor, rather than a motor which has to be connected, is readily apparent to those who have suffered the annoyance of belting, pulleys, and countershafts. Being self-contained, such an outfit may be readily located at will. To operate merely requires securing it in place and connecting the wires. You have therefore no belts with attendant annoyance and expense, no countershaft with its necessity for continued attention and causing vibration, nor is there dirt and oil being thrown here and there. In addition to the mechanical advantages secured by the motor-driven ice cream freezer unit, there are had by its use cleanliness and increased space. Every freezer should be so made that the action of scrapers and dasher is continuous. Some freezers have a device in which the scrapers are hung on the dasher so their lower ends rest on the bottom of the can, and the friction between ends of scrapers and can bottom when in motion moves the scrapers against the side of the can and holds them there positively and continuously. Tubs. The tub should be strong and if possible bound with welded wire hoops or metal bands. If the tub is metal, this is unnecessary. Tubs are made of pine, white cedar, etc. The zinc tub is a good substitute for the wooden tub, but the wooden one is good if made watertight and smooth and easy to clean. All parts of the freezer should be non-rustable, especially the can. The best cans are made with drawn steel bottoms. They do not leak, do not fall out, as may happen with those having the tin plate or cast bottoms. The best bodies of the can are made of heavy tin plate. The top of can is strongly wired and turned over, while the bottom of can is made to fit over and under the drawn steel bottom. All gears must be completely covered so that neither ice nor salt can get in the cogs nor the fingers be caught and injured. Some freezers have gearing enclosed in a box-like fixture. The inside parts touching the cream should be of harmless metal, generally of pure block tin. All outside parts should be smoothly finished, galvanized usually. The ice space between the can and the tub must be so arranged as to use the least amount of ice and salt and freeze as quickly as possible. The cross bars which connect the handles and cover and clamp on the opposite side are often a source of agony. These must be simple in operation. Some freezers have a clamp, some a key. This is a matter of choice and manufacture. Some crossbars are hinged and others are dovetailed. Freezers are supplied with flywheel instead of cranks to turn. The flywheel costs a little more, but it is far more convenient, as it requires less turning. Some freezers have a glass peephole in the cover of can, so one can see the progress of the freezing and obviate loss of time and cold by opening the can. Scrapers are made of rolled steel bars, ground straight and fine to fit can and to ensure clean scraping of the cream, so that all parts of the mixture are being frozen continuously. The dashers and beater are usually of malleable iron, heavily coated with pure block tin. Generally, and better so, there is one scraper for the bottom of the can and two metal scrapers for side. Buying freezers. The same principles hold in buying freezers as any other culinary utensil. They must be seamless, smooth, easily cleaned, non-dangerous, non-corrosive, non-chipping, and be made by a reputable manufacturer. Besides, the freezer must have ease in running, quick freezing, economy, convenience, and give practical results. Freezers are equipped with best standard motors. The motors should be so placed as to eliminate danger of motors burning out or being injured by careless handling of the ice and salt. In ordering a motor outfit, include the following: your voltage, direct or alternating current. If alternating, what cycle and phase. See Chapter 1. Buy a freezer with thought. All machinery pays better when the best is bought and close attention has been given to the purchase. End of section 24.
Section 25 of Cheating the Junk Pile. The purchase and maintenance of household equipments. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by M.J. Rodriguez. Cheating the Junk Pile by Ethel R. Pacer. The Kitchen Rotary Club. Are you a culinary Rotarian? Or do you still beat it by hand? The Kitchen Rotary Club is becoming a real factor in culinary economics. By means of rotary motion, the mixer, the beater, the combination of these two have come to relieve the back, arm, and hand, and where electrically driven, cause no waste of time. Electric rotaries. To begin with, these fairy-like machines are somewhat like and unlike patent medicine advertisements. Alike because they claim to do many things, and unlike because they can and do fulfill their claims. For example, they beat eggs, mix bread dough, mayonnaise, stir cake batter, frostings, dressings, whipped cream, mash potatoes, grind nuts, spices, and meat, drive some ice cream freezers, turn the food chopper, have grinding and buffing wheels for sharpening cutlery and polishing silver. In fact, they are companions not idly to be cast aside. Housewives' bad mixers. This will especially appeal to the housewife mayonnaisely, because many a good mixture has been wasted by inefficient mixings by the mixer being called away suddenly, etc. Then, too, many a mayonnaise is never born at all, because the housewife or the cook hasn't the time today. Where the mixer is electrically driven, time is added onto the menage, and while the mayonnaise is forming, the cook is performing elsewhere. Egg beating, cream whipping, batter beating, all these take time. Now, with the electric machine, the home can revel in soufflés and cake. It can buy coffee in the bean and grind it with no effort. Here is a real Epicurean saving. For coffee in the bean and grinding it at home saves the volatile essences of the coffee, which gives to perfect coffee the added aroma and full flavor. These machines grind cutlery and not exceedingly slow, and so can add finesse to a slice of meat. As with the mayonnaise mixing, these utilitarian investments take the guesswork out of cake, meringues, batters. Improper mixing is an immorality not easily cleansed from kitchens. Yet, these instruments, with perfection of mechanical agitation, do the mixing with assurance and become real vice chasers. Imagine all things being right. You can be sure that success will come to your cakes, sauces, breads, rolls, pies, cookies, donuts, cheese dishes, puddings, sauces. Remember that lumpy cream sauce? Well, no more of that. Your sauces and your mashed vegetables will be lumpless. Removing doubt removes nerve strain in a kitchen. And maybe the cook without nerve strain will be affable and a comforting dweller in your halls. The new machines. Among the best machines is one so made as to effectively chop food and meat, grind coffee, slice vegetable and fruits, etc., etc. Has with its attachment a hot water and ice container to be used as a bath, if stirring must needs be done in a cold or hot medium. Soup strainer and colander connection, ice cream freezer attachment, a meat slicer, a great comfort and saving of meat. This motor has 3 speeds. You may have never felt the need of these types of workers, but then you never knew the use of the radiogram until you used it. Don't you hate to strain and persuade large quantities? The strain is gone from straining large quantities now. This is gently done by the coaxing electric strainer and colander device. One mixer is also accompanied by a cabinet if desired. It is finished in white and is made especially for this device and houses comfortably all its attachments. It has an enameled metal top and does not add much to the total cost of machine. Another power unit advertises 2 speeds and has all the above attachments. It comes with a metal table with a shelf, open, on which all the work can be done with comfort. Smaller craft. If you don't want a machine that can do so much, there is one on the market electrically driven, which beats eggs, mixes mayonnaise, angel cake and light batter, mashes potatoes and fluffs them if mixed with butter and cream, mixes custard, soufflés, etc. It has a small half HP motor of fine construction designed for 110 voltage. It is necessary in this case to state whether your current is direct or alternating, DC or AC. This motor can run on either direct or alternating if the speed control device is not to be used. But the speed control in this instrument is its crowning glory. That is, you can mix rapidly or slowly, a performance the older type of mixers, small or large, could not do. It was racing speed or nothing. All cooks know that some things take rapid beating or stirring, some other things slower agitation. The cook or housewife can, in the course of her experience with these newcomers into our kitchens, find new uses continually for them. For example, this small motor has a speed regulator which ranges from 4,800 to 8,000 revolutions per minute. This motor takes from 25 watts, extra load, to 60 watts, heavy load. It is well to have a detachable motor as in this one, for when cleaning is necessary, the motor remains, due to its hydrophobiac fear of water elements, unharmed. The beater itself here is the ancient and honorable Dover type, so you see it is not so foreign to your ken. Time in the mixer. 1,000 revolutions is all you can effect in a minute, no matter how red you may be. This machine turns 2,000 revolutions, outrushing the Russians and all Central Europe. Some evolutions. In from 1 to 5 and 10 minutes can eggs, frostings, and mayonnaise be accomplished. Full speed for heavy mixtures, half speed for lighter, a gram of cream can be had in less than 5 minutes. A gallon of oil in relation to a mayonnaise dressing took but 10 minutes to be used up. Now, can you beat it? Hasn't this phrase lost its slangy significance? This little angel weighs but 2 3/4 pounds, and its lightness is one of its charms. Requirements. All these machines should be easily attached to wall or lighting sockets or outlets, electric. They must be easily cleaned. The motor must be protected from you and foodstuffs, and you must be protected from it. All attachments must attach easily. When easily is used, it is meant to the limit of ease. All parts must fit, so that the doing of a new operation is not accompanied with dread. It must be a pleasure to depart from coffee grinding to turning the ice cream pail and polishing silver. Now, kitchening is no endurance test. The fatigue is eliminated. Your days may not be so stirring, but at the end of them, you will feel like the theater and whatnot. The hand-turned cake and bread mixers are better than mixing by hand and spoon. But if possible, the electrically driven mixers, which come in many styles and prices, will give you more than comfort and will outlast many a cook. The hand-turned stoners, buffers, grinders, etc. are very efficient, but not quite the joy an electrically driven unit may be in an electrically conducted menage. These machines are utopian agitators, agitating for food and helping the kitchen workers of the world. End of section 25.
Chapter 26 of Cheating the Junk Pile, The Purchase and Maintenance of Household Equipments. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Cheating the Junk Pile by Ethel R. Pazer. Chapter 26, Flaws or Floors in Your Kitchen. The question of the kitchen flooring in the home is, of course, a very profound and serious subject. Those who build away from cities are hard put to it to know exactly what there is on the market, and those who live in cities are confused by the variety of floorings and the attractive attributes as their salesmen recite their eulogies. In order to help the prospective buyer, we have set down a few basic facts. Floor requirements. Of course, you realize that every kitchen flooring should, as nearly as possible, be attractive, easy to keep clean, noiseless, odorless, vermin and dust-proof, comfortable to feet and back, non-slippery whether dry or wet, durable, no upkeep but washing and polishing, fireproof or fire retardant, impervious to changes in temperature, laid over any kind of floor base, lightweight enough to be suitable to any structure, seamless or joined so as to be virtually seamless, non-warping, non-expansive, or non-contracting. Before enumerating the kinds of floors that you will have laid before you in this chapter, it would be well to realize that a floor will sometimes keep a maid or lose her, and you will not know the why. But the fact is that a floor can tire you if it be not a good kind for the purpose, and can reduce fatigue and make for general well-being if it be a good type. Here is a list of the most important kinds of flooring in use: marble, wood and wood block, linoleum, linotile, cork, composition and concrete laid in paste or blocks, tile, terrazzo. Marble can be dismissed as being too expensive, too beautiful, and too resisting to the feet. It is also too cold underfoot. Wood is very popular because in the commoner varieties it is the cheapest flooring. In whatever grade a wooden floor is used, it has the disadvantage of needing attention. It always needs refinishing. The better the floor, the more attention it will need. It will splinter eventually and show marks if things are dragged over it. Although the scraping down and refinishing always make the floor look like new, the wooden floor is better in any room in the house than the kitchen, laundry, or pantry. There are some housekeepers who wouldn't have anything else but the hardwood floors in their kitchens, oak, maple, or Georgia pine, etc. Laying the floor. The wooden floor must be carefully laid or else the cracks become traps for germs and dust. Of course, this applies to all flooring. And while on the subject of laying floors, let me say that even though you order the best kind of flooring in the world, if it is laid badly, you might as well have bought the worst sort of material. It is imperative that you have the manufacturer or the manufacturer's delegated dealer lay your floor. Don't go to your village builder or carpet man. It won't pay. In fact, it will cost you dearly, as in such case the maker of these products has developed a way to lay flooring which is inseparable from the life of the flooring itself. Many a householder knows a good floor, but few know what to look for in the laying of it. The linoleum family. Among the best-known floorings for kitchen use is linoleum. It is so well known and so popular that purchasers in their ignorance often accept, unwittingly, substitutes and lay felt paper instead of the real thing. If you decide to buy linoleum, go to the best maker or his dealer. Follow their gospel, buy the best. If you heed this, you make an investment. If you do not, you make an expenditure. So when you decide to buy linoleum, first look on the wrong side of it, and if it has burlap on the back, and if it is very difficult to tear, it is pretty definitely linoleum. It also carries the name of the maker. It is well for the prospective buyer to know something of the manufacture of a popular article. It makes you appreciate and understand how to take care of it better. Women should not buy unless they know exactly what they are buying. Linoleum is made of burlap, linseed oil, and cork as the main ingredients. The oil is first boiled to thicken it. When it is cooled, it is poured down over suspended sheets or scrim, and by coming in contact with the oxygen of the air, becomes oxidized and solidified. Then these oil-impregnated skins are ground up and mixed with gums to give the fabric elasticity, and it is then mixed with ground cork or cork flour, the coloring matter, and the rosin to harden it. This mixture is fed into a machine which distributes it evenly over the burlap. It later passes through a series of finely adjusted rollers weighing about 27 tons each and adjustable to space of 1/1000th of an inch between rolls, which of course give any required thickness to the linoleum. This is plain linoleum, and it is many weeks in the making. The printed linoleum is made by passing the plane over print drums. The straight line or inlay is done by a still more involved process, but the patterns never wear out as they are an integral part of the linoleum, going through from back to front of the material. Highly paid designers are engaged in this work, and many craftsmen of great skill are employed for stencil work, etc. You don't always realize the time, work, and expense of the ordinary things that you see about you. When the linoleum is being laid, look out for these things. They apply pretty generally to the laying of any flooring of this kind. If over wood, the nails must be hammered in below the surface, the wood laid to avoid dampness and cracking. If over concrete, it must have dried a month or two and be filled in with plaster of Paris if it has any cracks. It should be laid over felt in both cases to ensure long life to the linoleum and the comfortable resiliency to the foot and consequent ease to the back. The felt acts as a cushion, makes the linoleum fit better, and obviates later refittings and trimmings. See, too, that the workmen are careful to force the strips close together and cement closely. These things, if it is absolutely impossible to get the linoleum people themselves to lay the floor, it would be wise then to get their booklet. It is easily kept in condition if you use only mild soaps, never caustic powder, with warm water. Rinse immediately with clear water and dry immediately. Wash and dry about a square yard at a time. Do not flood the whole room at once. Strong soaps will eat the pattern in the printed linoleum and wear the inlay. Use elbow grease. Use glass casters on heavy furniture, as the linoleum will show marks. Store linoleum, when necessary, away from excessive heat and moisture. Waxing occasionally is good, but an oil mop does very well. The numberless designs and coloring to be had in this fabric add to its value and pleasure, and the kitchen can be in lovely accord with the decorations of the house. The ordinary dripping will not affect linoleum, nor the ordinary moisture. It requires no extra mats, as footresters, is not a substitute but a flooring, and in every way deserves its great popularity. The cork family. Another attractive, useful, and popular flooring is what is called the corks. It is made of clean cork shavings compressed in closed steel molds about an inch thick for 5 hours under high pressure and high temperature. All the moisture is thus driven out, and it is pressed together into a waterproof mass. No foreign substance is introduced to bind it together, as this is done by its own gums. Inferior cork tile is mixed with foreign substances, and this often makes it break down and detracts from the resiliency and wearing power. After this process is completed, it is cut into the desired sizes. Cork tile comes in shades of brown, and there is an excellent cork compound tile that comes in many designs and colors. It is not absolutely fireproof, but is what is called a fire retardant, in that it takes a flame of 1500 degrees Fahrenheit 1 hour to burn a hole in a tile 6 inches by 6 inches by 1/2 inch. The cork tile floor of the best make will last as long as the building. It is of the loveliest coloring, delightful in tone, noiseless and soothing to the feet and back, warm to the touch, and altogether psychologically comforting to the nerves. It requires but soap and water and elbow grease to keep it in condition forever. It is never slippery, is non-absorbent of dust and moisture, and when laid correctly needs no effort nor money for its upkeep. This is why the initial investment, though larger than for some other flooring, is a wise one, as it is positively the ultimate expenditure. There is much inferior cork tile on the market, and it is very hard to tell it from the best quality. It looks attractive until it has been used a little while, then it will begin to pit and sap, become dark, and emit a pungent odor due to inferior manufacture. Heavy tracking does not affect cork tile, as it is so elastic that it springs back into place. This is proven by the restaurants, banks, libraries, and hospitals that use it so generously. In laying this, the same general things should be observed as in the case of linoleum. It is laid over felt, the base must be free from moisture, cracks, and nails. If the cork is put over nailable material, small headless sunken brads are used. If not, it is pasted on the base. All joints are pressed together by a special compressing machine and are sealed with a preparation virtually making the cork tile into one large seamless covering under which no dust, moisture, germs, or vermin can collect. The velvety quiet of these floors imparts a tranquility to the kitchen, contagious to mistress and to maid. It is needless to say much for the tile, as you know its beauties. It may be cold to the feet, non-resistant and tiring to the back, and slippery when wet, but this is overcome by mats of matting, cork, or linoleum. Tile is made in every design and color to fit any desire or design. All corners and joints at the base of walls can be curved. It makes a unit of the whole room in design and intention as no other thing does. It can be cleaned out with a small hose. Of course, poor tile cracks. Needless to say, it takes real skill to lay these floors, as the underbed of cement has to be very perfect to protect the tile upon it. However, it looks royal, it wears, and is a favorite with great kitchen builders. Compositions. The floorings of composition, cements, and mineral mixtures are innumerable. Some are excellent, embodying nearly all the good points enumerated in this ladder. They are a little warmer than tile and not quite so expensive. They have probably a little more foot comfort, but not much more. They are fireproof, do not weigh too much for a lightly constructed house, and are kept clean with the usual elbow grease and water. These floors, for the most part, are made in various colors and designs. In tile and composition, the joint at the base of walls can be made practically one with the wall in a curving connection. In the case of linoleum and cork, this joint is either accomplished by a curving connection or more generally by a highly compressed and sealed joint, allowing for absolutely no trapping of foreign matter and rendering the floor easily swept and washed. Many great institutions and some private homes have found these to be practical, so if you observe the buy the best from the best rule, you cannot go wrong. Linotile. A newer kind of floor is a cross between a cement and a linoleum. It wears indefinitely and can be highly recommended, as handsome as it comes in tile form and silent, easily kept clean, resilient, and all the good points of cement as well as linoleum. End of Chapter 26. Read by Robin Lee, May 23, 2022.
Section 27 of Cheating the Junk Pile. The Purchase and Maintenance of Household Equipments. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by M.J. Rodriguez. Cheating the Junk Pile by F.L.R. Pacer. Federalizing Your Kitchen. Fancy a carpenter with his tools all over the room. Fancy a painter with one color here and another color there. Do you think we would have had a Michelangelo if he had been forced to get down from the scaffold every minute for a tool or a bit of clay? And yet women, for the most part, women who need their energy for making the home a fit place to live in, still persist in scattering their tools about the kitchens and walk miles daily because they have not mobilized their tools. To what can be accredited the woman's hatred of saving steps, even though she complains of fatigue and extra work? What can account for the woman's dislike of having her things handy? Is it money? No, because she often buys motors, movie tickets, dogs, jewels, and garments in quantities far more than she needs. It is perhaps due to a past vastness of ignorance. But now, when there are specialists descanting on the glories of saving steps, time, and money, there is little excuse. In this article, one stumbling block will be removed and the kitchen can well transform itself into a room where the most methodical man can work and where any maid coming in for the first time will not have to use levers, telescopes, periscopes, and whatnot to prepare the first meal. For the kitchen cabinet is the first plank in the platform of standardizing domestic work, even as it is being standardized in the factory. This is the basic glory of the kitchen cabinet. Now, for the more important details of its makeup. These cabinets group in one place the necessary tools and materials for getting together the meals of the house. They hold the spices, flour, sugar, bottles, pots and pans, sometimes linens, ice and gas or electric stoves, packages of cereals, etc. And they are the table, the breadboard, the flour board, the flour bin, and dish rack all in one. Here you can work where everything is within arm's reach. You can sit at your work and not fatigue yourself. In short, you have a workbench at last and can feel as professional as the carpenter or the artist. And you must, if the kitchen is ever going to be as important in the life and best living of mankind as it deserves to be. Built of steel entirely in some cases, all wood in others, and a combination of both in still others. They are comfortable and worthwhile in the best makes. Of course, in this product, as in all others, one must go to the best manufacturers who know their business and take an interest beyond the sale. When you buy a kitchen cabinet, you must get the maximum comfort and utility. Go about and see which one you think will save you the most work. The all-steel cabinet, of course, is less responsibility to keep free of vermin. The wood type is a little more care. If your cabinet is to be of wood, see to it that it is ant-proof. The casters as well. Has all-round corners, is varnished and finished steam-proof, has locks that lock, doors that easily open, whether one leaf is shut or both, whether it is winter or summer, supplies a broad enough table to sit down and work at comfortably, a tabletop impervious to liquids, grease, and heat, sanitary glass drawer pull, dovetail wood joinings, easy rolling casters, everything easily withdrawn to clean, and of non-warping well-seasoned wood. The finish must be the best, whether enameled, painted, or varnished. In the cabinet of steel construction, you must be sure that the enamel is on to stay, that the doors, drawers, and locks are of the best construction, electrically welded. The doors, etc. must be rigid enough not to emit hollow sounds every time they are closed. In the best type, the doors do not dent or wobble, but are double, about 7/16 inch thick, reinforced on the inside with heavy steel angles, making them rigidity enthroned. The frames are rabbeted to receive doors and drawers, thus giving no overhang but making a flush surface. The doors in the steel cabinet are more comfortable to handle if they are hung on concealed brass hinges, with bullet catches which enable the doors to open and shut absolutely independent of each other. In both the steel and the wood cabinets, the table tops are all of different material. The best steel type, in our opinion, uses nickel zinc. The best wood cabinets use porcelain, iron, aluminum, vitreous steel, enamel, etc. Any of these tops are good, And when in the standard makes, you can be very sure that they have been well tried and not found wanting in any essential quality. In general, then, the cabinet is a receptacle for the most used things in the kitchen. Therefore, is so much used itself that it cannot be too good and should be adapted to your special need. If you are building a house and want to have your kitchen a real comfort, install a kitchen cabinet or go to the firm that, with its unit system, can make up a kitchen cabinet combining most of the best things you see in any. This is an expensive way, but a miraculous joy. If you want a cabinet to be installed before the house is built, it is a saving in wall tiling where the cabinet is placed, especially if the cabinet is made of steel. There is one cabinet on the market that has an ice box in it, which when installed with the back toward the porch wall, makes it possible for the ice to be put in from the porch, and all packages delivered from the porch through its parcel service shelf opening on the porch. In this cabinet, there is too room for a gas stove or electric plates, so that with it, you have a complete compact kitchen. The unit systems in steel are most elastic, as they can be duplicated over the broadest and the narrowest, longest and shortest kitchens. Whole pantries can be equipped with them. Diet kitchens in the upper floors of large residences can also be equipped with these units so that any member of the family, nurse or valet, can prepare a little meal with everything comfortably housed in the pantry cabinet. They are one of those examples of household developments which are so rapidly coming to the front today and mean so much in convenience. Each maker of kitchen cabinets has a specialty or two which he tells you makes for superiority. Each one is right, so you must choose your favorite and most appealing specialty and buy accordingly. Some, to obviate the little backbending, have a device by which the whole shelf of the bottom of the cabinet pulls out when you open the door and enables you to see what you want without strain or time loss. This we think a delightful device. Others have gravity locks and catches, which always fall in place, sanitary leg bases, high enough from the floor to sweep under, a rolling open front, which makes it simple always to keep the cabinet closed and away from cooking odors, white enamel interior, roller bearing on table so that the table rolls in and out with least possible rebellion or noise, and a drawer for kitchen linen, which is a great comfort. Another advertises the possibility of its use with detached gas or electric range. Its silver drawer, breadboard, parcel service, and icebox and special flour bin. All the cabinets are proud of their flour bins and sifters, and nearly all have special construction so that they are filled and emptied with ease and dispatch. One fine cabinet has a revolving spice container, which is very convenient, of course. The unit system is proud of the adaptability to any need, including even broom closets on the side of the cabinet, filling any wall space. These are usually made of steel and provide a cheaper method of backing up one side of the kitchen than by the use of tile or kitchen shelving. The steel unit systems also come in special store sizes and are not much more expensive than the wood. The steel are either 6-inch from the floor to allow for cleaning, or are stationary and are attached to the floor by curved constructed tile or linoleum, which gives continuity and unity, thus reducing the swabbing out of the floor to simplest terms. The kitchen cabinet that is put in when the house is built, be it of wood or steel, is more convenient than any other closet, as no builder has given sufficient thought to maximum utilities. We have seen architects send their handyman to install closets who seem to be absolutely unlearned in the necessities of the problems. Therefore, before and after building, the kitchen cabinet or the kitchen cabinet unit system is by far the best policy to pursue. The essentials of the cabinet. The cabinet must be able to fulfill these conditions. It must be easily moved if on casters. It must be easily taken apart. Drawers must run smoothly. Racks to hold things must hold things. They must hold enough things, too, to prevent relay kitchen races. The wood cabinets are excellent. The steel we think a degree more self-protecting because they cannot absorb odors or get vermin in vestitures. However, the best grades of wood cabinets are so perfect that we can endorse them ungrudgingly. The cabinet must have supply closets, china, nearly every case, molding boards, work table, cutting board, linen receptacle, pot, pan, and lid holders, bread, cake, spice, sugar containers, and flour and bin shifter devices. All other departures are specialties and are more or less inviting according to the buyer. There is a cabinet, remember, for any space as well as purse. Get the best of the best dealer and make yourself sure that the one you are getting is the least complicated and the easiest to keep clean. They range in price from around $50 up to the thousands. But no matter what they contain or how thrilling they look, unless the cabinet itself is the acme of fine workmanship, you will be in constant irritation over warping parts, dust, and uncleanable surfaces. End of section 27.
Section 28 of Cheating the Junk Pile, the Purchase and Maintenance of Household Equipments. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by T.R. Love of Pleasant Hill, California. Cheating the Junk Pile by Ethel R. Pacer. Section 28, When the Pot Hangs High. My text is, one kitchen tool hung up is worth two in a low cupboard. Taken from the Kitchen Libel, Chapter 1, Verse 1. This may not look like a technical chapter, like one with a lot of mechanical information, and it really isn't. It intends to get behind technicalities and be a radical, don't fear the word, overhauling of women's opinion on the disestablishment of old forms of kitchen usage by very slight changes in kitchen arrangement. For years, kitchens have been built with closets for kitchen pots, built in below the belt, with pernickety little doors and cranky little locks. For years, these closets gave the kitchen denizen or housekeeper herself all the rhythmic exercise necessary to the development of backache and nerves and sense of touch. Into these closets you had to feel for the pan you wanted, and then often had the musical treat of hearing them crash down behind something, and you must needs kneel in prayerful posture to extract the necessary pot or pan. If there were ever a condition in the kitchen so uncongenial to the woman doing her own work, it's this hidden pot and pan game. If the carpenter has learned how to save his back, why not the housewife, who not only does cooking, but also 100 other things? Avant ancient superstitions and affections about dark, low-set closets, and come out in the open on high with your utensils, and whether you have a maid or not, someone's back will be preserved, if not for higher or more things. The argument for hanging. I have written the above in the past tense, but it is really existent today in the majority of homes. Why, I asked a splendid housekeeper, don't you seal up those dark receptacles and hang up your utensils? Gracious, said she, if I hang them up, they'd get all dusty and it wouldn't be sanitary. Ridiculous, quoth she. But, my dear friend, do you think those dark closets are dust-proof? And do you think darkness is a germ killer? The truth is, these closets, away from light, are almost ominous. But, continued my friend, if I decided to hang my things up, where could I do it in this tiny kitchen? It's all right in modern kitchens, but here it is impossible. Here she touched a universal note, in fact, 2 notes, the old-fashioned kitchen and no room. 2 notes upon which the housekeeper plays monotonous choruses to excuse modern advances. My dear friend, I snapped, once upon a time I ran an experiment station in a tenement kitchen. The kitchen was 4 feet wide by 10 feet long. In it were tubs, stove, glass closets, under which were the pot and pan receptacles. I was too busy to stoop every time I needed anything, so I had the carpenter nail on the wall, over the tubs and over the sink, a piece of wood 3 inches wide. This will go in even the tiniest kitchen, into which I screwed hooks, and there I hung every tool I used. Later I had a shelf nailed above it and made my work a smooth performance. I felt like a carpenter working at my bench with all my tool en plein air. And I went on to say, as I had a good opportunity, there is no reason why your kitchen can't be made like a tool chest. No man would tolerate breaking his very strong back to get a pan, or his nerve to pull out a drawer, which so often sticks, for a can opener. Not he. Could you imagine a carpenter, a butcher, or anyone else who worked at everything requiring sharp tools or fine quality tools, jumbling them all up together in a drawer that moves in and out, provoking an earthquake rhythm among the tools, or a little closet in which everything is banged to pieces and has to be groped for? Good tools, good treatment. No, no one could, because no tools will last under such treatment, and good tools are worth keeping, and the very best are reduced to nothingness if not kept well. It's a case, pure and simple, of noblesse oblige. There is a good housekeeping reason, too, for things to be hung up, and this is, when things are in plain sight, they become a constant curse to the cook or to the beholder if they are not scrupulously clean. In the kitchen of suspended animation, you are pretty sure to have clean and spotless pots and pans, to have knives whose edges are not nicked, and to have egg beaters and mayonnaise mixers that are not so out of kilter that you get nervous prostration in coming in contact with a scrambled egg or Russian dressing. These are facts to grapple with. To prove it, just visit a man-manned restaurant or hotel kitchen sometime, and there you will see the brightest, cleanest-looking copper, aluminum, nickel, etc., pots and pans hung up on racks near operating centers ready to be used. If this were anti-hygiene, the Board of Health would intervene. Anyhow, water is at hand in a kitchen, and dust is easily swabbed out. Of course, in the new kitchen, racks are built, and you have no choice, so you accept the pleasanter condition without cavil. In this connection, I can't forbear to mention the apartment garbage can, which owns a hygienic lid, which sits a foot above the floor, and for every useless eggshell to be thrown away, the worker must needs bend double to remove the lid, empty her plate, put on the lid, and raise herself up. Time and energy lost. This could easily be on a little stool under a common kitchen table in which a round hole could be cut, or alongside the garbage-creating table and the stuff slid into it, if it can be bought with a sliding lid. There is also a pail whose lid is lifted by a pedal worked by the foot. Hanging within reach. To be sure, this does not mean to hang up the kitchen table or the stove, but it does mean to keep things that are used hundreds of times every day within the reach of your hands without superfluous stooping and bending. It means, too, that cleaning utensils, such as brooms and dusters and rags, if hung in separate racks in or outside of a closet, will live longer in good condition than if hurled into a corner of a closet where they get smashed and have their 100% utility diminished. Where a culinary tool decreases in efficiency, the human element effort is necessarily increased, and unnecessary fatigue ensues, then sloppy preparation of food, and then dyspepsia. Now, don't you see the inevitable result of slipshod kitchen arrangement? If, for any reason, you like closets for pots and pans, have glass doors on them and have them no lower than 32 inches from the floor. This way, you don't have to stoop. The light penetrates, and an arrangement like this has only the opening and shutting of the door in its disfavor, and the fitting in of the utensils each time, and their possible denting. Even the finest utensils will dent with improper provocation. Open shelves are very convenient, too, if you do not care to hang things up. If you have a niche for each tool, the work becomes almost play. End of section 28. Section 29 of Cheating the Junk Pile, the Purchase and Maintenance of Household Equipments. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by T.R. Love of Pleasant Hill, California. Cheating the Junk Pile by Ethel R. Pacer. Section 29. Brushing up on brushes. Household work is drudgery, unless it is put on as nice, I say nice advisedly in its purest sense, a plain as any other craft. The best way of doing this is to have tools that are adapted to the different kinds of work, and furthermore, and quite as important, tools you are proud of, proud enough to keep well and advantageously. The carpenter does not use one kind of tool for everything. He does not use a chisel where a plane could be used, not only to better the job, but for his own comfort or pleasure. The same thing can be said of the painter, who would not use a whitewash brush for a varnish job. But the housekeeper seems to think it part of her duty, somehow, to use a one-for-all tool, and then wonder why her work is irksome and her job ill done. It is very often difficult to get a maid to use the proper brush, but you will find, if you do your own work, that you will simplify it by using the right brush at the right time. The long-handled type for long-distance work, the short for local jobs, soft ones for delicate, and so on. This careful work, too, will preserve the finishes of various things which must needs be brushed and save the cost of renewing paints and varnishes. Brushwork in the home is the most pregnable of citadels, but one that can be easily fortified against calumnies by a little attention to what a brush is, does, and can be. Of course, a brush is meant to brush. The two main classes of brushes in which you are interested are the household and personal. Of these two, we will discuss the household and just touch in passing the personal brush, such as nail brush, clothes, etc., and will not enter into the paintbrush story, even though the paintbrush is in household use on a surprising number of occasions. Bristles and fibers and hair are the brush of the brush. The finest brushes are of bristle and hair, and the less fine are of fiber, save where bristle could not function any better for the job than fiber. Hair is used in some brushes where fine work and delicate surfaces are involved. For example, the shaving brush is of hair, the silver brush of bristle, the whisk of fiber. A room wall brush, too, is often of hair to save the paper or wall finish. Bristles come from the hog's or boar's back, and the colder the country in which this quadruped roams, the longer and tougher the bristle. Therefore, the Siberian bristle has always been the toughest, and the Chinese have come a close second. We get bristles, too, from France and Belgium. The bristles from the United States are not tough, as we kill the hog too soon for bacon. However, for a soft brush, these bristles are very fine. Japan imports bristles, and so did Austria before 1914. The resilient springy quality in the bristle cannot be duplicated in any other brush material. Due today to the disorganized trade conditions with Europe and Asia, the bristle brush is almost a luxury. The American brush has been conceded to be as fine as the European or magically imported brush, as there is not any place today where the home is being studied by the brush makers as it is being done in America. Bristles don't break if bent, and the longer the bristle, the stiffer and stouter is the butt end by which it is securely fastened. Therefore, all hail the wild old hog. Horsehair, badger, camel's hair, etc. are ideal materials for some brushes. Many household brushes are made of horsehair, shaving brushes of badger, and the artist's brush is made of camel's hair when it can be had. Hearth brushes are sometimes made of the mane hair of the horse. Wall brushes, too, sometimes goat hair is used. Among other brushes made of horsehair frequently are the crumb, table, pastry, bottle, and dishwashing white hair. The very best white horsehair comes from the Russian pony and is very nearly as stiff as bristles. The black horsehair of the finest grade is also imported, as the domestic is not as good. Other horsehair comes from China, Australia, South America. Fiber or bristle. When you buy a brush, if you don't know a fiber from a bristle, ask your dealer. He may say, "No, this is not a bristle, it is made of bass," or bacine, kitule, palmyra, or palmetto, or rice root, or mixed fibers, or union marble, etc. If he is a good dealer, you will not need fear. If his price is not very low, you need not be suspicious, because no good brush is inexpensive today, and no cheap brush is a saving. Of all the fibers, Tampico, from Mexico, Central America largely, the product of a species of cactus plant, is probably the best fiber. Palmyra, too, is an excellent fiber and comes from a plant indigenous to the regions near the Indian Ocean and the Valley of the Tigris. What geographical scope we have in our homes! There are trade names for fiber such as ox fiber, a fine quality of fiber from the cabbage palmetto, and many other trade-named fibers which must be procured by ye purchasers only from purveyors of royal lineage. Brushes are made of mixtures of bristle and hair, such as some flesh brushes or hand brushes. The bristles taking the brunt of the action and holding the water better, yet protecting the hair. Fiber and bristles are sometimes used in combination, too. If you buy an all-bristle brush, you don't want a mongrel variety. If it is a mixture, you are getting a usable and amply priced brush. Black bristle is often made into pipe, window, stove, wall, radiator, milk bottle, and percolator brushes. The color, black or white, of bristles doesn't stamp quality. In some cases, black bristles are bleached for aesthetic reasons. For example, a white toothbrush is more attractive. The natural white bristle usually comes from China and the natural black from Siberia. Fibers in browns and whites, blacks and whites, are mixed in brushes for appearances. Color in brushes is a matter of attractiveness and does not alter the usefulness or the wear of them. The number and variety of brushes on the market are tremendous. One firm makes 69 ordinary household brushes, and besides this has others tucked away, to say nothing of the personal, industrial, and professional classes of brushes. Thousands is not an exaggerated figure to apply to the variety of brushes for all uses on the market today. Another firm shows 29 different kinds of scrubbing brushes, all of fiber: palmyra, rice root, white Tampico, ox fiber, palmetto, etc., etc., of various shapes, sizes, and color. The object being in every case for the purchaser to buy the brush that fits the hand and the job. Brushes must brush only. Brushes, like any other implement, should do their own jobs only and nothing else. A brush that gouges and does a chisel's work is a poor brush, no matter what quality the fiber or brush mark. The brush you buy for your wall or your hardwood floor must not scratch, and must have nothing in its construction that can scratch. Likewise, the brush you buy for your toilet bowl must not scratch or wear the enamel, and the bristles must be bristles, or if of fiber, you will have your brush acting like a blotter. Your brush must clean and brush. It must not become a bacteria nestling haven. Brushes bought for the radiator can get under the piano and into small spaces, but they are still brushes, and the more things they brush, the better, of course. Furthermore, bristles in a stove brush should not be stiff enough to engrave designs on the nickel work on the stove. The same may be said for the pot scouring brush. It, if made of fiber or bristle, must not chip enamel or aluminum by any part of its construction. The brush that fits its works saves time. For example, the brush that is meant for the toilet bowl should be shaped to fit the toilet trap. It should be so built that its wire will not rust. After it is shaken out, it ought not to drip when hung up. The bristles should not mat or separate, and should be so made as to bend to your will. If it is of fiber, this brush will mat and become of no avail in short order. Such a brush can be used as a bathtub cleaning brush and will not break the back when functioning. Baldness is the worst disease of bad brushes. Bristles and fiber must be stitched and anchored so as not to shed. The frosting brush would be a danger if a bristle were swallowed with a bite of cake. You probably know the agony of a clothes brush that sheds bristles. The backless, twisted-in wire brushes give brush area on all sides and are so secured that the bristle is fixed indefinitely. The brush that is all brush, which has no emerging back to scratch, and which brushes at every angle, saves time and effort too. The protean vegetable brush. One of the most useful brushes on the market is the vegetable brush, a little brush whose uses are many. If there are a few in the household, they can be used for washing vegetables, scraping silk from corn, scrubbing poultry, scouring pots and pans, cleaning white shoes, sprinkling clothes, for they hold enough water, and scrubbing dishes. For the kitchenette today, the sink brush and dishwashing brush with their long handles are a boon for the housewife, as she can keep her hands in condition by not getting them into hot water so constantly. These brushes have various other obvious uses besides. Don't use paper to grease pans or glaze cakes. Use a pastry brush. Of course, this brush must be made without glue or cement, so that it can be frequently washed in scalding water, and the bristles still be where they should be. A brush small enough for the percolator tube is to be had. It is good for teapot spouts, gas burner holes, typewriter interstices, etc. Among other brushes to which you may need introduction are wicker reed. This gets in the tiny spaces so annoying to clean with mammoth tools. Refrigerator or pipe brush. This is a fairy wand to keep off plumbers from your estate. Also a pipe dream in its general pipe cleaning skill. Hearth brush. A good utilitarian tool for those owning not only a home but a hearth. Radiator. Gets around a radiator as if it loved it. Can be used under a piano, etc. Good for chandeliers, under oven or gas stove, etc. Comb cleaner. The same brush company which makes the above backless and twisted wire brushes has just put a little comb cleaning brush on the market. It is like a little lawnmower which travels over and through the comb teeth. Brush cleaner. This new thing is intended to loosen the soil which attaches itself to brushes by scraping it off. It is made of bone entirely. Remember, there are hundreds of brushes and that they are designed for every kind of thing. And best of all, there are companies who exist just to fit you out with brushes and who will advise you just what kinds to get. Mops and dusters. Just a word or two about mops, which are more and more coming to be made of cotton, which, though not technically absorbent cotton, does absorb the dust. They are not oily, but chemically treated, so will not hurt the rugs. They should be of wire construction, no parts exposed so as to scratch. They must be of strong, enduring cotton, reversible, washable, with an adjustable long handle, usable for ceiling, walls, doors, windows, pictures, baseboards, and floors. Good for corners. The handle will be at least long enough to obviate all backbending. Of course, there is a dish mop for washing cups, pitchers, or dishes, and the lightweight wet mop with long handle of washable, reversible, corner-hunting, absorbent cotton yarn. The duster that dusts and does not smudge is what is needed. The one that can dust finger marks off polished surfaces, absorb the dust, and can get into difficult places without breaking the back, or, more important still, the heart. These and many other brushes are to be had for your comfort and for the asking and paying. Many times in the use of fiber brushes, whether for personal or household uses, it is wise to immerse them completely in water for a half minute and set them aside to dry, resting on the fiber face of the brush instead of the wooden back or on one of the ends. Laying the brush flat down permits the entire surface to drain in the shortest possible time. The object of dipping the brush in water before use is to overcome a factory defect, which is possible in some factories, for once the fibers of the brush are dipped in water, the water is drawn up into the hole by capillary attraction and rusts the staple, which is of iron wire, and as this staple starts to rust, it forms a bond with the wood that makes the anchoring permanent. Should there be one or two loose tufts, they will be cured by the rusting process. After using the brush, shake out the water and place it face downward or standing on the bristles so that it will drain and dry. You are particularly interested in the manufacture of brushes, except to get what you pay for. The handles of your brushes must be comfortable, smooth, long enough in some instances to save your back from pain, and short or small enough to fit your hand. In all cases, they must be firm and reliable. The handles are preferably not joined with a swivel joint, as this is apt to turn. The clamp is a better fastening. In the best grade of household brush, most of the handles are of wood or twisted wire, treated so as to be practically rustless. The nail brush and toothbrushes, of course, are often of French ivory, and the handle is so made as to allow no dirt to remain in the handle. Often, too, the bristles can be taken out to be cleaned or replaced. The hairbrush is a story in itself. Brushes must be easily cleaned and cared for. Brush racks can be bought, or carpenters make them very simply. Above all, you want a brush that brushes, whose bristles or fibers are anchored to stay, whose utility goes with years, not months, whose depth depends not on use but abuse, and to whose employing you look forward with pleasure. End of section 29. Section 30 of Cheating the Junk Pile, the Purchase and Maintenance of Household Equipments. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by T.R. Love of Pleasant Hill, California. Cheating the Junk Pile by Ethel R. Pacer. Section 30. The Quiet House. The entrance to a house is like the tonic chord of a sonata. It gives you the key, the introduction to the atmosphere of the home. You really get an impression of a home immediately upon entering the hallway. It is also true that on entering a house you are lured or repelled by the sounds in it, whether from the house itself or the people living there. If you are greeted by loud voices, slamming doors, creaking stairs, there is immediately the impression that this particular home is not well ordered and that the people in it are not at peace. If you are at once enveloped by quiet and loveliness, a feeling of peace is suggested, and involuntarily we expect to meet a charming family. The good architect always gives the builder a set of plans that should make a satisfactory house. But as an eminent architect recently said, it seems to be the aim of most builders to change every detail of the architect's plan. So it is a wise idea to watch the construction of your home so that when the house is actually built, you will find it not only attractive to look at, but so well constructed in every detail that there are no complaints to make as to leaks or noise or cold. If a house is built of good materials, is well planned, is well put together, a sense of peace is usually the result. In order to accomplish this, every detail of the house must be considered, the windows and the doors, the stairs and floors. Due to the high cost of building, heavy masonry is not always used in the division of rooms and the separating of stairs from rooms. Where a slight partition only is required, there are on the market today asbestos, felt, and composition boards which render excellent service and are often fireproof and soundproof. To shut away a nursery, these lightweight soundproof partitions are admirable. They not only leave a nursery perfectly quiet at night, shut away from all the disturbances of the house, but during the daytime they keep the family from hearing the play, the romping, or the unhappy times in the nursery. Of course, the arrangement of rooms, such as the relation of the nursery and kitchen to other parts of the house, has much to do with the peace of the home. The service end of the house should, so far as possible, be shut away by halls and doors from too close communication with the living part of the house. Think of this when you are planning your home. All uncovered floors are noisy, no matter how well they are laid or how nicely they are finished. Of whatever your floor is made, it should be well constructed. Over an adequate subfloor, if of wood, it should be put down so compactly that there is never a sound from it. But when it comes to quiet, you must have the carpets or rugs. Bare floor never produces it under any conditions. Metal weather strips. So important are they in relation to comfort and peace in the house that they should really be included in the specifications for the building of a home. Besides keeping out wintry blasts, they contribute much to a quiet atmosphere. In the first place, they help to keep the din of the street from indoors. Also, when they are applied to the interior of doors, the noise from one room doesn't easily reach another. Windows that carry weather strips slide up and down easily. And a good word can be said of the weather-stripped door. A door with this silencer about it closes quietly and securely. Even if one is in a hurry, the door does not show it. Another device for lessening the sound of doors shutting is a piston noise retarder. It has an air cushion which is attached to the frame of the door, and the piston is fixed to the door. This keeps the door from slamming. Screen doors, which are of no use unless they shut quite tightly, should be fitted with this device. Children will bless it, and so will the servants in the house. All these things should be considered both as to price and comfort when you are planning your house, so that when you first begin to live in it, you find peace and quiet instead of a succession of irritating worries. A small device, but one not to be regarded lightly, is a set of rubber or glass furniture protectors, which, when affixed to the legs of any piece of furniture, make it possible to move it about without noise and without any especial effort. These protectors also save the floor and keep the carpets from being worn and torn. They are easily attached and not expensive. The silence cloth on the dining table, whether made of cloth or asbestos, is another means of lessening disturbing sounds in a house. And in some homes, I have known it to be a rule that all the servants must wear rubber heels. This not only lessens the noise in the house, but it mitigates, to a very great extent, the weariness felt by busy maids who are on their feet practically all day long. A great deal of the clattering sound in the kitchen can be avoided by lining the cutlery drawers with felt, so that when silver and knives are put away, the clashing of pieces together is avoided. Pantry dresser drawers should be lined in the same way. This lining felt can easily be installed by pasting or tacking, and it is not expensive. A good place for everything, and everything in its place, is an especially good idea in connection with the pots and pans in a kitchen. Much of the annoying sound from this source can be obviated by hanging the utensils, because most of the sound is due to the falling together of pots and pans as they are piled on top of each other when being put away on the shelves after use. One of the chief offenders against the charm of the home in the matter of noise is cheaply constructed plumbing. This is not only unsanitary, but at times deeply embarrassing. Good plumbing is an absolute essential in the well-constructed house. Nothing will betray your economy so promptly as plumbing that is not of good materials and well placed. It is necessary to get all your fixtures from the most reputable dealer and have the best workmen put them in, and then you will save money in the long run, and charm and peace will envelop the plumbing side of life. The bathtub with a water inlet so fixed that there is only a little noise for a few seconds or none at all is a point of perfection that manufacturers are making every effort to attain. Perhaps the nearest to it is a device hung very low in the tub, so that after the first few inches of water the faucet is covered, and the noise from the inflowing water is smothered. People who will not endure the slightest rattle or creaking in an automobile will live for months with a squeaking, leaking faucet. A slight adjustment will usually remedy the difficulty. Sometimes only a washer is needed, and even an entirely new faucet is not a purchase with very serious consequences. As yet, no way has been found to modify the noise of the telephone without lessening its effectiveness. The telephone is rung to catch your attention, and if you muffle the bell too completely, you are liable to lose an important call. If you have a very noisy telephone bell in an apartment where every sound is heard, you can muffle it slightly with a little pad of absorbent cotton. This is an especially good thing to try where the sound of the bell disturbs an invalid or little children. Rugs are a delightful way to reduce noise in the hall. A long runner that goes the whole length of the hall and about half its width will keep your hall quiet for your own house and prevent its disturbing your neighbors. Of course, in a house where the hall is large and capacious, the surface is much more interesting, covered with groups of rugs. A runner spoils its interest, and a carpet is less intriguing. Quiet is one of the most difficult things to find these days in the city, and also one of the most essential things for one's work and happiness and health. There is only one way to acquire it in the modern home, and that is to look after every detail of your house at the very beginning. After all, the things that make for quiet are in the main little things. Yet it takes thought, some experience, and a good deal of attention to detail at the beginning of making a home to ensure in it that pervasive charm which must have for its foundation quiet throughout the house. End of section 30. Section 31 of Cheating the Junk Pile, the Purchase and Maintenance of Household Equipments. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by T.R. Love of Pleasant Hill, California. Cheating the Junk Pile by Ethel R. Pacer. Section 31. Ostracizing the Fly. "Try my glasses," coaxed a kind old lady when her young friend broke her own bone rims, and she did. But she was far from happy, in fact, quite miserable, and her eyes took a long time to recover from the ravages of the ill-fitting glasses. Naturally, nobody should use glasses made for another. Glasses that have been more than carefully fitted to the individual's eye are none too good if comfort and eye ease are desired. So it is with the installation of screens. It may sound queer to compare eyeglasses and screens, but nevertheless the analogy is nearly perfect. As the eyes vary, so do the apertures of the various homes. Therefore, unless screens are fitted carefully to each window, door, or porch, there will be discrepancies, and if one fly or insect can get in, others can, and there will be not only discomfort, but probably disease distribution. Swat the fly? No, don't give yourself a chance to swat it. Keep it out. Therefore, if you have a house to screen, do it the best way you can, or the money spent will be a dead loss. They must be bug-tight, even as a ship is watertight. Unless they are, you will be the host at continual insect balls and chairman of the Rust Convention, and store up for yourself an irritability unprecedented. For there is no more annoying thing in the home than recalcitrant or obstinate screens. It is strange that any missionary work need be done about screens, because almost everyone agrees upon their uses in health prevention and comfort assurance. Yet with all the purchasing of them is done ignorantly and as carelessly as the young woman who uses anybody's glasses for her own particular and peculiar eyes. To begin with, do not order screens to be made right away. They cannot be done in less than a 30-day month and be made with any finish. Order early enough after you have received estimates from the best screen makers. Then take the estimate which gives you the best value after you have either seen the models, actual installations, or are satisfied that you will get the thing that you need for your particular case. The skillful screen men treat your case as individually as the oculist treats your eyes. Your screens should be 1. Simple to manipulate, should pull up, lower, raise, or thrust out easily and happily, and should be simply removed for storage, if necessary, and uncomplicatedly reapplied. 2. All the hardware should be inseparable from the body of the screen, that is, catches, bolts, locks, etc. 3. All the metalwork should be rustless and adapted to the region in which you live. 4. Frames must be rigid and wire-cloth taut, well fastened at every point in the frame, not sag, and be rigid. 5. Wooden frame screens must be of kiln-dried, seasoned wood, and when expedient, of hardwood. 6. Renewal of wire cloth must be a simple matter without an armory of fancy tools. 7. All should be neat, attractive, matching the window, door, or porch trim where they are placed. 8. They must be a pleasure to use, not limiting the use of the window or door screened, nor breaking the back or arm when in use. Screen frames are made of metals and of wood. Due to the architectural design of some windows or doors, it is necessary for a wood frame to be used, and for the same reason, it is often wiser to use a metal frame. Wherever metal frames can be used, they are the best to buy, as they will stand up longer, and if the best be bought, they will need less renovation, as they can be made rigid at only half the width of the wood screen. Furthermore, you will get more ventilation than you do with the wood frame screen. Of course, you want air and as much as you can get of it. Therefore, the narrower the frame, the more perfect the screen. The metals used in frames are pretty much up to the quality of your screen's maker. They are to be had of bronze and various concoctions of bronze, dependent on the patents of your purveyor, of grass finish, copper finish, steel enameled, steel painted, steel grained to look like the wood trim, steel galvanized, and steel regalvanized, monal metal. To be honest, there are two better classifications of screens, those that are rustless and those that are not. Monal metal is used for seashore houses, as the salt air does not corrode or corrupt it. Variations of the bronze screen are also adapted to seashore use. The painted steel screen has to be painted over and over again to keep it from rusting and wearing out. The galvanized screen is practically rustless, and regalvanized is quite positively an insurance against rust. Be sure that when you buy a bronze frame, it is not simply a bronze steel frame. Steel invites rust, and the way to have a rustless screen is to make steel an absentee or galvanize it. All the hardware must be of non-rusting material. No doubt, as soon as the rustless steel is on the market in large quantities, screenmen will be using it instead of galvanizing, painting, etc., and using it and bronze and monal metals for hardware. Some details. The corners in the metal and in the wood frame as well have to be of exquisite workmanship. The best types have no screws or rivets or plates or projections of any sort, yet are of a perfect interlocking or welded construction and hold the screen cloth at every point with infallible tenacity. There is no aperture so shaped that it cannot be framed in screens by the ablest screen makers. In the case of the metal screen, the bent work is really a work of art, in that they are not puckered or pinched, but are sans humps, sans bumps, sans everything but beauty, rigidity, and conformity to conditions. Every screen manufacturer has his own scheme for fastening the screen cloth firmly in both metal and wood frames. The idea is that the cloth must not sag in the frames on the largest openings in doors or windows, porches, etc., that, when either whacked by the children or inadvertently struck by adults, the cloth will remain taut and rigid and stay in place in the frame. The tubular metal frame in this connection seems the most logical metal frame. It is lighter and as strong as the other types of metal frames. It is so admirably contrived that the cloth can be removed without an extra tool, and the springs and slides can be very conveniently and admirably fitted. The tracks or slide upon which the metal frame works must be a slide and not a series of sticking points. This means good workmanship. Another advantage the metal frame has over the wood frame is that it does not need the disfiguring hinges. If hinged, it can be hung on the pivot hinge, which leaves no scar, and is inserted in the casing of the window and leaves no trace. When it is to be taken down for the winter, it is simply lifted out. no pins to come out of hinges, and no unscrewing. Varieties of metal screens. The type of screen is, of course, dependent upon the kind of window or opening you have to screen. The usual types are sliding and rolling, casement, and stationary. The sliding screens are usually used on the double-hung window and slide on a slide. The best slides are of metal backed by wood. A double-hung window can be screened by a single screen or a double one, dependent on the wish of the purchaser. The double slide is necessary, of course, in the case of the double screen. In this connection, it is interesting to note that there is a new type of window lately on the market that arranges in the head of the window a space into which not only the screen can disappear, but the window itself, and be out of the way. This, of course, allows for a completely open window, even more so than the casement. The pleasure of the slide screen is in the fact of its sliding and not catching on a series of struggles to make it work. Springs and tubular grooved frames complete this type. If the springs get out of order in a tubular grooved frame, they can easily be taken out and restored without special tools. They are protected also from wear and rust and make so as to withstand atmospheric ravages. A safety device should be provided to prevent the spring from accidentally disengaging itself. If the screen is hung inside the window, one hand lift is sufficient. If it is hung outside, it is well to have another on the inside to be of service when removing them for winter storage. Rolling screens. The acme of screen perfection is attained in the rolling screen. At present, this type is creating the interest it deserves, as it is adapted to every kind of window and can be kept on the window throughout the year. The screen is of metal and rolls up on a roller like a window shade. It is of simple construction, durable, and non-rusting. It is light and rolls with great dispatch. Some of these shade-like frames can be raised and lowered at any point on the window frame. They are rigid, do not sag on the broadest of windows, and are equipped with non-rusting metal, and are either of Monel or bronze in fittings and framing. The track in which they slide is also non-rusting and holds the screen well in place. The screen cloth is of the best mesh and is tightly fastened at every point in the frame. The fact that these screens are inside the window leaves them free from the ravages of the elements, which is another point in their favor. Some of these screens are supplied with a cord like a shade that pulls up and down the same way. Some of these roller screens have employed zinc on all exposed parts, and this is a rust preventative. The same brand employs a waterproofed fabric less expensive than metal, also bronze, copper, and monel metal. One especial type of rolling screen presents an advantage that is very desirable. It has a patent side grip for the edges of the monel screen cloth and a perfected runway in which travels a series of metal clips holding the cloth and so arranged as to roll up without difficulty. The screen roll is assembled in a zinc casing made exactly to fit the window, which is easily attached to the stops at the top of the window frame, and, when painted or stained to match the trim, looks like a part of it and is almost invisible. The two side runways, also of zinc, are screwed to the window stops like weather strips and are painted or stained in similar manner, making them entirely inconspicuous. The window shade is then replaced just below the screen casing, and neither interferes with the other. The screen is so adjusted that it easily pulls down or pushes up at will, automatically locks itself on being brought down to the sill, and, after being released by a slight upward push, remains in whatever position it is left. It covers the whole of every window and is so simple in construction and direct in action that once installed, it should never get out of order. In case of damage, it can easily be removed. new parts obtained, and as easily be relocated. In new houses under construction, provision can easily be made to sink the screen casing and side runways into the window frames so that they are almost invisible. If the rolling screen is not used, the casement can be covered with top-hung outside screens, side-hung double-door style, or single from one side or stationary on the outside if the window opens inside. When possible, the casement screen should be hung on pivot hinges to permit ease of detaching for storage, and, as we said before, to leave the window without the marring of the hinge there or removed. However, frequently in the case of the unusually large screen, the use of a little strap hinge is sometimes necessary to carry the extra weight. In marble window casing, the hinge, of course, is an impossibility. A couple of side levers on either side of the screen for releasing the pivots when the screens are to be taken off for the winter make the matter of removal as easy as falling off a log. The top hinge screen on the outside of the window, which pushes out from the inside, has to be hung very securely, and the bolts and pivots and handles and adjusters have to be made to perfection. The adjuster for pushing this window out or open must be a pleasure to use, or else this type of screen will be a curse. There is an adjuster now on the market that is put on the window in such a way that the screen can be opened or closed without opening the inside of the window. A double insurance against inroads of bugs while opening the window to adjust the screen. Put up to stay put stationary screens are fastened with bolts, which are removed when necessary to store. Wooden frames. The story of the wooden frame is about the same as the metal, only that the wood frame can't rust, but can wear out if not seasoned and kiln dried and given all the care and manufacture that long life in woods necessitates. Here, too, the corner construction must be perfect, must be able to bear the weight of the screen and take out the jars. The frame must be rigid, light, and strong. The wire cloth must be so fastened at every point that there is no sag or bagginess in the broadest window. Now all this is possible in the best wood frame screens with good workmanship. Everyone thought for a long time that the metal screen could not incorporate their good points. Don't be fooled by someone saying that the wood screen cannot be made foolproof, for it can and is. Here again, every maker has his own device for catching the metal cloth. Here again, the metal cloth must be rustless. Here again, the metalwork and hardware must be rustless. The screen must make easy manipulation possible. The screen door question, too, is rallied round with the same provisos of manufacture as metal and wood screens. There are the 2-leaf door and the 1-leaf. The new thing on the door is the fact that the whole door may be screened, or only one half screened, the rest of wood or metal. Yet it is far better to have the whole door screened, but for the sake of beauty and lack of monotony, the lower half can be guarded with a metal panel which will not only look well, but protect the wire cloth. Sometimes, too, in the wholly screened door, just a metal guardrail is applied to prevent injury to the wire cloth on the full expanse of a door. If half the door is of wood, there again you lose the free entry of air, so it is advisable to screen the door completely and use the guard metal work to beautify and protect it. Some of the lower portions of doors, as is the case with French windows, are beautifully carved to be in keeping with a handsome wood interior. Doors, too, should be equipped with a good check to prevent them from banging and closed tightly. Locks or no locks are questions to be decided by the buyer, but all hardware, belts, catches, pins, hinges, etc., should, of course, follow the no-rust regime and be of the most durable stuff and match up with the surrounding hardware. Even though the frame and its hanging are of vital importance, yet what would the screen be without the screen cloth? And, of course, there are as many kinds of cloth in this quarter of the world's work as in any other, and you have to know something of the variety in order to know what you are buying, to buy advantageously. Here again you play the old tune, rustlessness. The cloth must be of a mesh not too fine for free entry of air, and fine enough to prevent the smallest insects from entering. But here you must use discretion. If your home is in the Adirondacks, where black flies and midgets precede the mosquitoes, then it is the better part of wisdom to use a finer mesh. If you are at the seashore, the ordinary coarser mesh is sufficient. Wire cloth varieties. There is also choice here. You can have 1. Painted steel cloth, which must be repainted often in accordance with its exposure and in regard to where it is exposed and whether it is hung inside or outside of the window. 2. Galvanized steel mesh. This is often blackened for eye ease. 3. Monal metal, an alloy of copper and nickel. Guaranteed rust-proof, used mainly at seashore resorts, but good for any place. 4. Bronze and patented bronzes, used as is the monal wire cloth. Here a coat of paint to dull the bronze glare is of real service to the eye. 5. Copper. A coat of dull paint here, too, will take off the glare. Manufacturers have various bronze cloths, and they are sold under various names. Its great use is imperviousness to rust, but it has to be of the best manufacture to ensure this paradisiacal condition. The porch that is screened with pernickety screens never is screened in time to reject the insect world. So here is another case where they must fit and be made to order. What is a sleeping porch without a screen, without a functioning screen? One swallow may not make a summer, but one fly can make torture out of night. Some makers will key your screens so that each screen has its tag for replacement, and there is no loss of effort and time in resetting them next year in their proper places. This can be done in windows, door, and porch work. Of course, with the rolling screen, they are never taken down and much labor is saved. Screens are not a luxury, they are a health measure. When we get more civilized, we will probably have our screens inspected to see that they fit, and the boards of health in various towns will keep a close watch on them, for diseases are rapidly being traced to the minute insect carriers. Typhus and yellow fever are the last results. Think what Central Europe would have been spared had it been properly screened. Contrary to usual opinion, screens can be most attractive and fit in with the surrounding wood trim and be a department of house furnishing not to be belittled. And don't fail to realize that a lot of trouble can be saved and unsightliness be avoided if the screen is thought of before building your home. And if the roller type is installed, you have no storage care or removal and recurring slavery. End of section 31. Section 32 of Cheating the Junk Pile, the Purchase and Maintenance of Household Equipments. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by T.R. Love of Pleasant Hill, California. Cheating the Junk Pile by Ethel R. Pacer. Section 32. Polishing the Water Supply. "I found a fish in my bathtub today," said I to a friend. "Wasn't that the best place in the house to find one?" was the reply. "Yes," I said, "but I can't say I enjoy bathing in an aquarium. And my civic pride is hurt because I have been so proud of my city's water quality and all of the sister municipalities which filter or chlorinate or both." In this anecdote is the crux of the filter situation. In times gone by, a filter was sold to save life from polluted waters, from streams, wells, surface sources, sewage-burdened rivers, etc. It was a dire necessity and became, by its efficiency or lack of it, a godsend or a menace. If it were a good filter, it needed care and attention in the greatest degree to make it a boon. If it were a bad filter, it continued, despite care, to be a curse far more dangerous than the unfiltered product, because it became a collector and a breeding place for bacteria and doled out water as pure to the most modest of drinkers. But as with every department of living in this realm, things have moved on, in this case gloriously. For since the municipalities have taken our lives in their hands, the dangers from bad filters are slight, and the need of good ones necessary, but not a life and death matter. In short, the excitement about filters in the home is dead, but their use goes marching on. However, as this story will be read by inhabitants of unfiltered municipalities and towns, whatever danger and comfort can accrue from non-filtration or filtration of water will be evident after a glance at this attempt to bring it to your mind. Just as this goes to press, we see in the paper that a western town of Salem has 780 cases of typhoid in a population of 10,000. Here is food for thought. Hundreds of towns, one firm alone has installed about 163 plants. In the United States, have municipal filtration plants. Some even oxygenate the water by fountaining it aesthetically skyward and allowing it to entice to itself oxygen from the free air, by which it gets life and polish and becomes refreshing. Some towns chlorinate the water supply. When water is chlorinated, minute quantities of chlorine are added which absolutely destroy the germs in the water, but do not alter its chemical or physical characteristics in the least. The difference between a water that has been chlorinated and one that has not been so treated is that in the first case the germs are destroyed, but in the second case they remain in the water to cause possible disease. This process is rarely used in the home as the control is too difficult. But in the case of the elaborate residents with large incumbencies in the way of model farms, dairy, stables, machine shops, etc., it is used. Also, the smallest plants are used in the case of large swimming pools in and out of fine residences, where, of course, the water has been found to be bacterially degenerate and where the work of purification is not done by a benign municipality. To get to the roots of the matter, you want water, you don't care what the high-browed engineer does to it, to be 1. Colorless, 2. Tasteless, 3. Odorless, 4. Free from suspended matter, 5. With enough oxygen gas to make it refreshing and give it life, 6. Without germs or food for germs. What you want to keep out: 1. Suspended impurities, vegetable, animal, such as the fish, mineral, microscopical algae, what you see on the stagnant waters, infusoria, etc. 2. Dissolved impurities. 3. Disease germs, typhoid, cholera, etc. What you must demand in a filter: 1. All of the above. 2. Durability. 3. Simplicity of management. 4. Nearest approach possible to self-cleaning. The uncertain human element makes many a good filter fall down. These 4 things are essential to the longevity of the filter and to you, if you inhabit filterless vales. Another thing suggested by the 4th article of faith above is the care of the filter. If you have a maid, you can't be sure in what state the filter is, unless you keep close watch or have constant inspection by a service bureau. Slight danger from the nearly self-cleaning filter can, by care, be entirely eliminated, but only with care. To clarify, after its long piped journey, probably through rusty pipes, etc., to ensure plumbing in case of the installed filter in the cellar, against clogging, incrustations, and general wear, accumulations of material bound to enter the water on its trip through the pipes to the house, due to broken water mains, fires in the city, accidents of any kind, to give the laundry a clean appearance. For the best laundry work availeth little if the water is murky or turbid, to polish water or render it free from flavor and turbidity. When typhoid had its happy hunting ground in plumbing, it was thought quite in keeping to have typhoid cases in abundance. In Pittsburgh and other such afflicted towns, it is now felt to be a heinous sin, since filtration has become a part of the service that towns render to their inhabitants. In fact, all boards of health today feel it to be a felony and disgrace to find a case of such a disease in the community. So, to public-spirited citizens in unfiltered regions, your task is cut out for you. You can get rid of muddy, dirty water by municipal filtration plants or home filters and care. For those who live in filtered towns, the use of filters is manifest too. There are various kinds of filters in use, but only two kinds are of interest for use in the home. 1. The type affixed to spigot or water cooler. 2. The installed filter placed in cellar or other part of the home to filter the whole water supply. These are divided into many technical categories, but what you are interested in are the following questions. Do you need a filter? What shall you have to know to buy a filter intelligently? Rapidly stated, it is safest to buy a filter from a manufacturer who says, "My filter is not absolutely perfect, but it is the nearest thing to perfection we can get." We know our filter can render water from 90 to 100% free of bacteria, as we have had bacteriological tests made by competent chemists. When you order a filter, put down on paper the answers to the following questions and send them to the manufacturers, who will then give you the data and prices. Choose the best manufacturer and then invest. 1. Are the fixtures all on direct water supply, or are they supplied from an open storage tank or combination of the two? 2. What are the source, nature, and peculiarities of the water to be filtered? Has it odor, taste, vegetable discoloration, clay, or iron stain? 3. What sort of water supply system do you use, and what of the water pressure? What is the size of the supply pipe? Ask your plumber. 4. How many gallons of water are required to be filtered per minute, per hour, or per 8, 10, 12, or 24 hours? Ask your plumber. 5. How many bathrooms and other water fixtures are in your home? 6. Is there a municipal plant in your town? What kind? Since 1885, thousands of filters have been patented. Years ago, the smallest and most unreliable maker would put a filter on the market and promise immunity from death and let it go at that, because folks are anxious to be saved. Today, not many more than 6 filters are really sold with a guarantee by reliable firms backing them. Why? Because most of these filters were cheap and flimsy, did nothing but strain water and strain their point as well. These small manufacturers would spring into being one day and sink into oblivion the next. The filters, if they did filter, not strain only, would become breeding nests for bacteria. Physicians feared and forbade them. The filters on the market today are in varying degrees reliable, depending greatly on their functions, on the amount of care and wear, and how they are used. For example, coarse gravel as a medium through which to purify water might be good to take out bits of sediment, big bits, but it would not act on the bacteria. In general, the materials used in filters through which the water must pass to be purified are sand, quartz, charcoal, cloth, paper, etc. Another class of filters passes the water through a bauges or candle made of unglazed porcelain, kaolin, natural stone, artificial stone, asbestos, diatomaceous earth, etc. The pores through which the water flows catch the bacteria and sediment. With this list before you, you must ask yourself if you need only a strainer. Is the water free from bacilli? Have you a municipal chlorinating plant or filter plant? If so, any good filter will do to strain out suspended matter. But if you are very anxious to have perfect water, you cannot go wrong by having a filter which will catch bacteria which may have accidental entry in any community whatever. If you know you have dirty water and no municipal plant, you cannot be too careful as to what you use in rendering safe the water from well, stream, or any other source. The most reliable faucet filter is the diatomaceous earth candle type, which is simply cleaned by brushing off its soft surface and boiling occasionally to kill furtive bacteria. The great drawback to this type of filter is that it is not a reformer and cannot force the user to keep it clean. Therefore, it is up to the user, and as its agent told the writer, filter use in a city like New York is a matter of temperament. Some people enjoy caring for a filter in order to make a splendid water supply foolproof. Others dislike the care and do not mind the slight risk in any city water supply or the discoloration that is often inherent. Filters, whether installed or attached to faucets, are built to fit the occasion. It is interesting to realize that nearly every fine home in New York, especially on Fifth Avenue, has a filter, despite the city's excellent water supply. Not so much to save life, as it so often does, owing to frequent invasions of germs into even excellent water, but for the feeling of clean, unflavored, unfishy, unwoody water, and for the insurance of long life of the plumbing system. And to save deterioration in plumbing is a thing devoutly to be wished. Sand or quartz is the usual medium for filtration in the home. Bone char is often added to these to destroy taste, for there is nothing as disagreeable as water with a decided taste. There are a few filters today which, when installed in the cellar, consist of one or two vertical tanks attached to the water supply. In one tank is quartz, through which the water passes, and in the other is bone char to carry away flavor. In one case, the filter has a simple lever which, when set at a certain spot on the dial, washes out the filter beds and frees them from contamination. As the impurities in the water are removed by a filter, they accumulate in a mass or cake on top of the filter bed. If this cake or matted formation is not broken up and thoroughly disintegrated, it will roll up during the washing process and not only clog but contaminate a filter bed, utterly destroying its efficiency as a purifying medium, steadily diminishing the water supply. Hence, a cutting plate is placed immediately above the bed of quartz. As soon as the operating lever is moved to the point washing, the washing current is introduced at the bottom of the filter. The filter bed is lifted bodily upward and forced through the cutter, which literally tears the matted film of impurities into fragments. At the same time, it thoroughly breaks up the bed, separates and perfectly scours each grain of filtering material by the force of the reverse current of water in a space twice the size it occupies during the filtering process. The impurities, having been separated from the bed and broken up into minute particles, are carried out of the filter through the waste pipe by the reverse current of water. During this process, a screen at the top of the filter prevents the filtering material quartz from escaping out of the filter. In this way, by the least effort, the turn of a handle once a week, the filter becomes a boon and not a menace. After the cleaning process is over, a matter of from 10 to 20 minutes, the lever is turned to another point designated in the bond, and the filter goes back to normal. The agitated sand and char are calmed down and ready to chasten the next lot of water. In some localities where the water, though it may be chlorinated and bacteria-free, is dark and turbid and full of the finest sediment, the usual sand or quartz, even with the tiniest of spaces between the grains, cannot prevent this hyperfine sediment passing through into the filter. In order to catch this impure water with its fine sediment, alum is often introduced into the filter to coagulate the fine sediment, as you have seen the white of an egg coagulate coffee grounds, and permits it in the flock to be caught as it passes through the interstices of the filter bed. Here you can easily see why you must be careful to give the filter manufacturer a graphic description of your water supply. Then, too, the installed filter, just described, may be rendered useless if by any means the pipes in the home become contaminated. There are some filters on the market. This caution is for the unfiltered community, which only strain. Those fitted with paper, cloth, cotton, etc. are fine in their places, but you must know their places. One filter, for example, is said to be very speedy. However, in this case, the filter is attached to the faucet. You are admonished to let the water run for about half a minute because, as the water ran through before, the collection of germs must be given a chance to flow out. In this filter, the water flows in at one end through bone char and quartz, and the next time it is used, the current is reversed and flows back through the filter bed, self-washing, but carrying with it the bacteria collected on its last passage. Therefore, if you forget to let the water run for a time, you may get your stomach full of more potent germs than if you use the ordinary water with its occasional bacteria. Good filters in the last analysis spell safety first, wherever they may be. For despite municipal intervention, accidents will happen, and even though the trouble be corrected in a short time, 15 minutes can prove a real menace. There is one filter just coming out to our markets, made in Germany, which has been tried and tested and found good. It is affixed to the water supply, direct, not in cellar, and accomplishes filtration by the process of passage of water through a paper-like fabric of discs, 1/4 inch thick. These discs keep water absolutely sterile in the laboratory for 17 days, but the makers, rightly, will only guarantee them for 48 hours in order to obviate danger to their promises through the accidents which may happen. The test under German scrutiny proved that typhoid germs were rendered nil for 17 days, and try as they might, could not force their way through the discs. This is a good certificate of good conduct. Sewage, for example, during the war was rendered harmless as drinking material by the means of this filter disc, so it is claimed. Filtering, unlike sterilizing, does not take the life out of water or make it readily absorb odors and flavors. Remember that some filters remove bacteria and the finest sediment only, the candle type. Others remove sediment of all sizes and bacteria too, while still others kill flavor to boot. Discuss the point with your plumber, architect, doctor, and manufacturer and water department. As with clothes, so with filters, buy what suits the need and buy carefully after securing all the advice available. One might say pompously that the purchase of a filter may be the purchase of life itself, or facetiously, that the good filter takes the imp out of impure water. End of section 32.
Section 33 of Cheating the Junk Pile, the Purchase and Maintenance of Household Equipments. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Christine Rottger. Cheating the Junk Pile by Ethel R. Pazer. Outstripping the Gale. Weather strips are not the caviar of the building menu, far from it. They are a whole lot more like the roast beef with pan gravy and baked potatoes. Those of you who bought weather stripping years ago and either put it on yourself or had the town carpenter tack it on do not believe it is any good, and at best only a fancy fixing. But those days are past, and the weather strip has properly outstripped many other things in development and has come to be no hors d'oeuvre, the piece de resistance of the bill of fare. So important has the effect of the strip become that heating and ventilating engineers have been and are today carrying on experiments, not to prove their value, no, for this has been proven, but to have exact data to show how much fuel is saved and just how evenly the temperature can be maintained throughout a home under varying conditions of gale and stability outdoors and in. See Chapter 35, Heating. Things they obviate. Do you care to heat the great outdoors? This is the first important question. If you do, how dare you with the shortage of coal today? Have you sufficient coal to waste it? Is your home hard to heat? Why? Do you like the gales and little hurricanes racing over your floors, chasing the little snowflakes? Do you like to cultivate colds and other draft diseases? These are pertinent questions even if they seem impertinent. They suggest the graphic pictures that we do not want inhabiting our homes. These conditions can be obviated. If you inquire from your friends who know intelligently the value of the furnishings they use, you will get concrete figures before investing. One conspicuous friend, Uncle Sam, says that in 1918 he saved $2 million worth of coal by the use of weather strips. And this led the Director of Conservation to make the extravagant statement that weather strips are 100% fuel conservation. What they are. In the past, when the telephone had just become a household staple, and before horse cars evaporated, you used to paste the weather strips on the outside of your windows. Then they were made of cloth, or rubber or heavy paper, and they made life slightly fair and warmer, but most of the heat accrued by them was that which was fired in trying to raise the windows, which stuck due to the adherence of the weather strip. Today, the weather strip is gentler, and not only keeps the cold air at bay, but keeps out the dust and noise, and permits the window to go up and down more easily because it runs on a metal track. Really, the weather strip allows it to glide like magic. To move a window with the weather stripping fixed is a pleasure which the weakest reed can enjoy. The dictionary says, quote, "The weather strip is a narrow strip, as wood edged with rubber, prepared to be placed over crevices, as at doors and windows to exclude wind, rain, etc." End quote. This is the old weather strip. Today, they are in general metallic tubular strips fitting into complementary depressions in metal linings or window sashes that are designed and shaped to seal the cracks that naturally occur between and around doors and windows and their frames, sealing up these openings so that the elements are turned back before they even get their noses into the house. They are made of non-corroding, non-rustable metals such as zinc, bronze, and copper, and they keep their elasticity plus non-leakage qualities as long as, and sometimes longer than, the building itself. Every type of door and every type of window present different problems, and every window or door of each type has again different problems. So to each there must be different applications. The following will explain more particularly than the foregoing. The sliding window. The sliding window is the most general type to be treated. Here the top and bottom, sides and meeting rail must be considered. How to stop leakage and seal against unwelcome callers are the problems. At the top of the window, 2 strips are used. The tubular protuberance in the head of the frame nestles cozily in the depressed concavity of the window sash. Some brands line the depression with metal, others do not. When the window is closed, there is a complementary interlocking device at the rail where the upper and lower sash meet, often in the upper sash of S-shaped bronze, and in the lower sash a hook-shaped copper strip. The side of the frame upon which the window is raised and lowered is a real problem. The weather stripping makes the window weatherproof, yet it makes it open and shut easier than it could before the applications of the strip. Double hung or ordinary sliding window treatment with weather strips obviates drafts, dust, and noise, saves coal. In some brands, the frame lining and sash lining are of metal. In some only the frame is metal lined. In some the frame is corrugated and the window sash slides up and down easily as the protuberance slides into the depression in the unlined sash furrow. In another brand, 2 metal tubular strips are used, the metal protuberance fitted into a metal-lined depression. Here the window slides easily and no amount of warping can disturb the nice adjustment. In such weather strips are created conditions which absolutely prevent the side action of windows, so hard to cure with carpentry or cheap types of weather strips. The lower sash is managed as is the upper, only the strips are reversed. Other cases. The casement window has its peculiarities of treatment, as have doors and windows which open in the center. In the casement which opens in, for example, a brass triangle is provided with weep holes to drain out any water which may accumulate on the sill and follow through into the room. The meeting rail is sealed in a way approximately as in the sliding window. The sill strip is particularly shaped to spring into its sealing power. Sometimes it is called a Z-shaped plate. Each manufacturer having his own name and pet plan. Doors. The door sills are made with metal and metal strips forming a sealed joint against warping, settling air, etc. There is a very nice device used to prevent the cold air let into the bedroom at night from escaping into the halls and cooling them off. On the lower edge of the door is fitted a spring, which when the door is closed by contact with the hinged side of the frame, releases a felted pad which fits tightly against the sill of the door. This makes one's winter immersions a pleasure. For the bathroom, if you have one connecting with your room, as well as the hall, will be warm for your morning use. Application. Weather strips can be applied after as well as when the house is built. My house is so well built, said a friend of mine, that it does not need weather stripping. If that could have been so, it was a unique house. There's hardly a house where the wood around the doors and the windows does not warp or shrink or do something equally obnoxious. Whether seasoned by long processes of actual weathering or rapidly kiln-dried, wood in captivity becomes restless and seems to strain and struggle in its fury. Nothing can be said against the builder. It is the nature of wood. The builder is always glad to install the strips because then the owner does not get a chance to feel antagonistic on account of recalcitrant windows, difficult heating, etc., and is therefore relieved from grumbling. The The weather strip must be put on by the experts from the manufacturers of the brand of weather strips that you buy. Do not call in your favorite carpenter or plumber, for he cannot do it right. The putting on of weather strips is a science in itself. They must be put on so as to ensure a uniform efficiency during the inevitable warpings, shrinkings, and swellings of the window. The windows have to be conditioned carefully because the stripping must be so fixed that it cannot be removed, if necessary to do anything to the window itself afterwards, such as fitting new pulley cords, etc. Every window and door offers different problems, so an expert must apply the strips to your window and door. This is not a commodity that a baby can affix. It's a man-sized job. Purchasing. Remember, the weather stripping that you buy should last as long as the life of your house. For this reason, the all-metal kind is the best to buy. The metal and cloth are efficient as long as they last, and so are other combinations, but they do not last long enough. You must get a longevity insurance. They must be made of non-rusting, non-corroding materials such as bronze, copper, zinc, or brass, manufactured to a high degree of dependability and subjected to the most rigid inspection tests for accuracy, thereby awarding the buyer a rich guarantee. Find out from users of the brand you think you will buy before you buy, and see what they say and what their experience has been. Weather strips can be put on any opening, and should the purveyor you speak to say this or that opening cannot be properly stripped, that is your cue for seeking elsewhere. Buy only from established makers who will be in the business for years, because in 20 or 30 years you might want a window adjusted. Early in this article, mention was made of the saving in fuel by Uncle Sam. Professor Allen of the Research Laboratory of the American Society of Heating and Ventilating Engineers, in a letter to the writer, said, quote, "Roughly, with ordinary good house conditions, we can say that the air in a room changes every hour due to leakage around windows. With good weather strips, you can reduce the leakage very considerably. Of course, this depends upon the type of construction of the house. Some years ago, I installed a complete system of weather stripping in an entire institution, and we roughly estimated that the savings of fuel was about 15%. Since then, other tests have been made to bring the percentage of saving of fuel from 15% to 40%. When you think that a window shade keeps in 19.2% of warm air, think what the fitted metal and interlocking strips can do. The weather stripping not only keeps the cold air out, but actually, by not admitting the cold air, allows the heated air inside to maintain the moisture necessary for comfort. With the admission of cold air, the moisture is precipitated from the air, and we have not got the proper humidity necessary to be happy. The moisture in the home comes from water evaporation in kitchen lavatories, air itself which comes in, etc. The warm air can carry the humidity, but the cold air does not do it as well, and when it strikes the warm air, the latter is forced to condense. Comfort is the main thing in the home, even more sometimes than saving fuel bills. Comfort, says Professor Allen in an address, is the prime consideration, more than maintaining a definite temperature. Getting the temperature right brings comfort. We should aim at 40 to 50% of moisture in the winter, with 68 to 70 degrees. The fact is that the heating engineer today allows for about 1/3 more heating area when the house is not weather stripped. And then, sad to relate, at this consequent extra expense, the house will be probably unevenly heated because some rooms will have big window and door leaks and other rooms little leaks, so there will be overheating in some rooms and underheating in others. Another engineer said, "I have caught snow in my hand at a distance of 2 feet from a tightly locked window in a house supposed to have better than ordinary construction. What can better this condition? Weather strips, metal weather strips. He also said in the same address on heating the home that the builder did all he could do with the materials he had. So there is the dilemma. The storm window can often be obviated by weather strips. The storm window is much more of a nuisance than the appliqued weather strips. Who wants to add another set of windows to be cleaned? And who enjoys the manipulation of them in rush moments of storm and wind? For wind, dust, and noise. The weather strip is the solution of the gale-exposed home, of the noise, dust, and weather-exposed home, of any home with windows at all. It is not subject to depreciation, but increases in value, and as the house depreciates, the weather stripping takes on the burdens of the ever-increasing depreciation and prevents any more rapid fuel consumption, keeps down the dust infiltrations, and lessens the cleaning bills. If, by chance, the woodwork is still obstreperous, the defect can always be corrected if a good brand of stripping has been used. In other words, weather strips are a good investment. Good weather strips, like any good material, are a good investment. Much of our trouble with the heat in our homes comes from the impossibility of even heating. Do what he will, the furnace man cannot seem to heat the house. Often you say, "Why do you burn so much coal and give us so little heat?" There may be other causes, but the lack of weather stripping is very prone to be one. Quiet and cleanliness. The charm of the house is quiet. Don't you unconsciously gauge the dignity of the homes that you visit by the quiet of them? The weather strip keeps much of the street noises out. It dulls and reduces the raucousness of the clang and clatter. Every housewife knows that the hangings next to the windows get very dirty. She also knows that the room gets full of dust, whether the windows are closed or not. A certain amount of dust will get into the room no matter what precautions are taken, but there will be less of it when weather stripping is applied to the windows. This is a consideration worthy of notice, as the servant problem today makes all effort in the home more arduous, and the less cleaning there is to be done, the better for all concerned. Weather strips are not a luxury. They save money and give comfort by maintaining an equal temperature and humidity, and by permitting more quiet, less drafts, and a minimum of dust. Finally, the weather strip is a good investment, and although not intrinsically a thing of beauty, is a thing of duty and lasts forever. But remember, weather strips are easy to make, cheap ones. There are many mushroomic dealers born today and dead tomorrow. Beware of them and buy the best. End of section 33.
Section 34 of Cheating the Junk Pile. The Purchase and Maintenance of Household Equipments. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Cheating the Junk Pile by Ethel R. Pacer. Beauty and the Bath. Probably no development of the home has mirrored human accomplishment to such an extent as has the bathroom. We have prided ourselves on our sanitary bathrooms, on the devices for comfort and idyllic perfection in this, the smallest yet the most important room in the home. We have developed it to such a point that in new homes everyone has a bathroom to himself, with comfortable additions to fit the individual whim. For a few decades, this room has been a replica of hospital efficiency, and that has sufficed. But today, the artist in homemaking is bringing the bathroom back to luxury and ease seen in the boudoirs of ancient days, the days from which we take our beautiful drawing rooms, chambers, and general schemes of decoration. This reversion toward bathroom luxury has come about because the ordinary bathroom has been too cold. It lacked warmth, well-being, and coziness. Then, too, bathrooms are always the smallest rooms in the home, and for that reason can be more easily dressed in glorious sheen and kept in harmony with the color scheme and general plan of the home. A French bath. A few years ago, no one would have thought of having wood panels in the bathroom. We proudly felt that we had gone beyond that stage. Yet today, in the elaborate combined dressing bathrooms, we find white wood panels giving a feeling of warmth, together with almost as rich an effect as when marble itself is used. The French bathroom in one great house is as carefully designed as any room in the house, even more so, for their both utility and beauty are achieved together. Take, for example, the closet seat, which looks like a comfortable chair with cane back and seat. The seat, of course, is hinged to raise up and down. Here, an ugly necessity is beautifully camouflaged to fit in with the entire scheme of the dressing room, and it gives no jar to the inhabitant who must forsooth spend many hours of careful toilet making in this superb room. The fixtures here are gold of lovely design, the woodwork in keeping. The floor is of large tile and spread with rugs to add warmth, and the room is lit not only by the regular bathroom fixtures, but also by a crystal center chandelier. Some bathrooms even have a corner for the bathtub, which transforms it into a chaise lounge. In modern bathrooms in luxurious homes, we have a reincarnation of the art of Benvenuto Cellini in the gold-wrought metalwork. This is made to harmonize with the general style of the room in which it is placed, and though expensive, it is easy to take care of. Besides, when you are really making a bathroom, what does it matter if it goes into the thousands when other rooms go into tens of thousands? Usually only one or two bathrooms, the masters and the mistresses, reach this height of gorgeousness. The others, however, conform pretty well to the highly convenient and thoroughly delightful rooms in the rest of the house. The equipment. An interesting development, too, is the shape of the bathroom, the departure from the rectangular. Sometimes it is octagonal, with a radiating tiled floor and the various functioning fixtures in the far sectors. One room which we have investigated has in one corner a sunken marble tub, and in the center the radiator. The gold work in this room is beautiful but practical, of a design that takes plumbing into the arts. The thoroughly equipped woman's bathroom must have the usual tub, showers, lavatory, water closet seat, a closet or two in the walls, a table, towel rack, brackets for soap and sponge, hooks for hanging things, scales, rugs, a chair or stool, toilet paper receptacle, mirrors, and tiling for floors and wall. In the men's bathroom is added the bidet, sometimes a shaving chair and other shaving necessities, such as a special lamp for fine work. To both these rooms can be added various things, more or less necessary according to different people's taste, such as a sitz bath, which is luxurious for bathing the feet after a hard walk or a game of golf. This article in no way intends to be a plumbing article. All it means to do is tell you what there is new in the development of the bathroom and leave the choice to you. See Chapter 15 on plumbing, where we have taken up the necessities of plumbing fixtures. All you need to remember here is to buy your fixtures at the best possible shop, and then get the best plumber obtainable to install them. The installation of all good plumbing work should be in the beginning in the plans of the architect, for it is difficult and quite complicated to put in plumbing installation after the house is well advanced. There is nothing quite so important to the successful builder as the early consideration of pipe requirements. The plumber is equipped with a sanitary code, which of course the architect knows too, and any householder can get one to read and digest. However, with a licensed plumber, a good architect, and a faithful builder, this is unnecessary. The bathtub. The most interesting fixture in the bathroom, to Americans and Britons at least, is the bathtub. Aside from the kitchen stove, this is the nucleus about which our content is generated. Civilization has been kind enough to leave us two generally used types of bathtubs: the solid porcelain and the enamel over iron, enamel lined or porcelain over iron tub. The tin tub has gone out. The glass tub is too perilous, and the porcelain or porcelain lined proves about the most satisfactory when we can't have marble or old Italian basins for our bathing. Recent advances in methods of manufacture and design have made the choice between solid porcelain or enamel iron baths a matter of personal liking, as influenced by their fitness for positions assigned to them in a room. On account of the losses sustained for the manufacture of clay products, selected grades of porcelain baths are of necessity higher in cost than the porcelain-lined or enameled iron. The porcelain bath is fine in appearance, but it is not reasonable to expect the same perfection in shape and uniformity of glaze. This is due to the difference in methods of manufacture, and allowance should be made for the irregularities occasioned by the baking of glazed clay products. In the past, when English porcelain baths were being imported, it was perhaps considered distinction to have a solid porcelain bath. With the present extensive manufacture of these products in this country, this condition has, of course, changed. The porcelain-lined bath is preferred by some on account of its requiring less hot water to hold the desired temperature. Against this is the fact that cheap porcelain-lined baths should be avoided. There are some points in favor of the enameled tub. It doesn't absorb so much heat from the water, hence a hot bath can be obtained in it more quickly. It is lighter in weight, therefore more easy to install in frame houses, and its plumbing is easier to handle. Furthermore, greater uniformity can be had in its construction. In the tub, which is built into the wall, there is a tendency to neglect proper piping conditions. When installing a solid tub, it is necessary to build a bulkhead in back of the tub so as to take care of the waste pipe, which should be available to the plumber, as it often needs a new washer. Or it must be built against the closet wall so that the pipes are easy to get at, or against the hall wall or some stable place. Valves. There are myriads of styles of faucets, vents, and outlets used today in tubs. It was at first thought advisable to have the inlet as near the floor of the tub as possible in order to make the pour of the water practically soundless after the first inch or two came in. This is about the only advantage of this arrangement. It is far better to have the inlet higher up, either on top of the wall of the tub or even in the wall above the tub. If it is in the wall of the room, it is impossible to hit your back while bathing, and you may have a shampoo nozzle attached, or draw water from it whether you are in the tub or not, and when necessary, fill a pail or dish. There is more noise when the water is running into the tub, but what of it? If you have a good door on your room, that will silence the sound. With the low inlet, there is a remote danger of drawing into the pipe dirty water from the apartment above if someone is bathing in the tub which is a twin to yours. It is quite possible for this to happen unless the plumbing system is very well contrived. You can have a hot water and a cold water faucet, or one faucet from which both hot and cold come. This is a matter of taste. More often there are two, but many people like one, so that there can be a mixture of water giving a comfortable temperature. Tubs of necessity have to be placed in many ways. When in recesses or in a corner, the valves, etc., can be placed at one end. When against a wall, the piping can be placed above the bath in the wall. This method often leads a luxurious air to a room and has been utilized in the most elaborate ones. The shower bath. Nearly every modern bath has a shower of some description. The difficulty with the shower is the splashiness of it. The first protective device was a cloth on a bracket. This is still used to a great extent, but the ideal arrangement is to have the shower in a closet designed for it, opening into the room. This closet may be of glass, marble, or tile with a cloth curtain or a door to match the material of which the section is built. The door should be as small as possible. 20 inches is quite large enough. The smaller the opening, the less chance for the escape of water. Besides, a large door is a nuisance to clean. When the compartment is used, there can be, besides the ordinary head bath, a needle bath. This may consist of from 8 to 12 nozzles pointing in from the four corners of the compartment, or it may be a series of apertures in metal pipes hung around the inside of the compartment. When the separate compartment for the shower is not desired, you may find a substitute for the sheet in the arrangement seen in the Warburg bathroom, plate glass leaves. The glass sheets are practical and not cumbersome. Nevertheless, they involve more cleaning, and in the average home, this must be considered today. Mixing the water. There are various propositions on the market to mix the water in the shower so that it cannot scald the bather. One manufacturer offers a little toe pipe with which to test the temperature of the water before starting the bath. These things are more or less desirable and dependable, but are not at all necessary. It is best to have the valves at the entrance as you walk into the shower so that your arm may not be under the flow when it begins. If the piping is well done and the valves work, the mixture of hot and cold water can be tempered sufficiently to be safe and comfortable. Here, as well as in every other department of purchasing, you are told a lot of things. And if inexperienced, you may be horribly taken in and led to buy a lot of unnecessary things, which, though good in themselves, are quite dispensable. The shower bath compartment must, of course, be large enough to permit the bather to stand inside without having to be all the time under the shower. This is an important point. Glass doors are not necessary either for a tiled or for a marble compartment. A lightweight curtain is good, with the smallest possible entrance. This obviates the cleaning of the door. Tiled floors and floors of honed marble are better for shower receptors than are the porcelain ones. They fit into the building problem better, can be made at any size, and are less slippery. Be very careful in selecting the plumber who puts in your shower, because unless the drain and curb are absolutely right, you will be exposed to the danger of flooding the room and the partitions of the house. Lavatories and tables. The styles of these are legion. The sizes are so well standardized that unless one wants them made according to some bizarre pattern, it is not necessary to give dimensions. The usual length is about 33 inches. This is ample and graceful. The 54-inch takes more space than most bathrooms can give up to the lavatory and makes quite unnecessary bulk. The 33-inch lavatory, and any smaller size, can be made of vitrified china, which is handsomer and less absorbent than the solid porcelain lavatory. The vitrified china is fired, and therefore it is difficult to make in large pieces. Lavatories may be made for corners or straight walls. They may have 2 legs, or a center pedestal, or 4 legs, or they may be simply hung on brackets. 2 legs, however, is the usual style, although 4 makes a various luxurious-looking table. The legs can be had in nickel, glass, brass, or in the handsomest types of gold with carving or some other kind of design. There has been a reversion, too, in the lavatory. The new style is to make them of imported marble cut in one piece. With these, the gold leg is suitable, also glass, which looks well and is most satisfactory and is easy to clean. Soft American marble is absorptive and stains easily, so when you use marble, get the imported if possible. Another point should be noted in buying the lavatory. Have enough space on it so that it can hold a glass. Otherwise, extra cost will accrue from breakage and ruined nerves. In addition to the lavatory, as we have said, is the bidet and the dressing table. The latter is sometimes made of glass on gold, nickel, or brass standards, but it is oftener made of vitrified porcelain on 4 legs. These regal appointments are given to show how some people live. Faucets. The faucets on tubs, lavatories, bidet, shower, etc., require a great deal of care since they must be cleaned so often. Various materials have been used, such as cut glass, porcelain and nickel, porcelain-like enamel, brass, silver, gold, etc. For a very rich room, gold and cut glass, or the gold alone, is beautiful, but for most rooms the porcelain and nickel faucets are the very best and demand the least care. All white enamel is not durable and is hard to take care of properly. It is very much better to have one faucet through which both hot and cold water can flow. The faucet should have an overhang of at least 1 inch from the side of the lavatory, so that it will be possible to get a glass under it for filling or your hand under for washing, thus obviating the necessity of filling a basin every time you want to rinse your hands. There are fancy faucets which do not meet these requirements, but avoid them. Faucets which only flow when held are a curse and should only be used at public places where the water tax is high. What you must look out for in the floor tile is that it be as little slippery as possible. Therefore, do not get a glazed tile. More and more floors are being tiled in colors to match the home scheme. Also, the dull tile obviates the squeak occasioned by the shoes touching it. This is a minor point, but one worthy of notice. Walls can be tiled to any height desired. In the average room, the tile is carried only 4 foot 6 inches up, except at the point where the shower is installed. There it should be carried up 7 feet. The closet. The siphon type is, of course, the best obtainable. Many closets are sold especially from catalog and by mail as absolutely silent. Never, if you can help it, buy anything of this sort from a photograph. No closet can be absolutely silent. If there is any flow at all, complete silence would be impossible. A minimum of noise is the best that can be achieved, and the best makers have closets of this sort. The bowls are generally of porcelain, and the best ones are of vitrified china, really porcelain, which is non-absorbent and quite the thing for this use because of the freedom from discoloration. For general use, the less wood around the seat, the better. The tank as a flushing medium is still about the best thing to use. There are on the market various flush valve types, some of which operate with a foot button on the floor or with a hand lever on the right side of the closet. These may be good in some locations, but neither the ordinary plumber nor the man in the house can repair them in an emergency. The piping in the valve type of flusher requires careful arrangement to avoid trouble. Sometimes it is rather convenient to have the closet and the doored recess opening into the room and available from the hall as well. This is especially to the point when there are few bathrooms in the house. Incidental fittings. Chairs and stools are usually in white enamel, or in fancy rooms are made to match the general style which prevails in the decoration. The question of closets in the bathroom is entirely dependent upon individual taste. You can have the wall and mirror finish type, or the long door regular closet, or a combination of these, with or without full-length mirror. In some rooms, a glass-shelved linen closet is found to be a real convenience. The soap racks, etc., have lately become recessed in walls. This system is not popular, however, because although useful and economical for hotel or institutional use, it adds no charm to the fine bathroom. Rather, it detracts from its dignity. A nice way to have scales in a bathroom is to have the dial encased in the wall and the tray on which one stands sunk into the floor. This arrangement economizes space and is very welcome to fastidious people. Plan the bathroom of your house early. Talk with your architect. Insist upon the best and get it. Your bathroom need consist of very few things in the last analysis, and the wisest plan is to get the best. The cost will be from $250 upwards for fixtures. However, it is wisest to buy the best you can afford so that a replacement cost is obviated. There must be no skimping of plumbing work, because that would be a menace to both health and wealth, and the plumbing costs no more for good material than for bad. End of section 34. Read by Carol Sutton, Knox, Pennsylvania, April 9th, 2022.
Section 35 of Cheating the Junk Pile, the Purchase and Maintenance of Household Equipments. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Christine Rottger. Cheating the Junk Pile by Ethel R. Pazer. The Winter of Your Content. Hot or tempered air is the theme. How the air in our rooms is kept pleasant in cold weather and not too hot. This is the duty of the heating plant. Furthermore, beyond the duty of the heating plant, it has been the great civilizing influence in the life of man. Wherever the heating plant has gone, there man has been able to regulate his work, play, and goings and comings. In this way, health has been better maintained and more regularly in work. Therefore, continuous endeavor, which, of course, spells advance and civilization. Not wishing to deprive heating engineers of their profession, we shall not drag you through tortuous technical pipes and valves, but simply tell you what you must demand in a heating installation. Here, unless you are properly equipped, you will add to the junk pile in quantity, and therefore waste your money by the wholesale. First, you must decide whether you really want hot air or furnace heating. In this case, the furnace heats the air and it rises through a register in the floor or wall of your room. According to J. Byers Holbrook, the distinguished heating engineer, this sort of heating tarnishes your silver, your bookbindings crack, and your lungs are made either immune to poison or function in spite of the rich air reaching them. In this place, it is wise to mention the pipeless heating system, which is hot air sent from the furnace to one central vent or register, which is supposed to heat the whole house. It can be used only for small houses. It is very cheap in comparison to other systems, but it is unsafe. See the safer method further along in this chapter under bungalows. It is unsafe, for example, if there be illness in one room, it has to be open to be heated, therefore disease will spread. Furthermore, rooms that are closed will get no heat, as the door must be open to receive the hot air. Second, there is steam heat. This is an excellent system, well adapted to residences and buildings, hotels, institutions, business houses, etc. Third, vacuum and vapor. The steam circulates through the system at practically atmospheric or greatly reduced pressure. Vapor heating is used in residences. Vacuum heating is used mostly in large buildings. Fourth, hot water, which is probably the best for your purposes. And with these deterring and encouraging words, we will launch directly into what you should know before installing a hot water heating plant. The heating engineer. There is such an animal as the heating engineer. He it is who can tell you to an iota how much heating surface you have in your home to be heated. He it is who can subtract and add footage and finally tell you whether you must heat 4,400 feet or 3,000 feet. When you know this, of course, you can more readily order the boiler which is best adapted to heat such a surface. For example, suppose you had a conservatory in one end of a large room. Your heating engineer could tell you, due to the glass surface, how much more heat was required for this room, even had you no flowers for your conservatory. Glass windows in a shop or in any room add to the heat units required. Computing heating area is not easy because the shapes of rooms, kinds and varieties, and areas of walls and door openings come into the problem. Say naught of the badly fitted windows and doors permitting drafts, etc. So you see, the heating and ventilating engineer has a job that the amateur or even the steam fitter knows not of. See Chapter 33. Usually the householder isn't asked about her heating plant at all. The contractor, architect, and builder fix it all up. But we don't hold with this. You have to live with your heating plant. They do not. And it's pretty much on your head that discomfort falls. Were we building, we would be quite intimate with the heating end of life. In fact, take a heated and intensely feverish interest in it. Therefore, after your plans, etc., are hatched, call on a heating engineer for a few suggestions, and then go to your contractor and see from whom he is to buy your boiler and what type. Then tell him you require certain things in your boiler which we have listed here below for your winter of content. Principle of heating. Steam heat is, of course, heating by means of circulating steam through pipes to radiators. This is effected by a one-pipe system sometimes, or a two-pipe. The steam ascending from the boiler in one pipe and condensing into water falls back into boiler in same pipe. In the two-system arrangement, the steam ascends in one and returns in the other. The one-pipe system, of course, is cheaper, but takes skill in setting, as the pitch of it, the angle, must be perfection. In the radiators, the steam condenses and returns in separate pipes in the two-pipe system. Hot water heating is the circulation of hot water through pipes to radiators. The heated water, being lighter, rises, and as it cools in giving off kind heat to you, it falls back again into the boiler where it is again heated and takes another rise, and so it circulates through its system. Therefore, in all heating systems there are two main divisions, the generation part of boiler and the circulation part of piping throughout the house. Both parts must be perfect to ensure perfection of heating. The first part dependent on many factors, the second on a few more. In the hot water system, an expansion tank is always placed at the top of the house in order that the overflow can be taken care of. Boiler purchase. 1. Swiftly speaking, the boiler must make every pound of coal do its best. It should respond rapidly to climatic changes. It must be easily fueled, shaken, regulated, cleaned, free from repairs, rust, leaks, water, heat, or gas, and it must be easily set up in room for its use. All good boiler makers send you coal information. Economy in fuel and labor. Save coal, yes, but economy in coal means getting out of every pound the maximum. So when you buy coal, ask what its fuel value is. It ought to be about 12,500 to 14,500 BTU. That is, it takes to raise 100 pounds of water 1 degree Fahrenheit, 100 British thermal units of heat. BTU is the way to measure heat units, as 7 yards of satin is the way you measure goods for a dress. The best type of boiler for the home is the sectional cast iron type. In this, the water is run through tubes and presents a large number of surface of water to the heat. You must demand a boiler amply large and of the best type of tubular, where heating is most rapid and direct in order to save fuel, in order, too, that all the heat generated goes to heating the house, not in warming the flue or the chimney. 2. Fuel portion. These must be deep to ensure enough coal at least for 8 hours of heat, so that in the morning your home will be warm and some coal left in to be joined in lawful heating to the next supply, leaving no interim of coolness, which wastes the coal and supplies pneumonia. It takes more coal to reheat completely than to add heat to a heated mass of coal. 3. Boiler capacity. Find out how your boiler is rated. If its capacity only assures you 6 hours of heating, you must not expect it to do 8 or 10. Only in the best, the very best makes, do the ratings have much weight. Experience counts. You can tell approximately, but by the boiler you don't have to force, for forcing a boiler adds to your coal bill. Your boiler capacity must be a little beyond what you actually need. 70 degrees in zero weather is the standard. A strong coalition government is here necessary. 4. Rapid water heating essential. Water weighs thin enough to heat water rapidly. Quality and position of heating surface must not allow for waste of heat. 65% of heating surface should be in direct contact with heat. 35% in flue surface. Response to your dampers will show you if you have 65% of your heating surface in direct contact with the flame. Go and see the best hot water boiler in your vicinity. Before you buy, consult your engineer and ask about others. 5. Operating must be easy as pie. Grates should be easily pivoted and balanced. Arrangement must prevent all accidental dumpings of fuel in firepot. Coal so used as to not disappear through grate. One boiler employs a damper rod running to the front, which enables the caretaker to open and close the smoke damper rapidly when building, and this prevents gas and smoke leakage when door is open. Such a device as this makes a floor room in a cellar feasible. The boilers of some companies are so beautifully contrived and finished that they are no worse than a talking machine or upright piano in a playroom. In fact, better looking. Feed doors should be wide-mouthed enough to put in easily the various mealtime supplies. The ash pits must be big enough to hold ashes away from the grates. 6. Sectional construction desirable. These sections make it possible to enlarge a boiler. 2. to move it into a house built completely without tearing down the house, and obviates it sitting around in a house which is being built, a prey to all sorts of bad treatment. 3. Can be taken through any cellar door. 4. Can easily be taken apart. 7. Must be easily cleaned. All surfaces must be available. Fire and flue parts largely self-cleaning. The surfaces can be so made that soot peels off. Flat surfaces must be easily reached for cleaning. 1/4 inch soot deposit will demand 50% more coal. So get an easily cleaned boiler, or no one will clean it at all. Boilers should have conveniently placed doors into which cleaners can have access. If cleaning is easy, it will be done. Otherwise, it will not. We made this point too with refrigerators, etc. 8. All connections must be watertight, steam-tight, gas-tight. There should be no packed or gasket joints made of rubber, asbestos, paper, or other washers in connecting joints, etc. This is very important. Repacking should never be necessary with your boiler. The longer it is used, the tighter the sections, etc. And yet they are easily taken apart at any moment. The nipples or valves must be easily closed and everlastingly tight, yet easily opened. 9. The steam boiler for steam heat. The water boiler for water heating. No straddlers must be used. 10. The best boiler is of cast iron. It will outlast the building, will not rust or pit. It is so built as never to need repair, and it doesn't ever seem to wear out. This is an investment. Other kinds of boilers are finally permitted to add a value to the junk pile by rusting, pitting, and other useless decadences. 11. No danger in a boiler where the fire chamber is entirely surrounded by water and steam surfaces, and when the boiler stands low and therefore well away from the joists and woodwork. Boilers are generally tested for 80 pounds pressure, but to operate them 2 pounds ought to be enough, though 1 to 5 is the usual bill of fare. Steam boilers should have a relief valve when pressure builds up to 10 or 11 pounds. 12. Should be few outside fixings, should be able to be installed without digging a pit. This, by the way, would be a good way of starting your chat with the Regal contractor. I want a simple fine boiler, for which no pits must be dug or brick enclosures. The best boilers only require a brick base, for obvious reasons. There should be no alterations of building necessary, because the sectional boiler, like the sectional bookcase, is made to fit in anywhere. Asbestos covering of the boiler often prevents waste of heat in the cellar. 13. Thermostatic valves come with some boilers to cut off automatically and set on heat. This conserves fuel. See section on heat control. Piping. The piping from boilers to radiators has to be done carefully. The best steam fitter is none too good. The grade or pitch of the pipes, etc., the area of surface, the diameter at all, must be adapted to area to be heated and to the system employed. All, of course, is too technical for your needs here. Only you must require care to be used here and let your contractor know you're on. The gas boiler. In this boiler you get maximum comfort and maximum heat. No coal, no ashes, no bother, little cash. But this must be from the best makers. It is usually more costly to operate, but water backs. Boiler makers and outstanding manufacturers make excellent water heaters in which water for laundry, etc. is heated by heat which would otherwise be unused. Radiators. Radiators are the translators. They are like the English writers who translate the Russian novel. The radiator alone tells us whether our hot water in the boiler is being translated into heat for our comfort. They are either curses or benefits. They are usually the eyesore of the home. In short, they are a series of tubing which present a maximum of heat radiator surface. They have valves for controlling the heat. If you buy the right valves, your radiators will not leak, water hammer or bang, or flood. An air valve must let out the air to permit the steam or water to fill the pipes. If it doesn't do this, it is of no use. Varying steam pressure, flooded radiators, forced firing of boiler, which you must avoid by having a boiler with large enough capacity, are overcome with correct valves. The right valve saves fuel because unnecessary amount of pressure is not needed to force out air. The right valve copes with dirt and dust, prevents floods, requires no adjustment. Air and steam units cannot mix. The valve releases the air. The valves must be all metal, 5 years guarantee, and no adjustments necessary. The radiator, which is recessed into the wall, has the advantage of being less visible, but unless you employ heat reflectors, you will lose a lot of heat, and even with them, you lose some. Some manufacturers are doing their super level best to build radiators which are lovely to the eye, but again, like the upright piano, they can be made but comparatively beautiful. Gratings can veil them, but are gratings lovely? Then too there is a loss of heat. One radiator company has good-looking radiators which are very successful. Their series of columns make them able to resist high internal pressure. The internal area of the tubes in relation to the heating surface has been reduced to 1/4 of that run in general use. This not only greatly increases the pressure resistance, but in reducing the internal area, the water or steam contents are likewise reduced. There is on the market a covering for radiators which is very satisfactory. There is more heating surface in this type too. The water content is 1/2 the content of other radiators. This means quick and positive venting for steam, vapor or hot water installations, and provides rapid circulation, causes radiator to heat up more rapidly. Air vent, steam heating. The air vent on each main allows the air to escape so that the heat arrives more rapidly to radiator. This, of course, saves fuel. Heat controls. To take the heating of your home out of the area of dreams and out of the expensive realm of feeling, some sort of heat regulating device is recommended. It is foolish to say, "Do you think it is warm enough?" to a group in the room, for no two will think alike. Apart from this, the perfect thermostat not only tells you at what temperature is your house, not only keeps the house evenly heated, but in doing this saves you fuel, expense, illness, and whatnot. By simple mechanical means, the thermostat opens and closes the door of the furnace as the heat needs to be lowered or increased. In this way, if less heat is required, the door closes, and less coal is used, etc. Thereby another simple yet ingenious device. The thermostat can be set to do things at any time you wish it to be done. If you want the damper opened at 7 a.m., so it will be done, and you don't need to go in your pajamas boiler ward. There are 2 or 3 excellent thermostats on the market and many not so good. Be sure you consult before investing. The best thermostats have no corroding or wearing parts, look well and prove themselves thoroughbreds. The thermostat prevents cooling off of the boiler, which means starting a fire over again, which means wasted fuel. All means must be taken against such waste. Much coal is lost in uneven combustion, some coal being entirely wasted. The thermostat prevents this by ordering a steady, definite consumption of coal. It takes far less coal to heat hot or tempered return water than to heat cold. The thermostat prevents the cooling down entirely. The bungalow owner. There is now on the market a hot water boiler which is compact and good looking, which if put into a cellarless house heats it with the efficiency of the subterranean boiler. This is done through pipes and radiators and with a maximum comfort and minimum care. Heat's influence. It is usable in schools, cottages, etc., and bids well to civilized sections of the world which have starved for heat and consequently have been stunted in physical and mental growth. This boiler is the Ford of boilers, giving unto every man the right to be comfortable wherever he lives. Heating with oil. Oil heaters for special rooms are made by the principal oil stove makers. These give good results, but of course are not comparable to hot water heating, steam, etc. plants. Electric heating. As yet, heating a house by electricity is too expensive and isn't done except by small comforting heaters, which heat one room at a time. These are very clean and efficient and not expensive. Hot water heating. The problem of heating water is of serious dimensions, for life without hot water to civilized man and woman is a poor struggle. At present there are on the market, distinct from the usual hot water plant installed in properly built and equipped houses, many different and efficient heaters and boilers. In houses where there is no hot water central plant, there can be bought for moderate rates an electric heater which is attached to the faucet in tub or wash basin or sink, and through its system of copper coils over which the water flows through, you can get hot water immediately. This needs to be but connected to your electric light circuit, outlet, or fixture. Then there are large circulation water heaters of electrical contriving, which of course has to be separately connected, as the wattage heating unit is rated at about 660 watts. These heaters are of excellent construction, but in most vicinities as yet, electricity is too expensive to use thus. This is controlled from any place in the house, so you need not go down in cellar to start a hot water anything. In the best of these, it is possible to turn on more heat or less from original source by the use of multiple heating switches. All conductors must be insulated. These heaters should be easily installed. There is possible here hot water without ashes, gas fumes, fire risks, and desired temperature at will. It is a fine hurry device for the sometimes open country house. In winter it is a boon. Then, of course, there are the little electric immersion heaters. This is a heating unit which is dropped into the water basin, pitcher, teapot, or whatnot, and attached to electric light bulb very quickly heats your water. Gas. The gas heater up to date has been most reliable and efficient. There are many good gas heaters too on the market, which when you turn on the water start the fire. These are rapid and have given very good results. There are many boiler heated water schemes, the water backs on gas and coal stoves, etc. Then too a very efficient method is using the heat over, not used in the sectional boiler, for heating the house. This is effectively used in auxiliary boilers for heating hot water. Some firms are rightly proud of this contrivance, as it is inexpensive, ample, and convenient. End of section 35.
Section 36 of Cheating the Junk Pile. The purchase and maintenance of household equipments. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Cheating the Junk Pile by Ethel R. Pacer. Chapter 36. Outlets Save Your Income. Let there be light, and there was none, is the verdict of many an estimator who goes over a home after it is built and sees the occupants laboring to read, sew, game, or cook according to their separate desires. And so to take the bull by the horns and begin with the practical first, one of the best ways to get proper lighting is to have sufficient outlets for electricity, portable lamps with oil and innumerable fixtures with gas. This will deal specifically with electric light, yet the general principles will apply to all other lighting. Lighting. Good lighting can mean good health. Eye strain is often the cause of depleted systems, indigestion, and things that lead to other calamities. Many a doctor would better analyze a home to see what could afflict the sufferer than analyze the patient. Flickering lights strain the eye because it cannot adapt itself to the rapid variations in intensity, so the flickering light must go. Lights that are too bright hurt the eye. Lights that are dim cause strain, all in turn having disastrous effect on sight and on health. These two must perish. The best sort of lighting, of course, is the diffused light, which without glare is sufficient for reading, etc. Here, though, the distribution may be so imperfect that the glow is dispiriting, and consequently a light softener in the guise of a lampshade or frosted dulled glass helps the situation. The indirect lighting system is popular today. When buying this type, you must be sure to get them as dust and bug-proof as possible. The simpler they are, the easier to keep clean, of course. Money can be saved by having outlets at frequent intervals, so that lamps can be attached at the point needed, rather than having to light many lamps at various ridiculous places in a room as contributory lights. Fixtures which have lights set obliquely in them are hard on the eyes. Lights are not meant to shoot light in your face, but to supply aid quickly and politely to the eye. Fixtures should have their globes in the perpendicular. Height of lights. Light should be high enough only to cast a direct light on the subject in hand. The reading lamp must help the reader, not impede him. Try over and over again until it is placed correctly. The shade should be such that it not only directs and diffuses the light, but softens and subdues and makes it a pleasant thing to the eye. Very often, dim lights can be magnified by a reflector. Never, though, can a reflector actually increase the light. That is to say, the reflector doesn't increase the electric power or size of lamps, but simply reflecting more than absorbing the light gives you its fuller value. Reflection. You are probably aware that certain colors absorb or reflect in varying degrees. Usually in the papering of rooms, no account is taken at all of this perfectly honest color vagary. Consequently, a dark room is often somberly decked in deep chocolate paper, and therefore you get something like 4% reflection, whereas in that room, white would reflect about 70%. And a wall yellow painted would reflect about 62%, thereby saving the necessity of just that much more lighting. Green reflects about 18%, blue 12%, so that you can see here what to do with certain rooms that should be dimmer or brighter. In the same way, shades of globes enhance or detract in reflection capacity. Clear glass absorbs about 5 to 12% of light, and cobalt blue about 95%. So here you see, if you have a lamp absorbing 95% of light, that you will need more lamps than one absorbing but 5%. Think on these things. Light measurements. The foot candle is the unit of light measurement. A standard candle has been decided upon, and all lighting calculated on this basis. We say we have 16 candle power lamp, that it means it gives light of 16 of these standard candles. From a 60-watt lamp, the candle power obtained from a tungsten is 56 candle power. A saving in money is had if the tungsten, though more expensive, is used. Cost of light, electric. The amount of electricity taken by a lamp is measured in watts. Watts divided by 1,000 equals kilowatts. Kilowatts times hours equals kilowatt hours. Kilowatt hours times rate equals cost. See Chapter 1 on electricity. Economy is quite possible here as in burning oil or anything else. If your lights are well placed, you need less light. If they have not too absorbent globes, you will also need to use less light. If you have proper wall tints, etc. You often need fewer lamps. One good lamp in the right place saves 2 or 3 wrongly placed. The tungsten filaments burn brighter and more cheaply than the old filament of carbon. There is a saving of electricity somewhere around 50% in the use of new filament. The incandescent light. That brings us to the story of the incandescent lamp. Incandescent means to glow with heat. In short, the incandescent light is one which employs a globe in which the air has been exhausted and in which a vacuum exists. Before the air has been exhausted, a filament of metal has been affixed through which the current of electricity is passed. In the resistance of this current, the filament glows and gives the light that you use. Don't take any lamp you can get. Ask for the number of candle power or watts you want. The lamps today are more popularly sold according to watts rather than candle power. Indirect and direct lighting. Of course, there is a loss every time the light is reflected through a diffusing medium. In correct direct lighting, most of the light is only reflected once before using point. In indirect lighting, it has one more reflection, at ceiling, causing a loss hardly much less than 25% and maybe more. The diffusing bowls throw a large part of the light in semi-direct lighting, where there is a similar loss and the part of the light which goes through the bowl is considerably reduced by absorption. Naturally, direct lighting is most efficient. Yet lighting is a matter of diffusion of light, and often the indirect system gives not only more joy, but better illumination with no greater consumption of power than direct lighting. Avoid shallow reflectors, not covering filament, or mantle in gas lamps. The plain electric glass shades through which the source of light is plainly seen are practically nil. They absorb more light than a good reflector and do no good unless to look a wee bit better than a bare lamp. Ground glass is a better thing, but poor enough. Colored shades do absorb light, but they are decorative. A combination of white reflectors and colored shades is often a good trick. Special room service. In lighting rooms, remember their special needs. It is very unpleasant to have a light unshielded by a shade of some sort, as the eye rebels against the sharp concentration of light. Dining room domes. Dining room domes are like mountains of flowers. Obstruct the view and make you hurtle to see a diner opposite to you. They should be hung high enough not to become obstructive to the view and low enough not to throw light in your eyes. If this can't be done, hang it high rather than low, and cover the opening of the dome with a material somewhat alike in color to the dome. The bedroom. Have your fixtures on the side walls and plenty of them. Yet in some bedrooms there are often 3 lights used when one properly placed would be enough. Think of the money outlay. A few outlets in convenient places will make it easy to use the vibrator, electric pad, shaving stand, etc. The kitchen and closets. Over the sink, if necessary, a small light can be placed. All dark closets should have an electric light, which can be switched on from the outside of the closet. It is a real sanitary measure, to say nothing else of the ancient blind groping in a dark cupboard for these things, which roll and break in the groping. Blind sport. Electric lights in all closets are not luxuries now. They are nervous prostration preventives. Light is a detective. Nothing bad can survive in the light. Dirt is revealed. Bad conditions laid bare. Hence the light works for good. Closets need light. Shelves as well need light to visualize little corner lurkings. A good light in the vestibule is often a perfect chaperone for youth. The shaving mug and stand need careful lighting to prevent discomfort and inadvertent cuts. The cellar can be a lonesome spot if not properly lighted. No one will clean it. A switch upstairs to light the cellar before going below, with enough other lights, will do much to sell the cellar as a usable, cleanable room. Flexible lights for desks are great comforts. There are countless decorative as well as practical desk lamps on the market today. Although the primary object of lighting is to light, yet the market today has any number of fixtures which seem primarily for artistic purposes. And we must say that the fixture makers have a long way to go yet in the sheer beauty field, as have most non-custom-made products. Architects. Don't leave your lighting to your architects. Illuminating engineers are good, but you can even be more illuminating by knowing your own needs and habits. There is no excuse with electricity in not having your lights where you want them. Buy the right lights to save your health and eyes. Talk to your contractor before the house is let for building. Here is the time to talk outlets. In finale, 1. Clean globes mean more light. Don't think you don't have to clean electric lights. You waste money on electricity with every grain of dust on your globes. 2. Tired eyes often mean too few lights or light placed in wrong places. 3. Remember, don't always blame cook or work for indigestion. It may be your eyes from bad lighting. 4. A bare lamp, if it must be used, should be above the eye line. Always use a shade. 5. Too much is as bad as too little. Both strain the eye. 6. In low-ceilinged rooms, use 2 or 3 side small lamps rather than one large one. 7. Remember, ask for the size lamp you want. Don't just say, I want a lamp. 8. If you don't understand lamps, go to a library and read or consult a good electrician, or go through someone's home. 9. Standard plugs throughout the whole house so that all connections can be made at any outlet. 10. It is wiser to have more rather than too few outlets. 11. Switches. Remember, you can have lights so arranged to snap on and off in the closets by a switch on the outside. 1. You can have switches, 3- and 4-way switches, that enable you to light the light upstairs from downstairs and turn it off when you get upstairs and turn it on again either up or downstairs. 2. Side wall switches near doors as you enter. 3. Another switch to turn on all lights in house at once in case of danger. Some suggested novelties. There is a cute little thing now to be had to prevent you bumping your shins on a table when leaving the room. A light that when you put it out stays lit 1 minute after you pull the chain. Cord divider. There is also a device which connects the long electric cord so that you can easily lengthen or shorten it without calling in an electrician. Tinting. Liqueurs for globes can be bought whereby you can reduce the glare of the ordinary lamp at will or even color them to suit. Principles. First principle is that diffusion of light is necessary in order to see the object clearly and pleasantly. Second, brightness is to be avoided. No general rule can be given for number of foot candles. Different rooms, whether dark or light in decoration, need different treatment. Experiment and experience are the only arbiters here. Some rules. 1. Avoid flickering light. Fatigue and nerves result from flickers. 2. Use shaded lamps. More diffused light from a large source gives better light than from a small. 3. Don't judge the light by the lamp. The lamp doesn't give light. The light which comes directly from the lamp to the eye does no good and may interfere with the useful light which has gone from the lamp to the surrounding objects and thence to the eye. 4. Do not face the light. It is well to have the light from above over the left shoulder. This plan obviates the shining surfaces of paper, tabletops, etc., from interfering with pleasant seeing. In this way, too, you do not see the lamp itself. If you have to shade your book, the light is wrong for you. 5. Avoid brilliant reflection of the lamp, no matter how brilliant your own reflection may be. Glossy paper in books, especially for children, should be verboten. 6. Keep lamp away from your work. Your eye likes not to concentrate on concentrated light. The desk light or factory light lying away rather than next to is far better for worker. A special reading lamp is good, but is often pleasanter when used in connection with a soft general lighting. 7. Vertical light carrying fixtures are best. Old ones can be bent to carry light vertically. End of chapter 36. Read by Jacqueline Tyler, Owasso, Oklahoma, May 20th, 2022.
Section 37 of Cheating the Junk Pile, the Purchase and Maintenance of Household Equipments. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by BettyB. Cheating the Junk Pile by Ethel R. Pazer. Tinware, rubber, and paper. Tin is one of the oldest metals in the world. The ancient Greeks and the ancient Hebrews made mention of it frequently. Before the advent of the kingly aluminum and the queenly enamels, agates, granites, etc., tin was used extensively in the kitchen, but now the cooking utensil is very rarely tin, and rightly so. However, tin still remains a good thing for various things in the home, and is well worth employing in different ways. These ways will interest you to consider. However, firstly, all things made of tin today are but steel or iron dipped and coated with tin. Tin melts at a comparatively low temperature and is besides affected by acids. That is why baking, stewing, etc., are not to be done with tin utensils, plus acid food. The dark rings on baked apples cooked in a tin dish show very plainly what acid and tin do in combination. In buying tin, the criterion is its weight. It is only wise to buy tinware in the best shops, because small but out-of-the-way hardware shops can rarely afford to keep on hand the best tinware. It should of course adhere closely to the lines of all other utensils, in that it must be smooth without rough globules, without seams, which might catch food or dust particles to create an aftermath condition difficult to rectify. Cleaning. Put tin to be cleaned in hot soda, never more than 5 minutes, because the tin will dissolve somewhat, as the heat and soda meet, and though it will disintegrate the grease, it will make the iron or steel base show through. But with more fine powder like whiting, rinse hot and dry while hot. Tin will rust, so it is best to dry while the tin is hot. Japan. Among the most useful and jaunty things in tin is the so-called Japanware, which is but painted tin. Bread and cake boxes in different colors, with and without shelves, sliding doors, and in varying fasteners to suit your fancy. These are light and easier to manage than the shiny metallic ones, and easier to clean out than the wooden ones. Cake cutters. There is no reason either why you cannot use the less expensive tin cake cutters in their multitudinous designs. They are keen cutting and light and very durable. Galvanized. Galvanized ware is usually steel heated to a special finish of tin. Some of the things in this material are most useful and necessary. For example, the refrigerator drain pan, garbage pail, and ash can. These are extra heavy and withstand wear and jouncing. For the less elaborate kitchen, the tin muffin pans, funnels, and pie plates are useful, yet not as good as other kitchenware such as the aluminum and enamels. Necessities not known. The ideal Christmas tree holder which keeps the tree fresh for months on account of its simple reservoir for water is really something well worth knowing about. It holds the tree very steady and is japanned in a dull green. For country or suburban homes, the outdoor incinerator, a perforated tinned container, permits the burning of rubbish without danger from blowing cinders. Of course, this is not meant to burn fats and animal refuse. An incinerator, see Chapter 13 of another order, is necessary for this. There is no reason whatever, however, why the copper bottom wash boilers, whose numbers and designs are legion, should not be used, as they are light in weight and durable. The galvanized coal scuttle, flour bin, japanned or plain heavy tin is not a pariah even yet. If you have the tin, it is usual for you to buy the better metals. Yet there are quite legitimate uses for tin. There are some householders who have tinware left over from the past. To those, however, we can say, don't let it worry you. As they die out, replace them with better, if you care to, but be loyal to what you have used if they have served. No one recommends tin today for cookery when on the market are ideal cooking utensils. But what we do wish to convey to you in this chapter is that tin has very legitimate uses. For example, spice, sugar, coffee, etc. canisters in white enamel, tin, brown, black, etc. with gold lines. These are not as autocratic as the blue and white china, but they will outlast any such delightful and much to be desired shelf trousseau. A kitchen in white with white enameled tin containers is a very pretty thing to contemplate. Some of the heavier tinware is iron or steel dipped in tin. This, of course, is very resistant and enduring and not particularly cheap. Agates, enamels, etc. are merely steel and iron covered with layers of composition that when dry are made up to resist cookery onslaught. Ice cream freezers. There are 2 or 3 very interesting and effective ice cream freezers made of tin. There is one in fact so built as to need no turning. Trays. Tin trays are invaluable as they come in all sizes and are exceedingly light. They come plain, japanned, and some decorated, but any one with a sense of paint and form can make an ordinary tin tray a thing of joy, while for the most part the tin warehouses execrably decorate the trays. A word to the wise. Rubber. The rubber ware that is used in kitchens is not extensive, but what is used is indispensable. For preserving, of course, the rubber ring to tightly close certain jars is a necessity, and the best is none too good to buy. Unless you have the best here, you are cheated by breakage. Rubber gloves for kitchenette and kitchen use save and prevent breakage. They also prevent the sink becoming holey, for holey sinks are horrible to contemplate. Some people like perforated rubber mats on linoleum or tiled floors, and on kitchen hallways and stairs. These wear for a long time. A few rubber corks to have on hand in the home often helps you out of a dilemma of temporary corkage. Rubber brushes for sink use in combination with tin are useful and can be well scoured and kept in condition. Rubber gloves for kitchenette and kitchen use save the hands and are well worth their weight in radium. If more women used them, the housework problem would be less like martyrdom. They preserve the hands, health as well as beauty. In fact, could anything be handier? Rubber is used for door stops to preserve the door surface and to prevent noise. It is also used on the tip end of legs of tables and chairs to preserve floors and rugs and to diminish noise. This is about the full list of rubber things for the house, except perhaps the rubber heel for maids' and butlers' shoes and rubber stoppers for sinks. Paper. The uses of paper in the home are not so many. Shelving in the pantry or kitchen can be kept in renewed health with paper, laces, of course. The bungalow or motor trip or picnic can be well supplied with paper and fiber plates. Rather would we warn you against paper uses, such as wrapping up your ice to preserve it. To spoil food, wrapping up your foodstuffs in paper in refrigerator, greasing muffin pan with paper for which you should use a brush. Sometimes, however, a piece of paper will clean off the top of the stove very efficiently, yet even here a brush would be better. Clean brown paper to absorb French fries, potato is quite indispensable. The paper napkin has made its place even in the homes of wealth. Wax paper is a delight to wrap up sandwiches and keep breadstuffs and cake fresh. Paper lining for drawers, of course, is necessary. The pretty paper lace doily for under finger bowls, cake and bread. These are delightfully pretty and save the linen, the laundress, and the laundry list. Chop papers. Paper golf stockings for chop bones, poultry legs, etc., are decorative. Charlotte russe. Vegetables and charlotte russe are often, too, served in the paper cup, which, by the way, reminds me that in large kitchens the paper cup is indispensable. In this place it would be well to say that a writing pad, should be in every kitchen for multitudinous listings and memos. No kitchen is a perfect one that isn't padded. In fact, it is a cell if it isn't. End of section 37.
Section 38 of Cheating the Junk Pile, the Purchase and Maintenance of Household Equipments. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Cheating the Junk Pile by Ethel R. Pizer. Come Out of the Parlor. If I were a cook, of course, being a Democrat, I aspire to no such plutocratic eminence, but were I a cook, I should want to have for my use a number of culinary accessories to make my life more rosy, more serene, and even more delightful than it naturally must be. If I were even a wife, I should welcome gifts that would make the work I had to do in the kitchen more saving in time, effort, and labor. But being neither of these, and therefore free to roam through manufactories, laboratories, and shops, I will suggest from the myriads of fascinating kitchen articles and appliances some that will make captivating and useful gifts. When you once have made a present of any of them, you will automatically become entabulated in the recipient's memory, and maybe you will be saved the expense of many a meal. If I were that cook, I would hanker after the ice pick that doesn't slide. The spring pick, 25 to 35 cents. You just jab it into the ice and slide the handle up and down, and you waste neither ice, food, nor temper in the process. It is a gem of comfort. The small equipment. The cream bag, with all the alluring little tubes for making fascinating designs on birthday or Christmas cake, saves the cook time in rigging up paper tubes for spreading cream and sugar. If it were only to obviate the unpatriotic cry against our thick bread in comparison to the British gossamer slice, it would ease one's life to have one of the bread slicers on the American market, which costs very little, about $4. The thing saves more energy than the food chopper, from $2 up, the nutcracker from $1 up, the cherry stoner 75 cents up. These processes of stoning, chopping, and taking out nuts whole are all tedious by hand. The coffee mill, too, is a pleasure, the kind that has the glass top to keep you cognizant of how much work there is before you. Some of these screw on the wall and are about $1.35 upwards. The beef press, $1.50 to $5. See chapter on electric mixing units. For invalid or baby is also a boon. The prices of all these things are very low as prices go these days. In some of the realms, however, the prices vary so from day to day that one is afraid to mention them. But whatever the prices are, the devices are worth the cost in helpfulness and service. And strange as it may seem, the kitchen denizen, imperial though she be, rarely dowers herself with the time-saving, step-saving apparatus. Scales and sharpeners. Kitchen scales, good ones, are really indispensable to the careful housekeeper. The balanced type is the most accurate and costs from $8 up. Very often you can test your purchases, and if underweight you can scold the grocer. What fun! And if overweight, but what's the good of dream stuff here? The hanging spring scale is accurate and costs from $2.50 up. See Chapter 40 on measures. Oh, for a sharp knife! A feminine and hopeless cry often, but the carborundum knife sharpener, 30 to 50 cents, would obviate the humiliation and let the lady cut a big swath with her menfolk, if they found sharp carving knives set before them. There are many types of sharpeners on the market. Some of them, of course, are quite expensive. Buy the best in this case, as in every other case. The best is an investment. Less than the best is an expenditure. Nothing can cut down on the antagonism between time and service like vegetable slicers. They slice any vegetable and cost about $2.50 up. Do you realize what such a donation could mean? Could any little fluffy ruffle, pincushion, mean so much to anybody, be she cook or pauper? If you want to give something in the realm of a card for Easter, Christmas, or New Year, or some trifle in the case of another sort of anniversary, why not send some of the silencers for kitchen chair and table legs at 10 cents a set, or the permanent gas lighters for 25 cents. They are convenient and amusing. Owning a rotary fruit parer, $1.50 up, saves energy and caters to your sense of form, as the fruit can be served unangular and with little waste, and besides, the cook's imperial temper is not stirred. Table bells and griddles. Table bells, a sweet tintabulation, save the nerves. At any rate, there is poetry in such a gift, and one can spend from $1.50 to any price at all on these romantic things, as they also come in the precious metals. There may be many domiologists with doubts about cake, bread, and mayonnaise mixers, but if you ever gave any of these articles to a household, you would go down into history as a benefactor. I wonder often why so many of us forget that such gifts are really gold mines. No one likes to do unnecessary cleaning and scraping of utensils, so the aluminum waffle and griddle are presents of unusual pleasure-giving potentialities. The prices here are prone to fluctuation, but there are always sizes to be had around $4.50. The electric ones cost 3 or 4 times as much. If you would give a regal gift to the monarch of culinaria, the kitchen cabinet is the thing. It is compact little kitchen, with everything in it but the kitchen stove, and fills the need of the worker in the badly planned and equipped city kitchen, and the unplanned kitchen out of town. Although not exclusively a kitchen gift, the vacuum cleaner cannot be excelled as a present. Once bestowed, you are looked upon as a fairy godparent. Why not give one for a wedding present some time? The fireless cookers and refrigerators would come under this classification too, but they vary in price too much to record here. Electric dishwashers and stoves. If there be a regent and not a cook in your kitchen, she will welcome with tired arms the electric dishwasher, the boon to the woman doing her own work. It costs about $150 or thereabouts, and makes housework a game rather than drudgery. Haven't you often heard the young wife say, "I wouldn't mind housework at all if it weren't for the dishwashing"? Then there is the magic, yes, magic, electric stove family. There isn't time enough to tell of some of their wonder workings. If you gave one of these, costing about $180, you would be giving at the same time money, time to herself, and the rest cure. Some of these stoves automatically cook and stop their cooking while you are out or sleeping, save money because they make cheap cuts of meat taste like expensive cuts, act as fireless cookers and refrigerators, and I will leave the rest to your investigation. Of course, there are the electric laundry appliances, casseroles, ice cream freezers, which must be turned and which must not be turned, convenient egg heaters, buffers, kitchenette articles, and countless other things in the line of percolators, etc., which are obvious and need no mind-jerking from us. All these things are gifts of value, tremendous helps to the cook, and ought to be boons to the seeker for something to give. Be elastic. Come out of the parlor and go into the kitchen for a new field of giving. Gifts raise the value of things, and the value of culinary pursuits need raising. End of section 38.
Section 39 of Cheating the Junk Pile, the Purchase and Maintenance of Household Equipments. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by BettyB. Cheating the Junk Pile by Ethel R. Pacer. Latest Inventions. There may be nothing new under the sun, but there is always something inviting under the roofs of our manufactories in these labor, time, and energy-sparing days. Not to keep abreast of the news is perhaps to lose at least a week out of your year in time and a few tons of actual effort. There is an ideal mixer on the market which attacks and synthesizes a mayonnaise, cream, or eggs, mixes cakes, makes bread of its ingredients, and all in all can almost be hitched to the stars and change the rotations of the solar system, extravagantly speaking. It is modeled on a giant mixer formerly used in hotels and soda fountains, but now adapted to home use. Furthermore, it is prepared to annihilate meats, nuts, and fruits. It is a complete power unit and worked by electricity. Multum in parvo. Here you have it. A little washing machine that can be a sweet pal of the portable typewriter. Less its weight, not requiring, though, either ink or hand labor. This tiny wooden washer is placed under a water faucet, and the weakest stream of water revolves its little cylinder so that you can wash 2 or 3 shirtwaists and 6 hankies and 7 towels in one operation, while you sit and think how lucky you are. Fancy this little fairy in a hotel room, in the country, where the wash ladies are obsolete and your nurse won't wash, or where you don't want to trust your trousseau to any laundry resident in your rural haunt. And it is invaluable for the baby's wash, because the baby is no respecter of labor and needs much rehabilitation. It fits on any washstand, is simply made, easily cleaned, très bon marché. So your parlor, bedroom, and bathroom need not be a limitation to your wardrobe's perfection. How many times have you toasted bread at your morning meal, the meal at which most of us are poorly adjusted? How many times have we nearly sworn because your magic electric toaster only did the trick on one side of the bread? Now there has been born a toaster which, when one side of the toast is done, turns the other cheek by a pat of one's finger on a lever, and in most traditionally ethical fashion, so that you have self-turned toast, well cooked, waiting for you, disgruntled or radiant. It's a nice thought to have toast without blackened fingers or disintegrated character. Every sick room at some time or another needs, besides air, a gentle deodorant. In accordance with electricity's forward march, an electric incense burner can be bought which, though not in the traditional mode, is very much to the manner of today. Whether this will appeal to our Greenwich Village friends who espouse with all their modernity archaic methods, we cannot tell, yet would we suggest this device whether they be incensed or not. Soon there will be on the market a wee electric washette, a portable 6 shirtwaist or 12 sockser which washes clothes and will spare the fare on silk hose or lingerie. Most city and country dwellings have electricity, and in a few months this vital little machine will be yours for the paying. Bathrooms today without the shower would be like the kiss to the strange maiden who liked it not, were her lover unmustachioed. In order to have a faultless shower, for they are often built haphazardly so that they leak, spatter, burn, and scatter, a standardized shower has been put on the market which, when ordered by the architect, can be put into any bathroom. It can be in curved or square design and in almost any size. After installation it can be finished in paint, marble, tile, or in whatever uniform your bathroom mobilized. The fixtures are the most modern, completely covering the bather with sprays enticing and affording thorough refreshment. Practically speaking, the electric washing machine in which boiling water is put is a perfect instrument. Yet we can see some instances where the gas-heated electric washer might be a great convenience if the clothes are not permitted to have the dirt boiled in, and the gas jets left burning beneath them. Today, to meet the demand of a self-heating washer, there are few being put on the market. Along the line of washing machines is a filler which acts promptly and swiftly so that the washing machine is filled and emptied of water with a minimum effort. There are 2 or 3 of these assistants on the market, 2 of which are good, but one of which we think better. They can be tried before purchasing. Electrified tables. Furniture is furniture. That seems rational. It has beauty but not life. Yet in the Middle Edison period in which we live, furniture arterially supplied with electric current has come to pass. Table tipping has gone out, but electrified tea tables have come in. There is no limit to what the electrified tea table might not be or might not contain. Tea, toast, lectures, or music fill its usual shallow depths, but now a veritable companion to man, not only a pal but an adviser. Yet you must be careful lest the amiable invention ousts the charm of tea itself. But all new inventions, when they seem the most perilous, are the most useful. Think of the charms of the electrified toilet table. Shaving water hot, curling irons ready, lights in perfect range. It is beyond imagination lovely. Then think of the electrified bed. It is too enough. Overlooking the fact that an ironing board and iron are prohibited in many hotels, they seem to arrive in other guises. A folding contraption delightfully like a little box has been made and charmingly cretoned, which is itself the telescopic board, and inside of whose folds repose the leveling iron, electric connections, etc. Sleeping accommodations. Gunpowder can be made out of the air, but that isn't what we are looking for. After all, it's a constructive use we give it, breathing and health. Of late, people are longing for health. See the new religious sects. So the home longs for it, and devices are continually being made to give the home more air and better. An automatic device to make rooms breathe is now a practical thing. It looks like a little box of copper wire on one side, open on the other and fitted with little shutters so that the warm air escapes and the cool fresh air is imprisoned in the room. It is put on outside the window sash, and without draft you breathe clean, fresh morning air. You can always supply a bed to the newcomer, or make your living room into a more livable and sleeping one by the use of the new beds, housed behind a small door in the wall, which swing easily to position at night. The small door can be near the porch, so the sleeping porch by day can be free of bedding, and be an upper porch only. Furthermore, if the door be placed rightly, the bed can be swung to the porch or to the room. Rainy nights or cyclonic, you can sleep indoors. It is not a folding bed, but that device has many drawbacks. Of course, this is more practically installed when the house is built, yet it can successfully be put on afterward. Its makers also offer a concealed ironing board behind closed doors, which for a limited home is a comfort. Should your home not have enough electric connections, which of course it should have, you can now get electric sockets with 2 or 3 plug extensions. This can double your electric elasticity. For example, a lamp and an electric piano player can get their nutrition from one base plug, and you can put 2 bulbs in one plug. A makeshift, of course, but it doesn't look like one, and if your home was built in the pre-electric era, you can keep up with the times with this device. Lamps seem today to be one of the newer adjustabilities. A very useful lamp to fix on the piano to light the eye of the musical page will be a real convenience to the home in which the piano has to be in the living room. The whole room can be dark except for this illumination of the music pages. The audience can sit in darkness and have their comfort evolve from the lighted region. Here is a time when from sitting in darkness, light, comfort, and good deeds may emerge. This lamp can be had in all wood finishes and can be placed on beds or chairs if wanted in these ways. Not snubbing other devices at all, we must lump a few suggestions in electric apparatus. For example, the hair dryers giving cold and hot air, the violet ray machines, the vibrator, all 3 made in convenient size and light weight. With these 3 things your boudoir is much more complete. Yesterday, the silent cloth of cloth was all we had to put under your tablecloth. Today, asbestos in all its fire impenetrability is to be had in comfortable sheets for table use, to protect the polished surface in entirety and enrich the tablecloth. You have known the mats in asbestos. Now you have the table rug. Jars of pottery can be rapidly turned into electric lamps by a new device made to fit down in and raise above a lampshade, bulb, and complete paraphernalia. Think of the good uses some old wedding presents can be put to. This device comes in sizes to fit jars with 3-inch, 4-inch, 5-inch, or 6-inch openings at the top. Very nearly meeting the constant question, do you know of an instantaneous heater, comes the electric water heater, which when attached to your faucet gives instantaneous, exceedingly hot water. It is a small thing not more than 8 inches high, and will be a boon of boons when absolutely perfect. During the summer the attic gets overheated and makes itself an impossible place for sleeping. This need not be, as there is a material that comes in sheets to line the walls and ceiling. For cellars the warmth is kept in, for attics the heat is kept out. Could there be anything more simple and adaptable? To close this chapter safely, we can do no more than suggest a ready-made fence. It has been on the market years for the pasture, but is now being introduced for the garden use of people who don't want to or can't make a new fence. It is delightful, of rough-hewn wood, 4, 5, or 6 bars, posted and diagonal. For a rambling place for roses and vines it has no equal, and to be able to buy fences by the yard, for the yard, is veritably both joy and comfort brought to your very doors. End of section 39. Section 40 of Cheating the Junk Pile, the Purchase and Maintenance of Household Equipments. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by BettyB. Cheating the Junk Pile by Ethel R. Pacer. Measure for Measure. "A pint's a pound the year around," said a little old lady, dealing out some lead shot to a young man gunner, who received a pint of shot for his pound, and went off thinking he had begun his hunt with augury well imposed. What's lighter, a pound of feathers or a pound of lead? These two idea rousers never would have been born were it not for the average ignorance and negligence of weights and measures in the average time-bound home. True it is, if we are time run, we certainly are inaccurately measured and weighed, especially in our kitchens, where overdoses may injure, where underdoses and overdoses may ruin recipes. There is really no need for this. We have had careful training in our youth with tables. Recall herewith when absolutely perfect. Avoirdupois. 27.3 grains equal 1 dram. Dr. 16 drams equal 1 ounce. Oz. 16 ounces equal 1 pound. Lb. 100 pounds equal 100 weight. Cwt. Dry measure. 2 pints equal 1 quart. Qt. 8 quarts equal 1 peck. 4 pecks equal 1 bushel. 105 dry quarts equal 1 bbl. Vegetables, etc. Liquid measure. 4 gills equal 1 pint. 2 pint equal 1 quart. 4 quarts equal 1 gallon. 31 1/2 gallons equal 1 bbl. Linear measure. 12 inches equal 1 foot. 3 feet equal 1 yard. 5 1/2 yards equal 1 rod. 320 rods equal 1 mile. 1,760 yards equal 1 mile. 5,280 feet equal 1 mile. Not quite indoors, but useful to know. Square measure. 144 square inches equal 1 square foot. 9 square feet equal 1 square yard. 30 1/4 square yards equal 1 square rod. 160 square rods equal 1 acre. These are the classics over which we of the ancient regime trembled, but which in the new regime youth imbibes in unwitting doses and grows in spite of itself into engineers and surveyors. Yet for you and me there are still tables that may be of use, and L. Ray Balderston, in her Housewifery, has published one which is worthy of quoting. 4 saltspoonfuls equal 1 teaspoonful. 3 teaspoonfuls equal 1 tablespoonful. 16 tablespoonfuls equal 1 cupful. 2 gills equal 1 cupful. 2 cupfuls equal 1 pint. 1 cup equals 8 fluid ounces. 32 tablespoonfuls equal 1 pound of butter. 2 cups of butter equal 1 pound of butter. 4 cups of flour equal 1 pound of flour. 2 cups of sugar equal 1 pound of sugar. 5 cups of coffee equal 1 pound of coffee. 1 7/8 cups of rice equal 1 pound of rice. 2 2/3 cups of oatmeal equal 1 pound of oatmeal. 2 2/3 cups of cornmeal equal 1 pound of cornmeal. 1 cup of liquid to 3 cups of flour equal a dough. 1 cup of liquid to 2 cups of flour equal thick batter. 1 cup of liquid to 1 cup of flour equals a thin batter. To neutralize: 2 teaspoonfuls of soda to 1 pint of sour milk. 1 teaspoonful of soda to 1 cup of molasses. 1/2 teaspoonful of cream of tartar and 1 teaspoonful of soda equal 2 teaspoonfuls of home brew baking powder. But what of all this if we use a teacup one time, a coffee cup at another for measuring, a dessert spoon one time, teaspoon another, etc.? There is but one way to take the guess out of home cookery, and that is have a set of approved scales, dry and wet measures. A saltspoon is a saltspoon, even as a rake is a rake and not a hoe. A teaspoon has a standard size, even as a peck is a peck and a quart is a quart. Those things have governmental regulation, and you should, of course, profit by them. In some communities you can buy weights and measures sealed with government approval. When possible, this is a good thing. Always find out, however, before buying whether they have the sanction of the Standard Bureau in Washington, or what your community's regulation may be. Suppose you asked for a yard of ribbon in one shop and got short measure. You would soon detect it. Yet daily and hourly you accept a peck of this or a quart of that and never measure it when you get it home. Home telephoning for groceries and meats have permitted more short selling than Wall Street ever dreamed of. Every kitchen should possess the series of spoons attached to one pivot. This set includes salt spoon, 1/4 teaspoon, 1 teaspoon, 1/2 teaspoon, a metal aluminum preferred measuring cup with designations of 2/3, 1/3, 3/4, 1/2, 1/4, a glass cup divided into quarter cups for high convenience. The glass graduate with spout, measuring a pint or a quart divided into easily read divisions, is a joy in any kitchen. Then it is easy to have a dry measure such as a quart wooden container to measure things as they come from the grocer. Scales and measures. Scales must be like Caesar's wife, above suspicion, tested by local authorities for accuracy and worth the understanding that you will have them officially tested and blessed and sealed by the sealer. There are many kinds of scales. Avoid the kind which has a spring under the pan, as the spring, unless a very expensive one, gets out of order. The hanging pan spring scale is generally good with per 10 to 20 pounds capacity. It registers the weight automatically on the pan. The folding scale of the steelyard type is fairly accurate at a reasonable outlay, and folds against a wall and is out of the way if not weigh. The counter beams or balance scale is most accurate if you have table space and promise to remember where you put the weights. It requires care, as you have to do the marking by hand and no dial tells you the story. They are more expensive but more accurate. For all purposes the scale should be able to record them from 1 pound to 10 up to 30 pounds. Liquid measure. The quota here can comfortably be 1 quart measure, 1 pint, and 1/2 pint, a 4-ounce graduate subdivided to 1 dram or less. When buying those, they should be cylindrical or conical with top diameter smaller than bottom diameter. These are purchasable in metal, enamel ware, etc. Must be made to wear, seamless and easily cleaned. The markings on these should be clear enough to avoid the gawky game of guess. To avoid error in reading cone-shaped graduate, you will see that the subdivisions are more at base than at the top. A 4-ounce graduate may be subdivided to 1/2 dram for each 2 drams, to 1 dram for the next 6 drams, to 2 drams for the remaining capacity up to 2 ounces, and to 4 drams, or half an ounce for the interval between 2 and 4 ounces. In filling or reading, it should be held level and readings made at the main surface of liquid. Disregard the creeping up of the liquid on the width of glass. This is governmental bulletin advice. Dry measure. Here the quota can be a nest of measures from 1/2 bushel to 1 quart. These measures should be of metal or well varnished wood bound by a metal or some sort of band on top. Cylindrical here is the best style. If conical, have them with their tops 10% or 1/10 larger than bottom diameter. Diameters of 1/2 bushel should be 13 3/4 inch. 1 peck should be 10 7/8 inch. 1/2 peck should be 8 1/2 inches. 2 quarts should be 6 5/8 inches. 1 quart should be 5 3/8 inches. 1 pint should be 4 inches. Length measure. How many a step has been wasted looking for a yard measure, etc. Why not have a measuring corner in the kitchen and add to it 1 yard measure or a tape 3 to 6 feet long? Isn't that easy enough? A yardstick, of course, should be of well measured wood plus metallic ends or all of metal. It is most convenient if subdivided not only into feet, inches, and fractions, but into fractions of a yard. The more fractions, really the less fractious will be your measurements. Preserving, etc. For testing accurately water densities, hydrometers are used. If in your community you intend to do a lot of preserving or candy making, even in your own home, the saccharometer, a kind of hydrometer, will take the guesswork out of the necessary thickness of a syrup's density. This is a short, weighted spindle graduated from 0 to 70. When placed in water, the spindle rests on the bottom of the vessel and the reading of the surface is 0. As the density is increased, the spindle rises until when the solution is saturated with sugar at the temperature indicated, the reading is 100. This is an inexpensive one. Another type, mercury weighted, is more expensive and more accurate. The vessel must be same depth as saccharometer. A narrow vessel is best, so if you are doing much, preserving a 250 cubic centimeter glass cylinder or a brass saccharometer cup is the easiest way. Buy the cylinder and thermometer with hydrometer. Temperature affects densities with the 3 tools you are sure. Thermometers. Thermometers are useful things if they are accurate and as nearly unbreakable as possible. There are a few good ones on the market. We cannot advocate the oven door thermometer, as there is hardly one which can stand the onslaught of banging and remain in on its accurate pinnacle. Many a good stove and many a bad one have inveigled purchasers because of their neat little thermometer on their oven doors. They work all well and good for a while, but you know a thermometer is a dainty instrument and must be kept well to keep well. However, there are many good thermometers built for pretty rough use. Rough as any good instrument may be treated, which of course should never be rough. The home could really afford the bath thermometer, the house thermometer, the kitchen, and last and least the clinical thermometer. But the kitchen thermometer takes the guesswork out of oven's heat and prevents the fall of doughs, a catastrophe like unto few in awfulness. It does away with thrusting one's hand in an oven to find out through our uncertain senses how hot is the oven, and often prevents a well burned finger, tongue when tasting, or whole body when carelessness creeps in. The thermometer is no half measure. It is a real necessity. It conquers feelings and tells the truth. If we are slaves to time in this world, why not switch our allegiance to the thermometer? Then with thermostats our rooms will be habitable because they have the right degree of heat, not because one feels it is too hot and another feels it too cool, and too, our food will not be wasted by undercooking or overcooking. Buy only the best thermometers, others add girth to the junk pile, and here we must practice girth control with all our vigor. Other thermometers useful at home are for incubator, deep fat frying, refrigerator, pasteurizing milk, etc. Some precautions. Quantity as well as quality is necessary in household economy. For this reason, it is well to consider a few precautions, and as there are a few confusing things in even our tables, it is best to drive ourselves up to them like a timid horse is led to face the terror that causes him to shy and free himself from terror. The avoirdupois pound is larger than the troy, or apothecary's pound. Avoirdupois is 7,000 grains, and the latter is 5,760. But the troy or apothecary's ounce is larger than the avoirdupois ounce. Troy and apothecary's weight differ in the division of drams, scruples, and grains. Apothecaries. Apothecary's weight. 20 grains equal 1 scruple. 8 scruples equal 1 dram. 8 drams equal 1 ounce. 12 ounces equal 1 pound. Troy weight. 24 grains equal 1 pennyweight. 20 pennyweight equal 1 ounce. 12 ounces equal 1 pound. Troy. In purchasing drugs and chemicals for the home, you may need to know these differences. Avoirdupois system should be used generally in bulk buying, but unless stiff regulations exist in your vicinity, the apothecary is prone to sell all by the apothecary system. Troy weight is used by precious metal purveyors, so the house is little concerned there. Fluid ounces, weight ounces. Like the pints a pound fable, so does all ounces look alike to me, provision disaster. The liquid ounce and the weight ounce are not the same. In Great Britain, however, the fluid ounce of water does weigh an ounce avoirdupois. Dry and liquid quarts and pints. Without strict ordinances in your part of the world, pretty confusion exists in the leveling of dry and liquid dissimilarities. The dry quart is 16% larger than the liquid, so you see the loss incurred if liquid measure is used for a dry purchase. When you buy a quart at the hardware store for home use, you can find out whether it is dry or liquid by filling it with water. The dry quart measure should weigh 2 pounds 6 3/4 ounces. The liquid quart would hold but 2 pounds 1 1/3 ounces of water. Uncertain quantities. The barrel measure is somewhat uncertain. It is best to find out your state regulations. The barrel differs according to state law and commodities sometimes. March 1915, a law was passed by National Congress. This applies to all dry commodities except such as been sold by weight or numerical count, flour, sugar, and cement. The standard barrel has a capacity of 105 dry quarts. The liquid barrel's capacity is generally marked on its side. Sacks and bags. You are prone to get the sack here unless you are careful. There are usually 94 pounds of cement to the sack and 100 pounds of sugar. In the case of flour, the weights are usually in multiples of a barrel, 1/2, 1/4, 1/8, etc., expressed in pounds, but the custom is growing to drop the 1/2 pound, 1/4 pound, and 1/8 pound from the weight of 1/8, 1/16, and 1/32 barrel size, and make their weights 24, 12, and 6 pounds. Barrel of flour has 196 pounds. Potatoes generally weigh 2 1/2 bushels to the sack, according to weight per bushel in your own state. Heaped bushel, bulky vegetables, fruits, etc. In different states, the heaped measure is heaped differently. In some, the measure is heapable to the point where the commodity falls down and out. In others, the cone above the measure has certain lawful dimensions, so find out before you are fooled. In buying peas, dried beans, etc., be sure they are measuring your purchase by dry, not by liquid measures, or you will lose 15% of your purchase. Baskets. Basket sizes are just about standardized to 2 quart, 4 quart, and 12 quart baskets. Boxes for fruits. A national law says that the standard basket or boxes or container for small fruits, berries, and vegetables shall be of the following capacities: dry half pint, dry quart, or multiples of the dry quart. Cords of wood. Practice differs here in large measure. Purchasers must find out local laws. In most states, a cord of wood is 128 cubic feet, in piles 3 by 8 by 4 foot lengths. The lengths, however, into which wood is cut in some places is 3 or 2 or 1½ feet. Measurements are sometimes made before and sometimes after splitting. The basket in some states measures fractions of cords. Occasionally it is equal to a heaped bushel. In other states it is more specifically designated. Look up your laws. Here all your safety lies. Containers. Finally, check up the contents of your containers and notify the makers. You will help the public and the manufacturers. Statements of weight are in avoirdupois terms. Packages of 2 pounds or less are exempt from marking, and containers below 1 fluid ounce come under this exemption. Notify the maker if loss exists. It is a public service. Losses often occur from evaporation, leakage, bad packing, and consequent deterioration before opening. The manufacturer will be glad to get a notification if he is of integrity, so that he can take steps to correct his measure. Here is real need for good scales and measuring cups. The contents of a cylindrical can or paint pail can be determined. Measure circumference with a tape. Measure height with a tape. Diameter of can equals 7/22 of circumference. Subtract from circumference a slight amount for thickness of can. Multiply the result by itself and the product of 11/14. This result should be multiplied by height of can, less proper allowance for inset and thickness of ends. The result, if you have used inches, will be the cubic contents, in inches. It can be reduced to gallons or fractions of a gallon by dividing by 231. These precautions are only a few in the course of home buying, but we hope they will be suggestive. Know your state laws. No home should be, no matter what its scale, without a scale, a liquid as well as a dry set of measure. It is wisest to buy and sell by weight, as the heaping systems vary. It is fairest to customer and more comfortable to merchant. If you and everyone insist on this fashion, it will prevail in the future. Addition and recapitulation. Finally, we have added to our familiar weights, measures, thermometers, and scales, the hydrometer for candy making, preserves, etc., the water meter, which you don't realize is working away in your home, the electric meter, which silently subtracts coin from your pocket too, the gas meter, which is just as financially obstreperous, and if you are inquisitive, meteorologically, you may too have a barometer to tell the atmospheric pressure and presage the weather, and the hygroscope, or psychrometer, which will measure the humidity in the air. These things are the measures which will take the uncertain out of your domestic sailing, and be an all-encompassing compass for all your goings, comings, and ways. But above all, don't forget the egg timer, or the clock, for without these two things, marriage can be a brittle thing, and homekeeping an anarchy. End of section 40. Section 41 of Cheating the Junk Pile, the Purchase and Maintenance of Household Equipments. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by BettyB. Cheating the Junk Pile by Ethel R. Pazer. Taking the kitchen along. It is no longer necessary for motorists to trust to luck and the Roadhouse restaurant for lunch. They can take their own kitchen along and loiter down the highways and byways and eat where and when they will. Manufacturers who have studied the requirements of motorists provide the neatest imaginable bits of equipment for use on the road. With them, you can be as comfortable in the Gobi Desert as at home. The best known of these pieces is what is called the restaurant, a ship-shaped glazed duck or sole leather case equipped with knives, forks, spoons, cups, saucers, butter jars, sandwich boxes, vacuum bottles, salt and pepper shakers, and napkins for from 2 to 8 persons. They can be strapped on the running board or back rack of the car or slid unobtrusively into the tonneau. They are shaped usually like suitcases although one firm makes them in a flat, square shape of sole leather, black grain leather, or glazed duck, patent leather. There is a case of this kind on the market that carries a cooking apparatus, a long fork, and a folding gasoline cook stove with 2 burners. This burns ordinary gasoline, which the motorist always has with him. There are no loose parts to assemble or become lost. When it is folded, all parts are enclosed easily and rapidly, and the case fastens securely and simply. It can be bought separately or in combination with the above case. These cases are built on a basis of bass or some other strong wood and are practically unbreakable. If you prefer a wood fire to the gasoline stove, there are small grates to be had which aid greatly in the building of it. These are light in weight and can be carried easily. Long ago, the vacuum bottle solved the problem of carrying cold and hot food. It is made in many shapes, styles, and forms. It ensures comfort for the long or short tour, and if a little care is taken in the handling, there is no danger of breakage. The best of these bottles are made of glass, well annealed, ensuring elasticity. The outer walls are generally of steel and relieve the jarring. The inner wall is also of steel, and between these walls is the vacuum, impenetrative to heat and cold. These jars and bottles hold from 1 pint to 1 gallon, so the range of choice is vast enough for utility. The stoppers are so made and fitted, plus their caps, to prevent leakage of wind or advent of outside air, that the temperature probably never changes more than a few degrees in 24 hours. Cases for these bottles in various sizes are made of leather, duck, and wicker. They are convenient and absolutely necessary to the longevity of the bottle, as it is so adjusted in the casing that it rests and vibrates enough to ease strain, which might overcome the elasticity of the glass and cause breakage. The bottles themselves are finished in leather over metal or in metal containers, and some come equipped with handles and also with convenient cups. Another invaluable aid in an automobile trip is the fireless cooker, which makes a hot meal at any time a reality. Start it before the trip begins, and by mealtime you'll have a real dinner, not a pseudo feast. These fireless cookers can be had, so don't forget them in planning a trans-desert tour amid sands and dry winds. Refrigerators. There are on the market admirable ice boxes for the motorist. These come with partitions for ice and partitions for food. Some have racks in which bottles and other things are held firmly. The wicker basket lined with metal is a useful one and has a convenient carrying handle. It is of the finest workmanship of imported reed, with hardwood bottom covered with 2 coats of mineral paint. The covers are of 3-ply basswood finished in dark forest green. There are straps to fasten the cover, and the hinges, buckles, and nickel-plated fixings are of perfect workmanship. The lining is nickel-plated zinc and especially insulated against aggressive, unwanted outside air. The iceless refrigerator is an ice-saving and remarkable device which works on the old evaporation cooling principle. The 2 earthenware crocks, which fasten together, are submerged before filling in clear water. When kept in a draft or in a moving vehicle or in a window, the evaporation process cools the food within. This device saves ice, the cool air doing the work. The other refrigerator boxes are excellent too, with their fine installations and vents for melted ice. These are generally leather covered and zinc lined. Cooking outfits. Campers using cooking outfits that motorists do well to copy. For example, the cooking outfits made of hard, seamless aluminum for from 2 to 6 persons include in the smallest set 1 frying pan, 2 cooking pots, 1 coffee pot, 2 plates, 2 cups, 2 soup bowls, 2 knives, 2 forks, 2 dessert spoons, and 2 teaspoons, all nested together in the big cooking pot, and weighing 6 pounds 6 ounces. The outfit measures 9 1/2 inches by 8 3/4 inches, all wrapped in a canvas case. The nest for 8 includes 3 cooking pots, 1 cooking pot, 1 large coffee pot, 2 frying pans, 8 dessert, and 8 teaspoons. It is only 11 inches by 12 7/8 inches nested and weighs 18 3/4 pounds. It can be attached in canvas case to rear or side of running board racks, or carried in the car. If aluminum is too expensive, there is always the very same kit in steel, heavier of course, but just as compact in size. All are seamless and best quality. There are also pocket kits which weigh about 31 ounces and measure 2 inches by 3 1/8 inches by 8 1/2 inches and include a folding broiler, racks which thrust into the ground, 2 frying pans with detachable handles and which when fitted together make a perfect roaster. All fold neatly together and there is room for knives, forks, etc. If this list of accessible accessories does not fire your desire to take to the open road, nothing will. End of section 41.
Section number 42 of Cheating the Junk Pile, the Purchase and Maintenance of Household Equipments. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Darkeith Lofton. Cheating the Junk Pile by Ethel R. Pacer. The Fire Hazard. The chief underlying reasons for fires in civilized communities are carelessness, ignorance, and panic. The immediate causes are kitchen stove and range maladjustments, heating stove and furnace pipe lapses, trouble in chimney flues and pipings, carelessness with lamps, gas, oily rags, cleaning fluids, soot deposits of soft coal, spontaneous combustion, bad insulation, no insulation, cigarettes, etc. No means to put out a fire when it starts. And, topping it all, hidden electric diseases cause almost more fires than any other one cause. In rural farm communities, there are the forest and brush fires, which we need consider but grudgingly here. The many fires which catch from roof to roof, and the fires from the chimney which start one's roof afire. Then there are lightning, incendiary fires by tramps, kerosene oil lanterns, creosote from the smoke and soot in wood-burning communities disintegrates the mortar and the masonry, and as the woodwork comes in contact with the chimneys, fires are the result. To these are added the other hazards common to all modern life today. Farmers, or those living out of the range of the fire department, should be more especially equipped against fire than any other groups. For example, a ladder is a great necessity, and yet many people who are in isolated places never spend a little money on a good one that might save the roof and then the home, to say nothing of lives. Dirty lamps with loose connections cause many a fire and should be thought about seriously. Wet days on the farm are great fire makers, for clothes are put near to the fire and, whoop-la, a very warm fire ensues. Candles, too, are handled carelessly and should be treated as inflammable material when they are lit. Most ashes will spontaneously burn if set away, as the fine bits of coal and grease adore fire. Lanterns plus hay, if not carefully used, are another cause of fire. So, carelessness really is the root of 99% of fires, and yet we indulge ourselves in this ruthless pleasure. Probably the kitchen is one of the best little hatcheries in the home for fires. Why that is easy enough to see. The chief cause here is negligence, and its first cousin, ignorance. Fires are swift followers of these conventions. Ignition of wood floors under, or walls back of, stoves. Drying wood in ovens. Kindling left overnight too near the stove. Clothes hung on backs of chairs too near the stove or on the clothes horse too near the stove, especially if they have been cleaned with gasoline or other cleaning fluids. Thin clothes, flimsy sleeves catching a flame make delightfully hot and dangerous fires. Fires may be guarded against in these ways. 1. Metal shields projecting at least 6 inches at the sides and back and 12 inches in front of ash pans should be placed under all kitchen stoves standing on wooden floors. 2. All ranges on wood or combustible floors and beams that are not supported on legs and have ash pans 3 inches or more above their base should be set on brick foundations. 3. Large ranges, if under combustible ceilings, should have metal hoods above with a ventilating pipe passing through to the outer air through a sleeve or asbestos packing. 4. Wood stud partitions back of ranges standing 12 inches or less away should be shielded with metal from the floor to at least 36 inches higher than the ranges. 5. It should be remembered that tin, zinc, or sheet iron used to protect woodwork from the heat should be placed that there will be an airspace between it and the wall. 6. If a metal is against the wood, it only serves to conceal charring without preventing it. Bear in mind that bright tin reflects more heat than sheet iron. 7. Watch stove pipes for parted joints and rust holes. Clean soot from chimneys and stovepipes at stated intervals. Do not allow plaster back of stoves to remain broken. 8. There is now a fine asbestos product made which is a mixture of cement and wood and asbestos, which if placed under the stove or even back of it will prevent fire. This material is not cold to the foot, can be highly polished, and is most delightful in a well-groomed kitchen. This too can be used for tabletops and is polished by a mixture made for its express demands. This asbestos wood is invaluable for partitions, obviating very thick and expensive walls, and due to its lightness, it can be used for light frame houses and ensure fire protection. It is used for switchboard and other installations by electricians, etc. It takes various stains and finishes in imitation of wood or marble, is rigid, light, and fireproof. It is the same physically as wood, except that it is fireproof, takes a higher polish, and is harder. It can be used not only for making walls, floors, and ceilings fireproof, but window casing, partitions, baseboards, cabinets, and all trim. It is moisture resisting and impervious to weather conditions. The people that are the most careful of pocketbooks seem to forget the ordinary fire peril and don't seem to realize the necessity for concentration on the cures, probably because they are optimists and do not think of any trouble. Yet why pay so dearly for optimism? For example, most stoves should be at least 24 inches to 30 inches from these things that combine so affectionately with them, and should be at least 6 inches off the floor if not standing on metal or asbestos wood. If lath and plaster are protected by a metal shield, then the stoves can be within 18 inches with safety. A fireproof material should be at least 36 inches square on the floor to catch the flying embers from stove or fire. The fire clay linings in the stove should be watched and seen to be sound, and the fire in any stove should never be made above the fire clay linings. Possibly you have not heard of these things before, and they sound like the cry of the alarmist. Never fear. It is better to cry before you're hurt, sometimes, than afterwards. Never put kindling wood in the oven. Deposit all ashes in metal receptacles or upon non-combustible floors, removing same from building at least once a week. Barrels or boxes should not be used for storing or carrying ashes unless they are constructed entirely of metal. Before starting fires in the autumn, thoroughly clean out the furnace and flues thereto, also the fireplaces. Carefully examine them and immediately repair or replace any defective part. Don't burn out chimneys and flues by making an especially hot fire with paper, etc. Main chimneys should be cleaned from roof to cellar. All stovepipes where entering chimneys should be provided with metal collars and rigidly fixed in place. Replace any tile, crock, or flimsy flues in chimneys with substantial brick chimneys. Gas stoves or other heaters should have a ventilating flue to carry off the burned gas fumes, which are poisonous. Do not use portable rubber or similar tubing, but connect all gas stoves rigidly and securely with gas pipe. Examine valves and see that they are tight and do not leak. Never permit a stove of any kind to be set up without stone, brick, concrete, or metal protection underneath, or near a partition without a metal shield and airspace. Never run stovepipes through partitions or paste paper over flue holes. All types of open fireplaces or stoves, especially where there are children, should be provided with substantial spark screens. Don't throw waste paper on an open fire unless you watch it more than carefully. Every period of extreme cold results in numerous fires due to forcing the heating apparatus. Keep this in mind next winter. Watch your heater. Keep hoods and pipes of kitchen range free from grease and lint by cleaning with hot water and lye. Do not hang clothes or bags near stoves or on stove pipes or steam pipes or on electric bulbs. In the case of the recondite furnace, whose being we take for granted, the same principles apply as to the stove. For safety, asbestos about the wood and adjacent places makes safety sure. And if safety first doesn't apply here, where does it? It will at least keep the secretive fire below stairs from breaking bounds. Where pipes, flues, etc. pass through woodwork, there should be asbestos or metal protection to the wood, or else here again we will be victims of a lapse of precaution. Sometimes fires have occurred by the closing of all registers in a house heated by hot air, and the unnatural heat left in the furnace overheats pipes, etc., to a dangerous degree. In some homes so heated there are 2 registers which cannot possibly be closed, and obviates overheating. Inspection of flues to see that deteriorated mortar will not permit the exit of fire to surrounding woodwork will prevent many a fire. Very often, where joists and beams rest on chimneys and are not sufficiently insulated against the ravages of faulty construction or wear, they will catch fire slowly but surely. Faulty joints and pipes are many times the cause of fire when the rest of the home is perfectly guaranteed against it. For example, when a stovepipe is fitted into another, there should be at least a 3-inch lap to make a safe joint. Imperfect junctures of pipe and flue, pipe and pipe, make for the escape of sparks and consequent fire. Stovepipes should not pass through a floor or plaster partition or any concealed place, lest a parted joint or rust holes may cause mischief. Nor should any pipe that is likely to be heated pass through an attic where fluff is bound to accumulate, unless this pipe be insulated with asbestos to prevent ignition. Neither should a stovepipe pass through a roof, window, or siding, even of a summer kitchen. And the running of a very long stovepipe perpendicularly into a chimney is also hazardous. A stovepipe or a chimney, no matter how well isolated by zinc or whatnot, can set the ordinary shingled roof on fire by the escape of fiercely burning bits of soot and cinder. Many a roof has been burned this way, to say nothing of the whole house. There is today, besides the heavy tile, metal, and composition roof, an asbestos roofing in the shape of shingles of any color and shape that will wear indefinitely, and is absolutely fireproof, moisture-proof, and light enough to be put on any house. Furthermore, if you don't want to remove the old wooden roof, this shingle can be put over it and make a better roof than without the old one, as the installation value of the wood will keep the attic warm in winter and cool in summer. There are many asbestos roofings, the best of which are made of asbestos fiber, cement. These are made in all colors, sizes, and shapes, and can be put on by any roofer. There is never any reason to repaint or repair them, and if they are a bit higher at first in price than the ordinary shingle, you save in the lack of upkeep and the fact that no sparking can go between your neighbor's roof and your own, or between your chimney and your own roof. Copper roofs are now within the scope of more purses than heretofore. You have to remove stains from your garments, and for this may incur death and destruction by fire quite readily. But death is not necessary if a few precautions be taken. Keep the gasoline or whatever you may have in a can that can be bought for the purpose. Then don't deposit it in the stove or near it, but away from it where there is no chance of any fire coming in contact with it. Don't clean your clothes with these fluids in the smoking room or the kitchen. If possible, clean them outdoors. Fuels. Wood as a fuel is dangerous because it burns rapidly, makes a lot of ashes, and has to be replenished so often. Kerosene makes a lot of trouble because there is such crass ignorance in its use. Some people seem to love to fill a lamp when it is burning. Of course, this is the worst thing that one can do. And others dote on pouring kerosene on an open fire. Gasoline is explosive and as a fuel for the home, not at all warranted. Water won't be a very good extinguisher in these cases, but we will talk about extinguishers a little later on. When you realize that 6% of all fires are caused by lamps, it would do no one harm to learn the following rules by heart and by brain. Kerosene should always be handled by daylight and away from all flames and fires. Under no circumstances whatsoever should a lamp be filled while its wick is lighted. After filling a lamp, both the burner and the reservoir should always be carefully wiped free from oil films. When a lamp is not burning, it is well to keep the wick a little below the top of the tube. This helps to prevent oil from working over the burner and reservoir. Lamps should be filled as often as they are used. Especially, do not light a lamp when the oil is low in the reservoir. Never use a burner which fits loosely upon the rest of the lamp. Never use a lamp wick which does not fit the tube provided for it. Never blow out a kerosene flame downward. Turn down the wick a little and let the flame go out of itself. If you must blow it out, blow upward through the burner or across the top of the chimney. Both of these methods produce an upward draft. Do not try to carry a blazing lamp to a place of safety. The least agitation may cause an explosion. When the lamp is well filled, there is small chance of gas forming in it. But as the oil is consumed, explosive gases form. A burner that is kept clean and bright radiates heat, while a dirty one conducts heat to a lamp. Glass lamps are especially dangerous. The dropping or breaking of lighted lamps and the spreading of burning oil annually bring havoc to many hundreds of homes. Medicaments. As well as cleaning fluids, the presence of medicine and liniments made of ether and chloroform and alcohol are always causes of fire when not properly housed in the right kind of metal medicine chest and not directly over or near a gas jet or oil lamp. So remember to use carefully anything with these chemicals or camphor, varnishes, turpentine, benzene, or gasoline. Keep them in tin cans, which are to be had for them. Use them in daylight. Never leave rags around saturated with oils, medicines, or greases, because spontaneous combustion will take place. According to the National Fire Protection Association, the attic, cellar, and all closets and outbuildings should be cleaned at least once every year, and all useless material and rubbish removed therefrom and burned. These unnecessary accumulations are dangerous and are the causes of many fires. Store all remaining material neatly so that a clear passage may be had between or around boxes, cases, barrels, etc. Metal waste baskets only should be used. In storing clothing, First, remove all matches or other material from the pockets and then carefully fold and neatly place away. Do not hang clothes where they will be near hot chimneys. Do not go into closets with lighted matches or candles. Care should be exercised in burning leaves, dead grass, or rubbish. Keep these fires a safe distance from buildings and never light them on windy days. Do not bake houses in winter with straw, excelsior, or other readily inflammable material. A chimney spark or carelessly thrown match may ignite it. Use safety matches and make it impossible for children to get them. Always place burned matches in metal receptacles. Never throw them on the floor or into wastebaskets. To smoke in garages, in beds, or round stables containing hay is deliberately to invite disaster. Swinging gas brackets are dangerous and never should be allowed near curtains or dressers. Fix them rigidly so as to avoid contact with combustible material. If open gas flames are within 2 feet of ceiling, see that ceiling is protected with sheet metal or asbestos board. Tips for gas lights are inexpensive, while a light used with a broken tip or without a tip often causes fire. Don't use gas pendant mantles unless protected underneath with wire gauze. Hot carbon deposits form and drop from mantles of gas arc lamps. A globe closed at the bottom is safer. Examine the gas meter. See that it is securely set and well connected, and is not located near open lights or furnaces. An outside gas shutoff valve to service connection is desirable. Never look for gas leaks with a match, candle, or lamps. Where a dwelling is lighted by a gasoline vapor or acetylene gas system, the rules governing the safe use of these illuminants should be carefully studied and rigidly observed. Illuminating oils should be kept in closed metal cans in a safe place, and lamps should never be filled except by daylight. Kerosene lamps should be kept clean and properly trimmed. If allowed to burn all night, select one that contains much more than enough oil. A dirty lamp containing only a little oil is unsafe. Do not use paper or decorative shades of inflammable material on lamps or electric light bulbs. Electricity can be a real hidden peril and extends throughout the wire system in a building. Be sure it is safely installed and have the system carefully inspected and approved by a recognized electric inspector. Many fires are due to defective electric wiring. Do not destroy insulation on electric light, fan, or heater wires by hanging them on hooks or nails. Immediately repair or replace any defective switches, fuses, sockets, etc. A fuse is the safety valve of an electric system and should never be replaced by one of larger size or any other material. Before attaching electric irons, vacuum cleaners, cooking utensils, or any other electrical devices to your lighting circuits or sockets, consult an electrician as to the ability of your wiring to withstand this additional load. Electric wiring systems are designed to carry only a certain current, and if overloaded, may cause fires. Numerous fires have been caused by leaving electric irons with the current on. Disconnect them immediately when through using. Electricity is safe, but carelessness is unsafe. Heating and garage hazards. Coal and kindling should preferably be kept within a brick or stone enclosure and not stored against frame partitions, nor directly against walls of boiler or furnace. It is well to see that the garden hose may be attached to the kitchen faucet. Never allow open flame lights in a garage. When filling the tank, run the auto outside so that gasoline vapors will dissipate. Do not keep quantities of gasoline or calcium carbide inside of garage or dwelling. An approved underground storage tank is the safest method for keeping gasoline. A metal waste can should be located at a convenient place outside the garage for all waste and greasy rags. Burn these every week. Never use sawdust or shavings to absorb grease and oil. Scrub floor, if wooden, occasionally with hot water and lye. The use of gasoline for cleaning parts of the automobile in a garage is a dangerous thing. The garage should not be heated by means of stove or open fire of any kind, unless same is isolated in another room so that the gasoline vapors of garage cannot possibly get to it. Gasoline vapor travels. Being heavier than air, it seeks low levels. Ventilation should be arranged to take care of vapors collecting near the floor. Keep an approved fire extinguisher and a pail of sand in a garage. Water thrown on burning gasoline merely serves to spread it. In many cases, water will quench fire, but in the case of oils, alcohol, and other volatile liquids and grease fires, water simply spreads the fire and you are in more trouble than you were at first. The Big 8. The 8 fire makers in the order of their devastating power are as follows. Electrical, due to carelessness and lack of proper inspection. Matches and smoking, defective chimneys and flues. Stoves, furnaces, pipings and boilers, spontaneous combustion, sparks on roofs, and petroleum and its products. From 1915 to 1919, the value of fires from these causes aggregated $1,416,375,845. Is it any wonder that there is now agitation all over the United States to have at least 30 minutes given each week to the study of fire prevention? Saving the home is better even than building more homes. Extinguishers. Every home, of course, should be equipped with the best possible extinguisher. There are any number of them on the market. Do you know of many motorists who refuse the call of the extinguisher? There are not many who have not one in their car, yet there are few homes with them. Large homes should have one on every floor. Small homes, even if they have not enough footage to lower their insurance rates, should have them to reduce the fire hazard. What kind should the householder buy? The chief thing here is to buy one that has no fancy method of operation, that simply by inverting the container turns on a forceful stream, light as possible in weight, not over 25 pounds and preferably about 12, so that a woman can use it. Right there, it is interesting to note that the Fireman's Herald reports that women daily put out more fires and obviate conflagrations than men. That were it not for the fact that women put out so many, the fire peril would have been far greater. Other things that you must demand in the extinguisher are that it must have at least a stream of 20 feet long, that there must be no suffocating fumes from the chemical's contact with the fire, that the chemical must be as nearly stain-proof as possible, so that in a small fire, the room is not unnecessarily disfigured. The chemical must not freeze readily, at least not above 27 or 28 degrees Fahrenheit. There is one extinguisher on the market today that is gaining mightily in favor because it spreads a foam over the fire and cuts off the oxygen, and the laying of the foam prevents a flashback when the fire is nearly out. At first, this was used in the extinguishing of oil fires, the heaviest and most difficult of all fires to put out. For example, where a chemical engine took an hour to do the trick, this foam type took a few minutes. This has the added power of expanding over 8 times its bulk in the container when released, so that if the house type is used, the container need not be over 3/4 of a gallon, and you really have about 6 gallons of material for the fire. This does no more damage to draperies than would water. It does not injure cottons or wools, and does not penetrate fabrics as many other chemicals do. If it gets on one's clothes, it is easily brushed off after it dries. On polished and varnished furniture, it has no effect and is easily washed off. Service. Reliable firms will always tell you correctly what kind of an extinguisher to buy for your particular purpose. They will, too, in compliance with the Board of Underwriters' rulings, watch the apparatus once a year and recharge if necessary. Actually, they don't always need it, but it is a wise ruling of the board. There are some extinguishers excellent for outdoors, motorboating, etc., but which indoors are apt to give off suffocating fumes. There are extinguishers of large capacity on wheels for large homes and large estates. These are a great insurance against fire. They are built on narrow gauge wheels for rolling on floors in the house and heavier construction for outdoor use. Many big estates use these little two-wheelers as they are fire departments in themselves. A good quality fire hose is a mighty good assistance in a large home too, and is becoming very widely used. Of course, there are many fires that water not only will not quench, but will spread. On the other hand, there are many little conflagrations that water immediately will kill. Another good method, but not as efficient, for use in all conditions is the telescopic fire bucket set. 6 pails are set in a container in a liquid, and all one has to do in case of fire is to open the lid and each pail comes out filled. If the fire is not great and has just started and is within a few feet of you, this is all well and good, but one can hardly throw water from a pail as far as 10 feet above your head, while with the extinguisher the stream is from 20 to 40 feet in length. This pail system would not reach a roof, you see, which the extinguisher might. An intimate acquaintance with the wizardly asbestos would do a lot in the home to keep the hearth fires burning in their right places. The asbestos ironing pad on the ironing board is a good resilient thing. Although not in this case primarily meant as a fire preventive, it will stop the iron from causing a big fire, even if it should burn off the top sheeting, for when it reaches the asbestos, the fire will go out. There are some very convenient collapsible ladder escapes which are stored in a small box near the window, which makes the escape from a fire not dependent on ancestors who were tightrope walkers. There are regular fireproof builders who do not else but fireproof work, but in this article we are only concerned in the home after it is built. Yet, we cannot refrain from saying that the right architect and the right builder at first will reduce your fire hazard. They will adhere not only to the underwriter's rulings, but they will build a house so that its insulation, electric, air insulation, and circulation in partitions will be done according to safe and wise arrangement. Don't do foolhardy things and think you can get away with them. Have the telephone number of the nearest fire station on a special card at your telephone, or have fire departments in your own home. Extinguishers. Familiarize the family with the operation of the nearest fire alarm box. After operating a fire alarm, stay near it to direct the fireman to the fire. Every minute is significant. Don't fail to notify the chief of the fire department of anything you may see that is dangerous or liable to cause fire. We could say today that in the home millions are spent for fires, but hardly 1 cent for prevention of them. Should we not, as enlightened human beings, take thought and save the world some of its useless expenditure of life, limb, and extravagance? There is now on the market a new little extinguisher weighing about 2 pounds. End of section 42.
Section 43 of Cheating the Junk Pile, the Purchase and Maintenance of Household Equipments. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by BettyB. Cheating the Junk Pile by Ethel R. Pacer. Taking care of the household equipment. As we have intimated before in these articles, the best of everything may be yours, yet if you care for them in slovenly, careless, or uninformed ways, it will be as if you had nothing whatever of any value. The persistent ignorance of the seemingly most enlightened and experienced housekeepers as to the use and care of the refrigerator is appalling. It is positively amazing to see the breakage of sane rules of procedure in favor of what seems to them proper. For example, the best of housewives will insist on filling the ice chamber of the refrigerator with but a suspicion of ice and a riot of food, whereas the ice chamber is meant for ice, and ice to the limit of its capacity, not once a week, but every and all day. Unless this is done, the air currents over which the manufacturer has slaved to make possible will not occur, and the best refrigerator becomes a useless thing. You might just as well get a packing case and stuff it full of ice and food. The ice chest must be full in order to cool the air and start the heavier, cool air falling through the chest, which as it descends gets warmer, rises, passes over the ice, cools again and drops, and so on in endless circulation. It is these currents which keep the refrigerator cold. It is not the ice cake itself. In a little ice box, yes, the food has to be put into the ice chamber as there is no other, but here you are not depending on the melting of the ice starting air currents to descend and to rise. The problem is quite a different one. We think probably the difficulty with the owners of refrigerators is that they have the ice box in mind, and it is an inherited notion that the food must be in close proximity to the ice. This paragraph may seem a digression, but it is purposely put in to emphasize the fact that the ice box and the ice refrigerator are two very distinct and different things. Therefore, be it remembered that in the refrigerator you must not waste the ice by cuddling warm provisions next it, because your ice is like a battery. It too makes currents, not electric, but air currents. Now then, when we have the ice making currents, what happens to the air of varying degrees of temperature? The coldest air is at the bottom of the refrigerator. Of course, we are always thinking of the best refrigerators, because cold air is heavier than warm air, and the warm air rises. Therefore, if you have odorous things, do not put them in the ice chamber, because the air starting down will carry odors along. Put the odorous things and the things that should be kept coldest on the lower shelves. In some chests, the currents of air are so good that onions and butter never exchange compliments, a highly snobbish society where there is little amalgamation. One buyer of an expensive refrigerator said that his refrigerator was a great disappointment because the ice chamber leaked. Now this was a strange thing, for these ice chambers are made of the best workmanship known to refrigeratordom. Everything was questioned. Did you keep your ice chamber full? The reply, yes. Did you keep things other than ice in the ice chamber? The orthodox answer came, no. Do you close the door of the ice chest completely? Answer, yes. So the repairman went to the house to give the airing chest a stethoscoping, and found that the floor of the ice chest compartment was a little uneven, and the water was forced from the melting ice into foreign channels and escaped through the front of the ice box, dropping in streaking lines on the front facade. This is but a minor point, yet the refrigerator, or the stove, or the vacuum cleaner, or the anything is often blamed for misplacements, lack of care, and ignorance on the part of the operator, and this article is meant to forestall a very few of them. Here, then, are some things to watch out for. 1. Keep the doors of the refrigerator closed always. If they don't close easily, see to it that something is done to make them close. 2. If you have a refrigerator with a lot of movable parts, it is well to remove them and immerse in hot water occasionally. But don't buy one that has many outgoing parts. It's unnecessary and a constant bother to adjust. 3. Once a week wash out the whole chest with warm water and soda. Never use strong smelling soaps. Ammonia can be used, but it is probably best to use soda. Hot water cleans better, of course, but it will give the ice more cooling to do, and if the box is cleaned regularly, cool water ought to do the trick well enough. However, every so often, the hot bath is a good thing. 4. Every day wash off the ice that newly enters the ice chamber. 5. Never wrap the ice in paper thinking to save ice, because ice only makes cold air by melting. Here is a place where the good and saving housekeeper saves ice to the destruction of her foodstuffs, yet this is the hardest bit of politics to propagate. 6. If the lining gets discolored, use some harmless preparation to remove the stains. 7. It is sometimes a good idea to put a piece of wax paper around highly odorous foods. 8. Wash everything in the way of utensils that are put in the box. Have a regular refrigerator set of dishes. 9. Wash vegetables before entering, for if there is anything introduced in the way of foreign matter, the enemy alien may make for odorous trouble. 10. Cover any receptive foods. It's wisest even with the most perfectly ventilated refrigerators. Liquids will dry up a bit with the dry air circulation, and egg yolks kept in water will keep better if the water is changed daily. If dampness collects in your refrigerator, something is wrong. 11. Wash off the outside of refrigerator with damp cloth every week. 12. Remove ice rack and scrub well in water and soda weekly. 13. Boil parts (removable) twice a month or use very hot water. 14. Dry case thoroughly after every douching. 15. If the refrigerator is well connected to drain, a little hose to flush the interior will be simple and easy. 16. The drain pipe must be carefully flushed, as here the invading army of typhoid, etc., loves to encamp and make inroads. See to it that the drain pipe is easily removed and cleaned, and that the drain pan, should the drain pipe have no outlet into the plumbing system, be easily removed at least once a week to be cleaned out. With these few words we will leave probably the most familiar bit of household mismanagement to a reforming public, and pass on to some floor coverings. In the case of linoleum and similar floorings, we will take for granted that they are perfectly laid down, and that all there is for us to think about is the nursing of them. Even the cheaper printed and not inlay of these floorings will last years if the following suggestions are absorbed and put into regular practice. Sweep linoleums daily. This is easy. Use an oil mop daily. Never use anything but a mild soap and tepid water for cleaning. Then rinse with clear water and dry thoroughly. It should be done a square yard at a time, each yard carefully dried before going to the neighboring yard. Do not flood when a mop is used. Elbow grease, mild soap, and warm water are all that are necessary. Avoid as the plague lye, soda, potash, and all cleaning inventions which may harbor lyes. Polishing makes the floor last longer, of course. Colors will be reborn each time, and the floor withstand wear better. Use a good floor wax, a homemade kind, if you can't buy any of the finest kinds on the market, can be made of beeswax and turpentine in equal parts. Use all the polishes sparingly and not more than once a month. Rub in well, however, when you are doing it. It is well to have glass or metal caps on heavy furniture, as narrow casters are prone to furrow. For cork floors, sweep daily. They must be washed with tepid water and weak soap. Polishing is unnecessary. Floors of tiles, etc., should be swept daily. Flush with warm water. Scrub once a week, strong soap and elbow grease. Soda and water will remove stains. If not, use a weak hydrochloric acid or oxalic acid and wash off immediately with water and soap, which will stop the further action of the acid on the tile. 1 part of acid to 2 parts of water. Wooden floors also should be swept daily. Swab, don't scrub a varnished or painted floor, with warm water and weak soap. Keep hardwood floors free from grit, which bites and grays. Use a soft, dry mop of felt or the brushes the reliable manufacturers make for the hardwood floors. Occasionally wipe off with some well-known and tested floor finish. Today, with rustless and ordinary steel, the problem of cutlery is simpler and yet more diversified. In the case of cleaning and scouring ordinary steel, you can almost use any good scouring powder, but not in the case of the stainless rustless variety, as it reduces the polish, the very thing that maintains imperviousness to rust and stain. Cutlery should be cleaned immediately after using. Sharpening knives is best done by an expert. Yet there are good rotary sharpeners and stones and steels for home usefulness, or knife destruction, depending upon how they are used. Remember when you use a stone not to feel that you must cut through the stone itself, and that what you are trying to do is to flatten the edge of the knife and wear off the offending bluntnesses. The ideal thing is once or twice a year to send the knives to a grinder, and then occasionally at home run the knife blade flatly over a carborundum stone to get a smoother edge. The stainless steel cutlery has a special kind of sharpening stone at present on the market, and it is well to use this. Good knives need no further edging when new. But though you may have the best steel and the best sharpening, if you house your knives badly, you will have lost all the good from these things that there is. It is not good for knives to be huddled together. They get as cutting as humans would in the same position. If they live in a small place together without their own places, they, as people, wear on each other. They nick each other's blades and spoil each other's usefulness. Knives should be hung or laid in grooves. A box is now made for the proper housing of them. You can too hang each knife on a spring, which you can get at a hardware shop. If you reserve a tenement house law for the knives of your household, you will have real health and help from them. The same story holds for forks. It would be a good thing to have a verboten sign in your kitchen reading, "It is forbidden to open cans, uncork bottles, unlock oven doors, pry open ice chests, take a nail out of a box with the forks in this kitchen." In the case of wooden handles, do not let them remain soaking in hot water for ages. Wash and clean them at once. Floor coverings. Floor coverings, such as mattings and carpets, are today best taken care of by the vacuum cleaner. Hot water cloths with the suspicion of ammonia laid on top of matting are supposed to be a good thing for its longevity after it is vacuumed. Carpets are now coming back into being after years of retrogressive hate. Now, on account of the vacuum cleaner, they can be used in all their warmth and beauty and kept sanitary for ordinary uses by the vacuum cleaner. Talking of this, the only thing that this instrument of redemption needs is oiling, but not too often, an occasional dusting off, and the emptying of the dust over something that doesn't give it back. Stoves of themselves don't get very dirty. It is the food that are the transgressors. It is wisest to clean all stoves when cold. Use kerosene or stove black. In the case of the gas stove, when the gas vents become clogged by drippings of food, it is well at least once a week to take them out and immerse in soda and water. Wipe off grease and grit before cleaning surface of stove, and always remove dirt at once. If grease is removed after every using of the stove, it will be very easily maintained in cleanliness, and it will never run away with you. The trays under the burners in gas stoves should be cleaned often and well. Burners of oil stoves too can be immersed in soda and water. About 1 quart of water and 1/4 pound of soda make a good cleaning solution. Some miscellanies. Don't let any solid foods get into the sink. Always have a good sink strainer. Soda and water is a good cleaner. Flush sink with hot water and clean it at least 3 times a day. Grease is a forbidden quantity in a sink, and should any get in, the hot water flushing will disintegrate it. Warm water and soap, fine powders such as whiting, etc., will keep porcelain sinks in good order. Nickel can be cleaned with soap and water and polished with ungritty, well-devised polishes. Never use anything that will scratch it. Boil iron in soda and water, rub with some good powder with a bit of scratch in it. Use hot soap suds, dry while it is hot. Do not use soap on aluminum. There are regular aluminum cleaners on the market. Occasionally only use a little acid, such as lemon or tomato diluted. Never use soda. Boil agate in soda water. Wash in hot soap suds and dry. Use dilute oxalic acid for cleaning brass. Fine powder, plenty of water. Polish with metal polish, which abounds on the present market. Tin can be cleaned with soda and water, but do not leave it in the solution long, as the alkali will eat the tin. Wash and dry at once, or you will have rust on your tinware. The silver story is long but well known. The only thing not to do is to use gritty powders that will scratch. Wash your silver after cleaning, as the cleaning mixtures do not make good appetizers. In caring for electric ironers and washing machines, first of all, read the directions that come with them. Oil as they tell you, or don't oil. Too much oil is bad and too little is bad. Do not overload, with clothes, your cylinder or your drum. Some motors rebel and there is trouble. When buying your washer, be sure to tell the electrician what kind of electricity you consume, whether it is AC or DC, also the voltage of your circuit. This applies to all electric machinery. Don't leave your electricity on when you are not using a device. If you do in the case of the iron, you will have fires and all kinds of trouble. Don't blame the machine for faults of your own. Remember, in the case of the electrical ironer, that heat is hot, and that if you leave a piece of goods on the roll and the motor going, you will burn your article. These things are cleaned with warm water and polished and dusted in accordance with the ordinary metal needs. There is little to say about their upkeep except what has been said about other devices. Follow the directions of the makers. They know the exigencies of their offspring. Soft cloths and warm water are best for cleaning white wood enamel. Soaps yellow the enamel, so a few drops of ammonia added to a pail of water will help banish grease. Warm water and soap, or soda and warm water, will clean off marble tops. In the long life assurance of metals generally, it must be borne in mind that in order to keep them clean and bright, things must be used that will not scratch, corrode, or roughen, or at least do as little of these things as possible. In the case of silver cleaning, the aluminum pan method is best because there is little corrosion and less roughening. Rubbing with soft chamois and cloths after cleaning will give the metal the polish it often needs. Buffing and the use of pumice powders and pastes help along the better finishes. But these things all must be done in moderation to preserve the life of these metals. The more precious gold or silver must be treated, of course, with great care. Chemicals are dangerous, and the best acids are lemon and those things which cannot poison. Many combinations are poisonous and must be used with discretion and the article well washed before using. Were the space allotted for this story greater, we could take up many more things, but space being the rarest of commodities, we shall have to end with one last admonition. When your devices do not work as guaranteed, first look to yourself or assistant and see what is wrong. Then, if you find you can absolve yourself from the great transgression, carelessness or ignorance, it will be time enough to attack the dealer and get redress. End of section 43. Section 44 of Cheating the Junk Pile, the Purchase and Maintenance of Household Equipments. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by BettyB. Cheating the Junk Pile by Ethel R. Pacer. A Few Suggestive Books. The following list is to give the reader a handle to the subjects lightly touched in this volume. The Home, Charlotte Perkins Gilman, C.P. Gilman. Housewifery, I.R. Balderston, Lippincott. The Business of the Household, C.W. Tabor, Lippincott. The Principles and Practice of Plumbing, C.C. Cosgrove, Standard Plumbing Manufacturing Company, Pittsburgh. Sanitation Practically Applied, H.G. Wood, John Wiley and Sons. Kitchen Fire and How to Run It, S.S. Wright, S.S. Wright. Formulas for Soaps and Cleaning Compounds, Automatic Electric Washer Company, Newton, Iowa. Electric Cooking, Heating and Cleaning. Out of print but in libraries, Maud Lancaster, D. Van Nostrand Company. Harper's Everyday Electricity, Don Cameron Schaefer, Harper. Home Canning, Creswell and Powell, U.S. Farmers Bulletin, 853, Bureau of Agriculture. Fuels for the Household, Marion White, Whitcomb and Barrows. Successful Drying Community Plant, U.S. Department Agriculture, Farmers Bulletin 916. Materials for the Household, Circular 70, U.S. Department Bureau of Standards. Safety for the Household, Circular 75, U.S. Department Bureau of Standards. The New Housekeeping, Christine Fredericks, Doubleday page. Laundering at Home, 6 bulletins, stains, supplies, cottons, linens, washing machines, and ironing equipment. American Washing Machine Manufacturing Association, Chicago. Little Houses, Flag. House and Garden Homes, Condé Nast Company. Successful Homes and How to Build Them, Francis White Macmillan. Handbook of Cleaning, Sarah McLeod, Harper Brothers. Home and Community Hygiene, Jean Broadhurst, J.B. Lippincott. Preserving Dehydration, etc., Government Bulletins. Modern Plumbing, Starbuck, MP&F Publishing Company, 200 Fifth Avenue. Home Laundering, L. Ray Balderston, L. Ray Balderston. Domestic Engineering, Plumbing, Heating Weekly, December 13th through the 20th, 19. Good Housekeeping Institute Engineering, Good Housekeeping. Vacuum Cleaning System, M.S. Cooley, Heating and Ventilation Magazine. Chemistry, Herman Voulté. Chemistry and Physics, May B. Arsdale, Dr. Woodhull. Bureau of Building Bulletin, 1922. New York City Municipal Building, U.S. Government Bulletins on All Home Problems. See the list of the U.S. Bulletins on all home processes. Building, Plumbing, Fire, etc. Bulletin Bureau of Board of Standards and Appeals, City of New York, December 23, 1919. Bulletin Bureau of Board of Standards and Appeals, City of New York, Building, Plumbing, Fire, etc., December 23, 1919. More Leisure Hours, Louise Reed, Society for Electric Development Pamphlet, 522 Fifth Avenue. U.S. Government Pamphlets, Bureau of Printing, Washington, D.C., Superintendent of Documents. Electrical Record, Magazine, McGraw-Hill Company, Incorporated. Electrical Merchandising, Magazine, Gage Publishing Company, Incorporated. Laundry Pamphlets, Wallace B. Hartz. End of section 44. End of Cheating the Junk Pile, The Purchase and Maintenance of Household Equipments by Ethel R. Pacer.